Chapter 1. The Servant Who Sweeps. A new day begins, and Kai-Yang woke up. He cleaned up and took the broom lying in the corner of the small room and walked out. Standing at the front door, he stretched a little. He looked up at the touch of gray in the dawn sky and closed his eyes while breathing in deeply. He was enjoying this moment of peace before reopening his eyes to start sweeping the ground, cleaning away the dirt and leaves. Dressed in black clothes that were simple and clean, the aged clothing color for no reason highlighted the youth's loneliness and years of isolation here. Kai-Yang's spine was as straight as a javelin, and with his face had a meticulous expression. Even though he was completing the lowest ranked job, his actions were very calm. He didn't exert much force on the broom. His body didn't even move that much. With only the rotation of his wrist, the broom moved effortlessly. When his body moved, the dust and trash on the ground seemed to magically accumulate in one place around him, just like they had grown a pair of feet. Kai-Yang was the Sky Tower's experimental disciple. For 3 he had trained in the school, but he had only reached the tempered body 3rd stage. Yet the other disciples that had entered at the same time as him had long surpassed him and reached higher stages. They were all able to enter into the main building, pay their respects, and make advances towards their futures, while he can only lament about his inadequacy in the outer courts. The tempered body 3rd stage in 3 years cannot be called bad or good, but really mediocre. Helplessly, Kai-Yang could only continue to sweep out here in the outer court, working hard to support himself and working hard in training. Sky Tower School is a very unique school. This uniqueness is seen through the ruthless competition between disciples. In the school, the strong are like kings, while the weak are eliminated. The strong eat the weak, the law of the jungle. In the Sky Tower School is actively followed by all. In other schools you may be able to school-friendly competition, brotherly bonds, and people working together to achieve the same goal. But in the Sky Tower School, you will only be able to false bonds in order to use each other and rise in power. Stepping over each other's bodies is the only way. Under Sky Tower's strict system, it's well known throughout the entire Han Dynasty. Although the grounds were not that large, but due to the brutal nature of their disciples, their might is second to none. This is also because each disciple's skill is like a tiger and walking out. No one in all the rivers and lakes dares to provoke them. Though the Sky Tower School has one rule. That's to 14-year-old disciples. The first 3 years of their acceptance is considered the testing phase. In these 3 years, all of the disciples' food, clothing, shelter are provided by the outer court. Disciples only need to focus on cultivating. If in these 3 years you can break through the tempered body, then you are able to enter the inner court to pay respects to your elders and become their students. Of course you don't need to have a teacher and practice on your own, but the difference in learning by yourself and having a teacher is very large. In a way, the Sky Tower rules do have some flexibility and freedom. In those 3 years, if you don't break through, then you can either leave the school or be demoted to an experimental disciple. Experimental disciple is Kai-Yang's current status. He is also Sky Tower School's shame. Compared to normal disciples, their treatment is very different. Experimental disciples must provide for their food, shelter, clothing, for the outer court will no longer waste cultivating resources on these trashes. Once demoted to experimental disciples, you basically can never advance. Unless you manage to increase your cultivation level quickly. Only then will the school let you attempt to become a true disciple. The entire Sky Tower consists of 3,000 disciples, while the experimental disciples, you can count them on your 10 fingers. Kai-Yang has faith that he can become a true disciple. For experimental disciples who want to survive in Sky Tower, is like wanting to reach the heavens. Take Kai-Yang for example. The current hut that he is living in was built by him, 1 log at a time. The holes on the small roof, he doesn't even have time to fix them. When it rains, the water can't exit properly and builds up in the room. He buys his own clothes, his food he got himself. He's responsible for all his own needs. Kai-Yang's small hut is in the school's most remote and most uninhabited location. Generally, with such horrendous treatment, it is difficult to endure. That is the reason why the school only has a very small number of these disciples. Most who couldn't break through the tempered body chose to leave, but Kai-Yang stayed. Already been kicked out, how is okay? A few months before, when he was made an experimental disciple, Kai-Yang accepted a sweeping job to provide for himself. Right now Kai-Yang was both an experimental disciple and the tower's little sweeping servant. But just by sweeping to maintain a living is hard. There are times when he is cold or hungry. In this life he had chosen this path. Even so, he didn't play the drums of retreat, because in this life he had chosen this oath and must continue down it. That was what men did. In Kai-Yang, there was toughness. If you don't hit into the brick wall, then don't look back type of toughness. Chinese idiom, to continue on with your own decision idea plan. The sky gradually began to light up as he swept, cleaning the trails, sweeping dust from the space. Even though sweeping itself didn't use a lot of energy, but without food or drink since the morning and constantly moving, Kai-Yang was covered in sweat. This had nothing to do with strength, but his physique was very poor. 2 out of 3 meals, he was hungry. For anybody living like him, how could their physique be good? Gradually Sky Tower disciples surrounded him. These disciples had woke up early, not to cultivate but to look at him. They had great interest in Kaiyang, looking at him with avid gazes like they were staring at a naked beauty. A sweet fragrance like juicy meat bins wafted. Among those tower disciples gathered around Kaiyang, there was also a tense competitive atmosphere in the air. Looking at each other warily, all held an unfriendly look. Someone in the crowd softly said, "So many people, it's a bit excessive, ah." It was that moment they said, "Do you think anybody can walk this path, huh? Nobody wants you to stay." That statement made the person who spoke embarrassed, for everybody knew why they were gathered, why they were all looking at Kaiyang, all waiting for that moment to come. The deadline was about to arrive, leaving now was not a pity. If you can grab the funds, and today it is also a harvest. The commotion next to him, Kaiyang naturally knew, though his expression never changed. They will parade themselves every 5 days, 6 times a month. He has already gotten used to it, nothing to make a fuss out of. He also noticed the amount of people in front of him had decreased. They probably had not all arrived yet. 10. Wow, these guys are really bothered to come there 6 times a month. Don't they have better things to do? As he was being discredited, he turned a blind eye to the people next to him and began to sweep. Following the passage of time, the people around Kaiyang gradually increased. There was roughly 30-40 people present. Kaiyang suddenly stopped and sat down in the middle of the road. Slowly he breathed in the early morning air to restore his own physical stamina. At this movement, the people gathered around him all spread out and surrounded him, with Kaiyang as the center. A tense atmosphere filled the air. It was as if the air no longer flowed. No one looked at each other pleasingly, but all looked intensely at Kaiyang. If people were to see this crowd, they would hold the misunderstanding that expert was in the middle. Or else, how could so many people surround one person like that? In reality, Kaiyang was only an experimental disciple with a tempered body, 3rd stage. Any of the people present were stronger than him. Kaiyang, no need to bother. Why don't you just obediently lie down on the ground so I can beat you and save some time? Seeing him like this, they really held disdain. How much energy can a tempered body 3rd stage restore? You are going to lose anyway, so why linger? Here. Kaiyang, please think about our fellow disciples' feelings too. We are not like you. After this game we need to go practice. The statement was to let Kaiyang quickly submit and let them beat him, making the act of restoring his internal energy disrespectful to them. Though he just turned a deaf ear, like Budalao. Time continued to pass by. Suddenly, the melodious tower bell sounded. It reached the ears of all the disciples surrounding Kaiyang and himself, startling the disciples. The bells tolled 9 times, and from the east the sun rose. It was a new day. Everyone's breathing calmed down, helplessly looking at Kaiyang as he slowly got up. He took up his broom and glanced at the people encircling him. "Choose me, Senior Yang," shouted a person. "I strike lightly, I can guarantee you no pain." "Rubbish. Choose me, I will be merciful. I will end it in one fist, and I promise not to waste everyone's time." Pick me. It was very clamorous, just like in a marketplace where vendors were trying to sell their produce and competing on whose produce was fresher. "Kaiyang, you can choose your own opponent," someone reminded. Kaiyang chuckled. Readily he lifted his broom and threw it to the sky. The dozens of pairs of eyes looked up, full of expectation, waited for the broom to fall whilst praying. Choose me. Time seemed to slow down. The broom turned a few times in the air and immediately fell on the ground with a loud boom, no longer moving. The broom head pointed into the crowd to a burly teenager. A regretful sound, the crowd full of resentment and resignation. But that burly youngster laughed out loud and rushed out. "Fellow disciples, this brother won this battle today, but Hope's fellow disciple do not blame me." "Gee, lucky bastard," one jealously said. "Why couldn't it choose me, for I come every 5 days, for a month?" "Kaiyang, you aren't doing this on purpose, are you?" "Don't mention it. I have already come for a full 3 months, and not once was I chosen." "Brother, you are more miserable than me." Not miserable, watching a good show." The 2 brothers looked at each other, smiling secretly too in their hearts. In the courtyard, the others had already dispersed, leaving only Kaiyang and the burly teenager looking at each other. Experimental disciple Kaiyang, tempered body 3rd stage. Yan Kai introduced to his opponent. Ordinary disciple Zhu Dingjun, tempered body 5th stage. The burly teenager introduced. Sky Tower disciples were also ranked. From bottom to top are the ordinary disciples, lower base disciples, elite disciples, and core disciple, the 5 ranks. Zhu Dingjun said that he was an ordinary disciple. That means he has yet to pay his respects and doesn't have a mentor. The breakthrough of the tempered body disciple had a mentor. Then their status would be higher than those ordinary lower base disciples. And those elite disciple were selected from the best lower base disciples. As for the core disciples, they were treated as the hope of the next generation of the Sky Tower School and thus cultivated accordingly. The awe-inspiring disciple hierarchy, though it seems unreasonable, it can stimulate the younger generation into the fierce sense of competition, which is the foundation of the brutal Tower regime. This is the main reason why Kaiyang fought countless people. Another rule of Sky Tower, the challenge rule. Chapter 2. Breaking through the wall and not looking back. In the school there was one rule. All Sky Tower disciples were allowed to be challenged once every 5 days, though they could at most be 3 levels higher, or they were allowed to decline. The winner then be able to gain contribution points, while the loser will have points deducted. The contribution points are also known as main gate contribution points. In the Sky Tower, contribution points are equivalent to money. If you have enough contribution points, you could exchange them for anything you want: cheats, weapons from the main gate logistics department. Points can also be exchanged for gold and silver, but generally speaking these contributions were hard-won, and the disciples were generally reluctant to exchange it for that. There were also many different ways to obtain these points. You can exchange them through the treasure hunt, completing tasks, etc. The most common way to earn contribution points was to challenge others. The duels were to test their strength against other disciples, and if they won they earned contribution points. So early in the morning, and many people crowded around Kaiyang, it was like staring a ripe persimmon about to fall. Kaiyang's name in the school could be considered famous, not only because he carried the identity of a trial disciple, but also because he was still in Sky Terrace. Also, every time someone challenged him, he lost. Kaiyang naturally remembered what the commotion was. Today is the 5th day from the last challenge. They who didn't challenge him previously could now. Who isn't jealous? It was basically free contribution points. Although the points gained were not large, it was still enticing, thus many people still came. In position, Kaiyang shouted out 2 words, "Please instruct." That being said, anyone knew that Kaiyang was in for another beating. Kaiyang was always the first to attack. Even with his thin body he would always put out an amazing fight, taking the step to Juding Jun, then punch to the chest. Afterwards a simple and direct attack, then a tiger fist. His attacks were strong, and it felt like all of his energy were in his attacks. In the school, all disciples had to learn the Shaolin fist. This fist was well known, a basic move to keep disciples in shape and start them off. Juding Jun didn't panic, because he was stronger than his opponent by 2 levels. Sadly, this battle didn't hold any suspense. Kaiyang's fist was seen coming and easily dodged by that burly body. Grazing past his clothes, Juding was unharmed. Punching again, Kaiyang was easily countered and hit in his solar plexus. Suppressing the pain, Kaiyang quickly retreated and avoided Juding's 3rd strike. This surprised Juding. He hadn't thought that his 3rd stage brother could actually react fast enough. With this, his future plans were disrupted. But this small error didn't affect the situation. Thinking quickly, Juding took to the occasion to catch Kaiyang unaware. Kaiyang suddenly kicked his right foot forward. Seeing the shadow rapidly approaching, Juding saw his indomitable spirit whilst executing a Shaolin fist. Crap! He heart jumped. Although he had higher cultivation, he was inferior to Kaiyang's battle experience. But what would it matter? Even if he couldn't dodge, he would take it head on. 2 light chuckles were heard. Then Kaiyang fell backwards, while Juding was still standing. If his opponent was at the same cultivation as him, he would have been the one to fall down. Others couldn't see the fists, but they clearly felt it. This disciple was too fast, so in other words he first hit himself, then the opponent. But it was only his fist that was powerful. This body and health were all too frail. Skinny arms, legs and body. Malnutrition was very obvious, thus resulting in this ending. "Senior, you let me win." This battle left quite a bitter result in Juding Jun's heart. Although he won, he didn't feel as if he had won. To the side, many whispers could be heard. This person thought he won. Haha, doesn't that mean he didn't know of Kaiyang's reputation and challenged him? This is really too hilarious. Juding furrowed his brow, for really didn't know of Kaiyang's reputation. He had heard people talking about him. So today when he saw many people crowding around, he had decided to participate too, and was super lucky to be chosen. Could you not win? His own fist made him go flying, thus making him at a supreme disadvantage. According to the gate rules, he had already lost. Again, after this thought, Kaiyang yet stood up again, and without the slightest hesitation, but with even more intense spirit. Without waiting for answer, Kaiyang charged over. 3 feet away, he swept his foot towards Juding's legs in an attempt to topple him. A leg whip. The school had disciples cultivate various martial arts, yet Kaiyang's application of them far surpassed his peers, even though he knew less techniques. So you could use a leg whip here. Then without notice, Kaiyang went flying away again. With 2 realms apart, also the gap between physical fitness, Kaiyang was once again defeated. His attack to Juding's leg had clearly wounded his own bones, making him falter slightly. "Again," he said while clenching his teeth and eyes full of determination. "Pain." Kaiyang flew away again. "Again." "Pain." Yang flew away, again. For those who couldn't watch any longer had left, while the ones who stayed marveled. Yang, this guy had real tenacity. No matter how many times he's beaten down, he just gets back up. He won't let it go. Tilde let it go tilde. Let it go tilde. Oh, sorry I had to do that. Lin Pi hearing these words, Xu Ding felt real bitter. He hadn't imagined that his opponent was such a crazy person. So Yang was sent flying another 7 or 8 times. His face was swollen, eyes were black, staggering around and breathing quite heavily. But he still continued to persist, and continue fighting. Finally Xu Ding exclaimed, "Are you crazy? Throw down the towel or you'll die." Chapter 3, 147 Losses. Chapter 3, 147 Losses within the Tower Disciples' internal struggles. Every year, there are many who die. Xu Dingjun, seeing this unflinching and courageous brother, couldn't help but feel a bit alarmed. When he thought that, Xu Dingjun knew he couldn't reach such a degree and was afraid that he would have to surrender. Keep your cool, well then, you will not be afraid to be burned. This is the way of life, to stubbornly follow your decision. This is perseverance. Despite Yang's sorry figure, his eyes were becoming more and more powerful. Xu Dingjun knew that if he didn't settle things now, then there will be no end. Thinking of this, Xu Dingjun rushed forward to execute a palm knife to Yang's neck bone. Yang with an imposing manner swiftly escaped. Then his eyes clouded, and he fell limply to the ground. Seeing this scene, tens of feet higher, a disciple who was sitting on a tree branch took out a small book. Flipping the page, she wrote, "Trial Disciple Yang vs. Ordinary Disciple Xu Dingjun wins. Len, Experimental Disciple will now become Trial Disciple." The person who was on the tree branch had a graceful figure. It obviously was a woman. It was just that black mask on her face didn't allow people to see her face. But those delicate eyebrows proved that this person was not old. The armband on her arm also indicated her identity, a Sky Tower Dark Hall disciple. Sky Tower's Dark Hall is a special sector. The school's 3 main elders were responsible for governing, and the hall disciples were responsible for recording down all affairs of the school. No matter how big or small, all matters are recorded. This also included the results of duels between disciples. So for all battles within the school, you do not have to worry about not being able to prove your wins and earning contribution points. For in the shadows, Dark Hall disciples will record them down for you and summarize your monthly records. This woman, after recording the outcome for this duel, took out another smaller book from her waist and opened up at May 7th century, 14 years Yang's 147th defeat. Even if you remove this, above are numerous records of Yang's battles. From the first battle to the most recent, all had one word, defeat. 147 battles in a row, he had lost every single one of them. This simply can be said that since the school's history, it was a unique record, and was enough to be awe-inspiring. Though the owner of this record was lying on the ground, not knowing if they were dead or alive. Yang had never challenged others, so these 147 losses were from others challenging him. So to say, from being challenged once every 5 days, this had lasted for 2 years. Looking at Yang on the ground, she wrinkled her eyebrows. She didn't understand how Yang Kai could endure to this state. He had already become the tower's trial disciple. Even his very survival was endangered, so why did he still linger? If he had left, then his life will certainly be better. This thin boy, what kind of dedication did he have? Even with 147 straight losses, he remains undaunted. Perhaps this is a man's folly. Taking notice of Yang was also a moment's coincidence. When Xianing Chang became a Dark Hall disciple, she was placed in charge of monitoring this area. Yang Kai was challenged every time, not once, not twice, and every single time, she saw him being beaten to near death. Xianing Chang began to pay attention to this tempered body 3rd stage youth. She was really curious, with his strength, how long could he endure before finally leaving Sky Tower? This type of talent, this type of training speed, he really was not fit to remain here. The ordinary world is his place. The people below had already long scattered, only Yang was still there on the ground. Coming and going, time passed by. Xianing Chang disappeared from the branch in a flash. When Yang woke up, it was already 3 o'clock. There was nowhere on his body that didn't hurt. Staggering, he stood up and looked up, only to be surprised. For the place in which he woke up from was under the shade of a tree, and not where he fainted. This was really surprising. Was there a fellow disciple that was kind enough to carry him over? This had never happened before, causing Yang to furrow his brows. He could vaguely remember there was a shadowy figure darting in front of him. The memory was too vague, thinking harder just made it more unclear. But between his current position and the place he fainted, there was very distinct drag marks, clearly showing that he had been dragged over. Once again he felt his back, immediately flaring hot pain spread out. Yang froze for a moment, becoming furious. The trace of goodwill he felt towards his benefactor had quickly disappeared. That person directly dragged him over, otherwise how could his back bled like this? He might as just have left him there on the ground. Kaeyong thought to himself. Being depressed, Kaeyong realized that in his right hand, he was clutching something. Looking down in doubt, he was surprised to find a small, fine work of porcelain in his hand. What is this? This was definitely not his, for the only things that Kaeyong owned were the clothes on his back and his broom. How could he have this? The small porcelain bottle had a label. Yonkao read it out. Blood-clotting cream. Blood-clotting cream. Kaeyong knew of this. This was the school's cream to help heal wounds. Although it was ordinary, its effects were very good. Generally, disciples will carry one bottle around for emergency uses. This one bottle of cream in Sky Tower Logistics was very expensive. 10 points of contribution was the bottle's cost. How much contribution points can Kaeyong earn for sweeping for a month? He can only earn 10 points. In other words, this one bottle's worth was equal to 1 month of work for him. Who was it? At this moment, the resentment Kaeyong had towards this person was reduced greatly, but as he moved, the pain flared up again. He had already come to this tower for 3 years. Within this time, Yang Kai had already gotten used to the lack of compassion between disciples. But today, for this person to leave behind a bottle of blood-clotting cream for him, greatly touched Yang Kai's hearts. Originally, he had thought all the disciples were cold-blooded people. Perhaps this bottle of cream was not worth much to them, but to Kaeyong currently, he desperately needed it. There was a saying, dripping water is grace, is hard to forget, even when one's teeth fall out. Hilen, meaning one small kindness must be remembered eternally, and returned. Kaeyong was both grateful and tried to remember who it was. It was becoming harder to remember. He could only recall the thin strand of fragrance lingering around. Was this medicine this fragrant? Kaeyong pondered. Calming down and straightening his clothes, he carefully put the bottle away. Kaeyong re-picked up his broom and commenced his work. Inside and outside all were swept. Then at midnight, his work was considered completed. Kaeyong dragged his tired and hungry body back to his hut. The morning's battle wounds had yet to be treated. Even when Kaeyong was starving, he could only endure. First treat the injuries, then deal with the hunger. Taking off his clothes, he then carried over a tub of water to wash his body. If someone were to be by his side and look at Kaeyong's body, they would cry out in shock. Kaeyong's bones, along with his ribs, were all clearly visible. It was clear that his body didn't have much flesh on it and lacked nutrition. There were also bruises and scars littering his body everywhere. There was practically no place that wasn't scarred. Every 5 days he was challenged. Every time he lost. Every time he was knocked unconscious. When old injuries had yet to fade, new ones were added. Switching to any other person, they would be unable to tolerate this pain. But Kaeyong did. Not only did he bear with it, but he continued his daily sweeping, not letting those injuries affect him. Chapter 4. The Black Book. Once his body was clean, Kaeyong picked up the bottle of blood-clotting cream and sniffed it a little. He found that the medicine was quite refreshing and lost himself in it, and then he shook his to clear it. Kaeyong opened the bottle and tried to smear the cream directly onto his injuries but stopped. He hastily went to fetch a new tub of water and then put some of the medicine into the water to dilute it. Stirring carefully, he began his treatment using the diluted formula. Hilen, the life of a poor person. Too relatable. Enough. The effects of the blood-clotting cream were good. After diluting it, the effects were also reduced. But Kaeyong only had this one bottle, so naturally, he would have to use it sparingly. After the tub of diluted was used up, Kaeyong had also finished treating his injuries. However, it also left him some doubts, for the paste smell was not the same as it was previously, and also slightly spicy. Putting his clothes back on, he went to get the dark-colored sweet potato and wolfed it down. Kaeyong then plonked down on his bed, and soon fell asleep. The holes in the small roof allowed some light to seep in, lighting up the hut. The hut was extremely sparse. There was no table or chairs. Only one small bed with a deerskin blanket and square-shaped pillow. This was all of Kaeyong's possessions. The deerskin was from a deer Kaeyong hunted previously. Although it was not thick, it was still warm. While his pillow was from his time outside the school when he was hunting, he happened to pick up. The pillow was a square, a foot long and 3 fingers thick. It looked like stone, felt like one but didn't bear the weight a stone should. Kaeyong didn't know what it was, but used it as a pillow, and didn't investigate further. This black stone pillow had already been with Kaeyong for a year already, yet he still didn't know what it was. Nonetheless, it was a great pillow. Fast asleep, Kaeyong dreamt of today's battle. Time and time again he was hit flying away by Zhu Dingjun, and time again he would stand back up, persevering and continuing with a blood crest on his chest. As the dream continues, the blood crest became more and more powerful. Kaeyong's sleeping face was clenched up in pain, but you could see it was resolute. He only had one goal in his heart, to succeed. Even if he was ordered to cut off his foot or fry his body in flames, he would not cower in fear. The unconscious Kaeyong didn't take notice that the pillow below his had started to exclude a clouded light that corresponded with his moods. This light became more and more luminous. In the dream, Kaiyang continued with his early morning encounter with Xu Dingjun, repeatedly getting knocked to the ground. At his 1000th time of getting knocked and getting back up, with his unwavering will suddenly broke through. He rushed mercilessly towards Xu Dingjun, who immediately fell to the ground. Xu Dingjun's figure then became hazy and morphed into his own figure. At this moment Kaiyang's mind calmed down, though it wasn't due to him beating his opponent, but he winning against himself, winning against his inner fear and yielding heart. A faint feeling gradually rose up. There is no longer anything under the sky that can make him submit to them. In reality, the black pillow under Kaiyang's head suddenly burst forth a black ray. This black ray emerged from the black stone and hovered in the air for a bit before drilling into Yang Kai's head, instantly disappearing from sight. At the same time, in an ancient and desolate place a strange presence descended. Like tidal waves, the collapse of snow, any person in front of him was insignificant, that strange presence thought. Kaiyang suddenly opened his eyes, his whole body sweating and bursting with fear. He was awoken by that strange presence. Calming himself, he forced a smile. When was dreaming he could actually scare himself like that? It's ridiculous. Rubbing his face, he looked up into the night sky to determine the time, and was annoyed. He had only slept for 2 hours, seeing it was quite dark outside. Hurriedly he got up, folded up the deerskin blanket and repositioned the blackstone pillow. As he got up, he frowned and turned to look back at the pillow. This feeling, his gut told him that it was not the same. Under doubts, Kaiyang reached out towards the pillow and picked it up. He was correct, its weight had decreased a lot. Strange, how can this block stone suddenly become so light? Questioning this, more questions started to appear. It was like a thick book was being thrown into the air, with the pages spread out as it landed. Kaiyang was flabbergasted, momentarily forgetting to catch it. The blackstone pillow fell to the ground, and opened up like a book. He couldn't believe it, even though it was spread out in front of him. Wasn't this a stone? How could it suddenly turn into a book? The blackstone pillow had been with Kaiyang for over a year already. He was very clear. Did he not previously find a blackstone, and not a book? Did an old turtle take off his shell, and become a snake? A while ago when he stooped down to pick up the book, and he immediately felt a connection with it. Looking at it again, he really had to admit, it was the pillow he was using. This thick book left him speechless, though there were no words. It was empty. The book's pages couldn't let him see through it. He gently tried to tear a page, but he couldn't tear it at all. It really makes him rethink. He had owned it for an entire year, and only just discovered its true colors. But such an empty black book, what is its use? He inspected the book all over and still nothing. Mysterious. Kaiyang turned to the first page and nothing. Staring at the blank book page, with little effort, he still found little change to the page. Then he discovered there was a little change to the page. The strange presence that appeared in the desolate place of his dream had appeared again. A line of golden-colored characters had started to appear. Blood is sighted, the golden body descends, not a miracle, but a golden immortal. This penetrated deep into the soul, which caused Kaiyang to slam the book shut, with his limbs shaking uncontrollably. Breathing deeply, he managed to calm his heart down a bit. What secrets did this black book hide? He didn't know at all, but he knew that this object he obtained from Black Wind Mountains contains great history. After a long period of silence, he once again opened the black book. This time, he read the first line on the page. Turns out, it wasn't a dream. Gradually, other lines slowly appeared. Proud golden body, rules the fence, indomitable spirit, will it descend? 8 lines and 32 words occupied an entire page, giving one a dominating heavenly and earthly feeling, as if those words were imbued with domineering spirit. Chapter 5. The Proud Golden Statue. These 32 words' meanings were very easy to understand. Naturally Kaiyang understood, but the black book's history was unclear, thus he was a bit afraid. What if this was a trap of some sort? Thinking of this he laughed at himself, for currently he was only a trials disciple of Sky Towers. Who would go to the effort of taking care of him? From just looking at the last couple of lines, and their meaning, the reason why the blackstone pillow will turn into a black book was probably because of his dream tonight. For over 1 year, the pillow didn't change. Then suddenly after that dream it turned into a book. They must be connected. Is it because of his own change that also changed the blackstone pillow? Since it was I who led to the book's birth, then this black book was born for me. Thus, I am this black book's owner. Thinking of this, Kaiyang hesitated no more. The writing clearly on the book clearly states that he must drip blood in order to lead. Thinking of this, he bit onto his finger hardly and dripped a drop of blood onto the page. Drip drip, the blood went onto the page, but there was no apparent change. After a fair amount of time passed, from the page, black light started to emerge. His body immediately felt unwell, for the injuries from earlier today had started to sear in pain. His head had also started to hurt. Biting down on his teeth, he continued to endure. His blood continued to flow, and the light on the book was becoming brighter and brighter. After a large amount of time and effort, Kaiyang nearly fainted. But there had been substantial change to the book, and the black light had started to wiggle and contract. and from the center of the page, a tiny vortex had appeared. Following that, from within the vortex a golden swirl could be seen. Kae-young put great effort to maintain a clear mind, staring intently to the transformation in front of him. Within the black vortex, a small, round, shiny, black object gradually came out. He was shocked, for there really was something in the book. Even though while he was dripping his blood, he had some expectations, he didn't think that this was actually true. But right now, right in front of him, the 30 words from before were not false. Blood is sighted, the golden body descends. So what kind of golden body is it? Anticipation covered his pale face. After a while, after the shiny, round thing had fully appeared in front of him, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. No matter how rich his imagination was, he wouldn't have thought that the golden body would be like this. This thing was about 30 cm high golden skeleton, and to think the first thing that came out was the skeleton's skull. The golden skull just floated on top of the book page, sitting cross-legged like it was meditating. Every bone lighting up Kae-young's tiny hut. The black vortex on the page slowly began to recede and everything reverted back to its tranquil state. Kae-young had watched the strange golden skull appeared, for a time did not know how to react. On page said only how to get the golden body out, but didn't say what to do after it came out. Looking at it, he thought there wasn't something right. The golden skeleton in front of him had no eyes, but he felt like it looked like his own. It obviously didn't have any mouth, but was clearly mocking its weakness. Thinking of this, Kae-young was furious and went to pick it up. This small, insignificant skeleton dares to be arrogant. He didn't think that when he went to reach out for it, the golden skeleton flew out towards him, flying past his hand, and embedded himself on his chest. This was a bit of a horror. With the skeleton smashing onto his chest, he cried out, and then the skeleton started to emit a fluorescent light and penetrated deep into the pores of Kae-young's limbs. Suddenly, pain exploded all over his body, but the pain was not an ordinary pain, but the pain from the depths of the bone. He breathed in painfully, fell to the ground, his body bent like shrimp, with waves of cramps. His whole body's bones shattered in that moment, and he couldn't even lift a finger, for he had no strength. This was not an illusion. If you could see into his body, then you can see his bones being crushed, and next to each crushed bone, there was a layer of gold wrapped around, continuously repairing the broken bones, but far slower than the damage speed. When the repair was finished, it was crushed again. Human bones wrap around bone marrow and bone marrow nerve. Any small touch to them can bring great harm. One can only imagine his suffering at that moment. In his body, not a single bone wasn't shattered. Even for others, even if their strength of thousands of times higher than his, they would have probably fainted now. But with Kae-young, he could only feel the pain 1,000-fold right now. A tragic cry came from the hut. Not far away a fellow disciple was out for a walk, was frightened by the cry and quickly ran away. From somewhere, he received a message that came from this golden body. Destroy Kae-young's consciousness and seize his body. Did Kae-young agree? Even if he was unable to move, but also struggled to maintain the awareness, he will never let golden body take over the magpie nest. The golden body felt fear, so over and over again crushed Yang Kai's bones, tortured his nerves, so that he fainted thereon. One is a proud golden statue, another with an indomitable spirit, who wins who loses, one cannot see the outcome. Kae-young knew that right now it was really important, unlike the previous challenges with his fellow disciples. If this was the past him, then he would have given up, but now he will not. Even if it hurts like hell will endure. His consciousness, the golden body's destructive power, both commenced a hard tug of war, and the battlefield is the Kae-young's body. You pull, I pull, each not letting an inch go. Over time, Kae-young was surprised to find that the intolerable pain was slowly reducing, help lift his spirits and fill him full of energy. It's no wonder, after Kae-young and the golden body clashed time and time again, the numerous crushing of his bones had strengthened them. With his bones becoming stronger and stronger, and the golden body's powers becoming weaker and weaker, the pain thus naturally alleviated. The struggle will soon end. With the scales tipping in his favor, the unbearable pain slowly became bearable, transforming into light tickles, then becoming like splashes of cold water. This feeling was like applying cream, allowing his millions of pores to open and relax. Aware of the golden body's desperate struggle, made Kae-young furious. Cursing loudly, he crushed that presence within him. Inside his body, it had finally calmed down. A sigh could be heard, a sigh full of comfort and trace of great relief. Chapter 6. BMWs are a good ride and beauties go to heroes. After quietly lying on the ground for more than an hour, Kae-young stood up, for he had just used up all his strength. An hour before, Kae-young felt it was like a dream. He really could not believe this was true. Quietly he punched himself and felt the pain. In the end, what it is? What history does this black book have? He muttered to himself in helplessness. Waiting until his heart stopped beating, he suddenly found himself somewhat different from before. For he couldn't eat 3 fulfilling meals a day, and every 5 days he would suffer beatings. Thus his body bones are weak, but now he clearly perceived that his bones were full of vitality. A surge of energy, filled with warmth, slowly circulated inside and outside his body. Moving slightly, the bones burst out a crystal clear sound, making it seem like a melody being played. And he who was hurt today couldn't feel the pain anymore. Aware of this, Kaiyang quickly rolled up his sleeves and opened his clothes. Looking closely, he found that his body no longer had any bruises and injuries. They had actually all disappeared. Even those old wounds were healed. Feeling as unblemished as a newborn baby. Rubbing the places that previously held wounds, dead skin fell. This revealed the new tender skin underneath, like a baby's but far more healthier. I cry. He swallowed down a cold lump, thinking of that golden skeleton in his body had such a strong recovery ability. Then feeling his own strength, and found that he was still at the tempered body third stage with no change. This discovery somewhat made him a little disappointed. Rivers and illusions, with secrets known only to insiders. This type of story Kaiyang heard much during his childhood. He knew in the world there are many men eligible to jump past the Dragon Gate, becoming powerful and famous. But after all, it's just a story. How many people can really be happy and gain such luck and results in this world? Those senior experts with greater strength, the more I could not bear to lower themselves with earth and buried. Always finding inheritor before death. I want to jump off a cliff, drill a cave and encounter events. Such unlikely things will happen. But the current problem had happened to him. That black must have great background, and that old golden skeleton must be extraordinary. This can be said as his good fortune. It could also be said as fate. 4 sentences on the black book's first page. Proud golden body, rules the fence, indomitable spirit, will it descend? If he didn't pick up the black book but another picked it up, they too will treat it as garbage. Unable to prise open like empty. Tie. Precisely because he picked it up, and used it as a pillow for a year, it felt his body's unyielding and tough nature. Unlocking me of the secret black book today. In other words, this thing really is his first encounter, but it's the first achievement that he obtained through his own hands. Thought of this, Kaiyang sudden burst comfortable, is called the BMW with a good saddle, beauty gifts hero. That black book. Thinking of it suddenly, this book that was his pillow for over a year. He wasn't anxious to find out what it was nor how he found it. Between being anxious, and somewhat weakened in the body, the black book abruptly appeared in front of Kaiyang, and snapped shut, falling to the ground. He was stunned. Picking up the book, he furrowed his eyebrows while thinking hard. Struck by with an idea, a move from his hands, the book disappeared, and a further move made it appear again. This scene was like a magic trick. One could see that Kaiyang's face was very solemn, because he truly felt that the black book could escape into his body with a single thought. This black book possibly be made from a soulstone. After saying it, he nearly gave himself a fright. A soulstone. This was considered a legendary gem. Only when hundreds of millions of ghosts gather in the abyss, and with the help of vast amounts of human vitality, will it start to form. Rumor has it that this is how his was formed. Inside the black stone, with misery of 100 million lives, the living cannot enter, and green grass can't think to grow. Those words were somewhat exaggerated, but for a soulstone about 3.5 cm x 3.5 cm to form, how many lives must be taken? The formation of this mythical rock was really cruel and bloody. What every life near it during its creation will be dead within milliseconds. Also the formation time is unimaginable. It could add up to a millennium or even 10 millenniums. Putting the formation process aside, this soulstone can be considered a supreme treasure. That is because it has a very unique ability, for it can be melded with one's body and also open up a dimension. This space is quite flexible, storing things will be no hassle. Even though Kaiyang is only a trial disciple, a humble position, his experiences were not lacking. Not to mention, the story of the legendary soulstone has been around more many years. Anyone would know the story. When he just obtained this black book, he didn't think about this. Thinking about how the books went into his body, he thought about how the golden skeleton came out from the book. How could he not recognize the book's material? He immediately started sweating. Soulstones were the things of legends, long extinct in the world. He didn't think that he will be able to encounter one, let alone such a large one. The legends only talked about 3.5 cm x 3.5 cm size soulstones, for it was only found that large. Even at that size, it was priceless. But the only in front of him was somehow made into a black book that was 30 x 7 cm. Its value was immeasurable. If this news were to spread out, even if it's the entire Han dynasty, not mention a mere martial school, they will probably be crushed overnight to obtain it. Kaiyang couldn't help but feel his hands heat up. This heart had not forgotten the terror, but luckily it could be taken into his body. Otherwise he would be in great danger. His body hiding this treasure, he swiftly escaped back into his hut. He dared not to be carelessly, while his heart beated madly. He was becoming more and more excited, whilst also becoming more and more uneasy. His strength was currently too low, so how could he guard this treasure? even though the black book could be taken into his body, eliminating chances of being discovered. This didn't lessen the worry in his heart. Only practice, only the strong will be able to protect what is theirs. Thinking about what happened 3 years ago, Kaeyong's eyes gradually calmed down. All on his, without any support he came to this school. What is not for practice and strength? Even though he obtained this book, he took it into his hands. On the first page was the proud golden body. Even though he didn't know what use it had, it couldn't be useless. This book also had so many pages, it couldn't only possess this one golden body. Chapter 7. Breaking through stages is like being reborn. Chapter 7. Breaking through stages is like being reborn. Although Kaeyong is only 15 this year, due to his experiences these past 3 years, he is far more mature than his peers. It is also because of this that he forged this unyielding character. So when he calmed down, sitting on his bed, he carefully started to read the first page. After confirming there were no extra things popping out of the first page, he started to read the second page. With his previous experiences, his actions seemed more natural and knowledgeable. And then Kaeyong's eyes slowly widened as golden words emerged on the dark pages. Proud golden body, tempered body record. Previously his mood had dropped, but now it soared. Sure enough, as he suspected, every page had something hidden. Almost without thinking, Kaeyong's entire mind was focused on the second page of the book. Abruptly, the golden characters flew off the pages like a fish and swiftly drilled themselves in Kaeyong's brain. The glow enveloped the darkness around him and then disappeared. After it was gone, he felt as if his brain had gained new information. This had all come from the golden characters. Calming his heart, Kaeyong closed his eyes and began to digest the information. In fact, he didn't need to digest and absorb the information, for when the characters imprinted themselves into his brain, he was already able to comprehend their meaning with ease. A full mastery in another sense. This is the tempered body record, Yang Kai muttered, for he found that it was a fist technique. Though it may seem simple, in reality it was not. In order to perform it, there were strict requirements, for it is extremely profound. In order to cultivate it, you must be facing the rising sun in the east to learn it. So at most, you could only practice for half an hour a day. Currently it was night, so he had to wait at least 5-6 hours to start. This frustrated Kaeyong, for he had exerted himself all day and only ate one measly sweet potato. Nonetheless, he had obtained a priceless treasure, and was jubilant. After trying to sleep for half an hour, he decided to analyze the third page of the black book, but it just let him down. No matter how much he checked and flipped, there were no changes to the page. While doing this, he fell asleep. When Yang Kai then woke up, it was nearly sunrise. The pre-dawn darkness was clouded and stillness covered the whole area, with the occasional insect and bird noises. With his heart looking forward to what was going to happen, Kaeyong quickly leapt out of bed and went to the front of the cabin. Standing there, he took a few deep breaths and let his body slowly relax. Oriental? A touch of gray dawn appeared, then he opened his eyes. The set of instructions on the fist technique was practiced hundreds of times. His hands shaped into a palm, with a gentle, slow movement, pushing to the left, to the right, pushing forward. Embracing the world in his mind, everything in between the palm, the vast land, even the air covering the moon and stars. Left foot forward, right next to the horizon, the right foot stepped powerfully like the king of the underworld. Between breaths, the world was full of vitality, like spring flowers blooming. The autumn wind blew like a golden message. Then the cold wind whistled by, signaling the coming of snow, ice, cold snow. Yang Kai's look gradually deepened. Slowly his fists pressed on the hefty rocks. In any case, the rock didn't hint at opening anytime soon. With a burst of sound, Kaeyong, with a pale face, suddenly staggered, nearly fell to his knees. While exercising countless times in his mind, he discovered that this art was an absolute fist. Kaeyong never expected this record actually contained such mysterious quenching body technique. For just that short while, Kaeyong felt that the entire world was weighing on his shoulders. But he also felt that he could sense all things in the world under this pressure. This quenching body record was not the practice of fist techniques. It was the practice of worldly transformation and the fate of the world. This practice was full of ups and downs, joys and sorrows. A slow punch and kick in could affect the power of heaven and earth, but also was full of secret rules. When he launched his 6 palms, it took 3 steps. This result wasn't even 1% of the result recorded in the book. Just that had been difficult to sustain. Then a crack emitted from his spine, making him believe that he broke his spine. He quickly inspected it, but only found that his back was in some pain. It wasn't anything big. Stealing his mind, Kaeyong once again started to practice according to the tempered body record. Because he wasn't psychologically prepared, Kaeyong's mind was in a trance. Feeling unclear, he held his breath to regain a clear mind. Accompanied by a slow dance of his fists, Kaeyong once again felt his mind had become clear and regained the atmosphere required to continue. Then his body emitted several indistinct feelings. Kai Yang was uncertain as to what they were. Not only that, with the routine deployment, his fist was actually heavier, like being at the bottom of the ocean. With more hardships, there were more improvements. Kulka sounds could be heard. Kai Yang's every action made his bones explode like firecrackers. Excruciating pain permeated throughout his body, but he was unmoved. His tenacity at this moment vividly appeared. In the blink of an eye, Kai Yang felt his hands and feet tremble like they were beaten to pulp. It was like heaven and earth both imposed themselves on his body. Persisting, he didn't falter. Suddenly a warmth surged, alleviating the pain within his body in this moment. Spirits lifted, he restarted practice. He knew that this must have been due to the integration of the golden skeleton. After all, both of these things came from the same place. In front, the sun rising, near a cabin, in a remote place of the school, stood a sweating young man, diligently practicing, slow fists and discovering his future. Half an hour passed when Kai Yang suddenly felt light. He no longer felt the heavy pressure on his body. Right at this moment, he could no longer continue cultivating the skill. The record was very clear. You could only cultivate for half an hour every day at sunrise. His efforts seemed to have drained him. Thus Kai Yang fell to the ground in a heap and took a deep breath. A surge of purple gas accompanied his breath and disappeared. In an instant, he felt refreshed and energized. Looking distracted, he couldn't help but be shocked. Atmosphere sense. He had already developed a sense to the atmosphere. That is to say, he had broken through the tempered body third stage, and was entering the fourth stage. This news made him elated. Since entering Sky Tower, it took 3 years of practicing to reach the third stage. But after 30 minutes of practicing, the mysterious quenching body technique had let him break through and enter the fourth stage. Tempered body had 9 stages. Until the third stage, it really just enhanced one's physical capabilities. But after the fourth stage, it would generate a presence within the meridians. Only with the birth of atmosphere sense are you considered a true cultivator. Although at this time, you will have the atmosphere sense, the body will still have no real strength. You could only wait for the 7th stage, where the body will develop its own strength all the way until the 9th stage. That is when the body breaks through and opens, creates a door to strength, to the Kaiyuan boundary. Only then will you truly have strength. Kaiyuan boundary is a true warrior's start. Everything in the tempered body territory was laying the foundations for the future of the Kaiyuan boundary. This foundation was not finalized, like with a man's strength. For your bones, skin would grow continuously, until you reach the peak. Kai Yang had just having entered the 4th stage, and obtained atmosphere sense. To outsiders, this may not seem like much, but to him it was great news and progress. Chapter 8. A beautiful thin waist. Half an hour after he broke through, the results of quenching body record were evident. Although his own knowledge contributed, if not for that technique, he believed that he needed another 3-4 months before advancing. With this, he breathed in deeply and exhaled out the impurities in his body. From within his mouth, out came a pitch-black smoke, filthy, as it tumbled to the ground. After expectorating this smoke out, his 6 senses all became more acute and sharpened. Helen, he's been possessed by a demon. Supernatural style senses. Sound, touch, sight, taste, smell and 6th sense instinct was this his body's impurity. Yang shook on the spot. With the practice of cultivation, you will reduce and drain the body of impurities each time. Kai Yang previously had experienced this, but never at this level. Numerous ideas and joy lingered in his mind. Although he had successfully entered the 4th layer, he had made no real progress in the tempered body record's fist technique. His daily practice could only produce 1% of the total result, out of the 101 punches. Hasty men don't eat hot tofu, and with a hasty heart, you won't be able to feel a hot butt. Helen, saying that have patience and results will come. If you rush you will miss things. Thinking for a while, Kai Yang planned a bit of his future. Even though it wasn't thorough, he could no longer be like how he had been, taking each step as it came. For after a while, you couldn't help but become impatient. Then after eating something he continued to sweep the area. Although he was a sweeper, it didn't mean that he needed to sweep the entire school. He was only responsible for 1/10 of the school. Even though it was cumbersome, it would only take an hour or so. Within the trees, Xia Ningchang had started to monitor the disciples and inadvertently saw Kai Yang sweeping away. To not have some emotions would be weird. Today, there was something different about him, but she wasn't sure. For over half an hour, he hadn't left that spot, sweeping it until it was shiny and spotless. It was so slick that if a mosquito were to go on, it would have a sprained ankle. Hilen, trying to express how clean it is. This author has a major issue with mosquitoes, I say. This guy Xia Ningchang didn't know what to do with him. At that moment, Kai Yang was thinking about other things. Yesterday he had obtained a huge opportunity, so naturally he was considering his future. No real options were found. He could only continue to practice at sunrise every day for now. While he was pondering, rapid footsteps approached quickly from behind. He quickly went to dodge, but didn't realize that the other party was making preparations to avoid him too. So they crashed into each other. Though he didn't sustain any major injuries, when he crashed into that person, it felt as if he had crashed into a steel wall. With a cry, he fell to the ground, and the place he bumped felt numb. Kaiyang quickly recovered and apologetically asked, "This fellow disciple, are you okay?" The young man was annoyed, and when he looked up to see that it was Kaiyang, that explosive anger dissipated. Holding anger for such person held no meaning, and it was also his own fault. Replying immediately while waving his hands, "It's all right, it's all right." While saying this and getting up, he then energetically ran away. Kaiyang asked, "Fellow disciple, where are you going to hurriedly?" The young man faintly shouted, "The contribution hall, where else?" Listening to his words, Kaiyang realized that today was already the 8th day of the month. It was the day where the main gate distributed last month's contribution points. So every month of this day, the logistics department would be crowded with disciples flocking to collect their points. With these points, they could exchange them for various cultivation pills, treasures and martial arts to improve their strength. So this day made all disciples all excited. Some were excited, while others disappointed. Kaiyang was of the latter. Startled, he couldn't help but frown. Each month, the amount of points he received was quite meager. Sweepers could earn 10 points, but in the last month he was challenged 6 times, and each time he lost. With reductions after each loss, he was only left with 4 points. This really made people cry. Fortunately, he was only a trial disciple. His status was the lowest, so if he lost, he would only lose 1 point. Normal disciples lost 2. Thinking of this, Kaiyang was thankful. But even a small mosquito has flesh, and with his savings, he will one day earn enough to exchange them for something worthwhile. Helen, again, what does the author have with mosquitoes? There had been enough delay today, he thought as he continued to sweep. When he had finally finished the job, it was noon. Time to go to the hall to collect his points. After the morning's bustle, the hall was now deserted and quiet. Thankfully he hadn't came in the morning, or the wait would have been too troublesome. Waltzing into the hall, you could clearly see an old man dozing away. This old man was the treasurer of the school. He was about 50 with thin white hair and a kind face. Looking at him, he looked harmless to animals and humans, but Kaiyang knew he was a sly fox. There was once an elite disciple who dared to act arrogant here, and was then pushed out of the hall a few hundred feet. His life was almost taken. Kaiyang was present, so he knew this, and also knew that his old man held unfathomable strength. Stepping into the view of the old man, Kaiyang could clearly see the old man snoring away. This old thing. Don't know which female Sky Tower disciple he's dreaming about again. Ed doesn't even give the old guy the benefit of the doubt. Holding a broom, he gently nudged the old man while softly calling, "Treasurer Meng." The old man's surname was Meng. His first name Kaiyang didn't know, so he couldn't call him that. Tapping the counter a few times, the old man was finally awoken. He groggily opened up his eyes and saw that it was Kaiyang, wrinkling his face as if he saw scent. Helen, for young viewers just in case. What's with that face? Kaiyang asked indignantly. Rolling his eyes, "Why didn't you come in the morning?" Confidently he replied, "There were too many people in the morning and currently it's peaceful." Interrupting this old man's rest. "Do you know what respecting the elderly means?" Leaning in, Kaiyang whispered, "Which young lady did you dream of?" Suddenly full of energy, Treasurer Meng replied to Kaiyang with eyes full of contempt, and loudly proclaimed, "Your words just now tarnished this old man's reputation. Too outrageous. The body figure? Great." Treasurer Meng unconsciously leaked out, "Ed, Gigi, I had high hopes, but alas, they were shattered. Supple legs, white skin and a beautiful thin waist." And immediately he nodded his head, immediately thinking Kaiyang as a friend. He Kaiyang sneered. Treasurer Meng stammered and blushed as bright as a monkey's ass. Full of shame, he just wanted to dig a hole and crawl inside to hide. Chapter 9. Treasurer Meng. Throughout his years at Sky Tower, the only person Kaiyang really knew was Treasurer Meng. After all, he needed to go to him every month. Treasurer Meng had a nickname which most people referred to him as Bully Meng. Even though his position is a treasurer, he still liked to extort contribution points from other disciples. Take blood clotting cream for example. Usually, it would be sold around 10 contribution points. He will sell 2 bottles for the price of 3. Also, the amount of cream that should go in 2 bottles was put into 3. It's very simple, he said. Buy it or get lost. Of course, Treasurer Meng doesn't always do it, only occasionally. He only targets richer disciples. For poor people like Kaiyang he doesn't even bother. Contribution points are hard to come by, so how can disciples stand by and be exploited? Every disciple that had been cheated by him would report him to the council. They have warned him numerous times, but he still continued unmoved. Furthermore, his position is crucial, and there was no one who could replace him. Due to this, all of the school's disciples hated him to the utmost limit. That old man was ruthless to everybody, except Kaiyang, to whom he could do nothing. That was because one time, he was peeking at a female disciple, and was caught red-handed by him. No respect for the elderly. What a scandal. He was caught, so Treasurer Meng could only lower his head in front of Kai Yang. It was exactly because of this that Kai Yang became very familiar with the old man. The lecherous old man, with thick skin, quickly adjusted his attitude and said, "Same as always?" "Helen, for those who don't know, thick skin is being very shameless, yeah," Kai Yang said earnestly while nodding his head. Not saying a word, Treasurer Meng took out 10 silvers from within the counter and recorded it down. Taking the silvers, he asked, "How many contribution points do I have now?" Rolling his eyes, the treasurer replied, "You earn 4 points each month and then use 1 point to exchange for 10 silvers. That leaves you with only 3 points to save, making a total of 12 points in your account." "What, you want to exchange them for a bottle of blood-clotting cream?" "No, I was just asking," he replied while muttering. 12 Such a small amount, even if you just wanted to exchange it for a small medicinal herb, it wouldn't even be enough." With a serious face, Treasurer Meng whispered to him, "Little Kai Yang, you want to save up and exchange it for a tempered essence pellet. But to save up for it, and then to rank up with your speed, how long will that take?" "Won't I eventually reach it?" he replied, chuckling. This left Treasurer Meng speechless. He thought that with his speed, by the time he makes it, this old man will have already been dead for many years. "The Treasurer Meng, there is one thing I don't understand." "Speak," the old man said while putting on a "I am in a good mood, so I will tell you" attitude. "The tempered essence pellet is a very precious medicine. How could it appear here?" He's speaking with a proud face. "That is because this pellet is this old man's treasure. Others don't know about it." "Ah, it's yours." This left Kai Yang stunned. He had always thought that this pellet belonged to the school. No wonder this old thing set such an astronomical price. "Now don't be angry," he joyfully said while taking a drink from the teapot. "I won't bully you. As long as you bring enough contribution points to exchange, old Meng will give it to you. For my word is not nothing." "I will collect it," he said, nodding. With his face downcast, old Meng asked Kai Yang, "I heard that yesterday you got a beating?" Immediately Kai Yang turned around and left. From behind, Treasurer Meng shouted, "Let this old man ask. Don't be in such a hurry to walk away," he said, but really he was gloating inside. Seeing that Kai Yang had no intention to stop, he straightened up and yelled, "Little Kai Yang, you should hurry up and leave. Sky Tower is no place for you to be. Sooner rather than later, you will be killed." Pausing but without turning around, Kai Yang sighed, "I have no place to return to." He was finished if he left. After holding the teapot for a while, Treasurer Meng said, "Then why did you come?" "Tempered essence pellet." This expensive treasure. How could this old man possibly own it? He only made up this lie to give you hope. He had never thought you would take it seriously. Kai Yang then hurriedly went back to his hut and put the broom away, then briskly walked out. He was going to the small village outside of Tanglin to buy his food with his 10 slivers, like he did every month. For the first time, this trip didn't make him feel tired. Previously, every time he walked down this path, he would get bad asthma attacks again and again. This time, not only did this not happen, his body felt strengthened compared to before, felt less strained walking down the path. Even if he walked 100 miles, he felt that he wouldn't tire. Is it the golden skeleton? This made him think of something that happened this morning. While he was sweeping, another disciple had crashed into him, but on the contrary to what normally occurred, he had held his ground very stably, while the disciple had fell to the ground. Although this wasn't much in retrospect, it was unusual. With his weak physique, how could he not have fallen? But the other party fell. It had always been him who fell. Growing more and more excited, he thought about the changes the golden skeleton had brought to his body. Although these changes were small, gradually over the course of time, they could culminate into great changes. Thinking of this, Kai Yang recovered and soon walked to town. Looking around, he went to the left-hand side of the street. He was going to a rice shop. The shop wasn't big and the owner is surnamed He, and was a local resident. He treated all customers the same. This was one of the reasons why Kai Yang bought from him. Such a small store could be found everywhere. The reason why Black Plum Village was very busy was because in the surrounding area, apart them, there was not only Sky Tower School, but also the Windy Rain sect. The relationship between the two could not be considered bad. The various other small schools couldn't compare to these two main sects, for they didn't even own their own land. It was precisely because of these two main sects that the village was able to sell many different weapons and maintain such a bustling environment full of many different wares, creating an environment just like the Han Dynasty's capital. After walking around for a while, Kai Yang inadvertently walked past an alley where some people were gathered. He didn't know what they were doing, but they were pretty suspicious and gave Kai Yang an extremely vicious glare. Chuckling lightly, he just followed the principle, "If they don't harm me, I won't harm them." He just ignored them. But among those three, there was one who dressed in a similar fashion to Kai Yang. Chapter 10. Money and Bankruptcy. Chapter 10. Money and Bankruptcy. Kai Yang didn't think much of this, though, because they were in Black Plum Village, located close to Sky Tower, other disciples coming down to the village was quite common. A little while ago, Kai Yang arrived at the line for rice. The line was quite long, the length of 2 stalls. The business was very prosperous, but only as one waiter running around serving. The boss was calculating about money on an abacus at the counter, while the wife greeted the guests. As more people finished ordering, the line gradually became shorter and Kai Yang joined the line. Madame Kai Yang cried out. A 40-year-old looking lady looked up to see who it was. When she saw it was Kai Yang, she suddenly smiled and said, "Ah, young man, you came to buy rice again." "Yes." He walked to the front of the counter, and pointed a bag behind the counter and said, "Give me 1 bag please." While the lady was tying up the bag with a string, she said, "Young man, you buy just 1 bag a month. Is this enough for you?" Kai Yang replied, "It's enough." "You're lying," the lady retorted while looking at Kai Yang. "Look at you, such thin arms and legs. If you're eating properly, then what's with the skinny arms and legs?" Yang Kai smiled sheepishly. "I also go to the mountains to hunt, so therefore even with just 1 bag, I won't be hungry." While the boss concentrated on calculating the bill, he whispered to her, "Go fetch the old rice from the back and give it to this child." "We'll listen to the boss," Madame replied with a smile. "How is this right? You are also trying to make a living here." Yang Kai said out loudly. The lady immediately frowned her face. "What use is old rice? Leaving it there will only provide a place for insects to grow. Anyways, people won't eat it." But the owner said that this rice still has some nutrients, although less. "You wait here, I will go get some for you take home." As she was saying this, she had already started walking towards the back room. Kai Yang's heart swelled, for he didn't know what to say. Every time he came to buy rice, the boss and his wife would always find various excuses to give him more. They say that insects will grow in old rice, and the like, but in fact, it was always good rice they gave him, not old rice. Their generosity gave Kai Yang hope in this sad world. "Thank you, Uncle He." Yang Kai's voice had a slight trembling to it. The boss smiled and looked up. "When living alone, don't you have household problems? In the future, whenever you're hungry, just come to our shop. We may not have much, but we still have enough rice for you to eat." "Okay." Yang Kai nodded his head. This world still had good people around. Shortly, 2 enthusiastic people came to the rice store and kicked some people who were ready to order their meals from the line and away from the store front. The second little brother fell, landed on his butt, and flipped over. It was a big problem because after he fell to the ground he couldn't get up again. "Why, boss," he called towards the people who had kicked the little brother as he ran out from behind the counter and towards the 2 men. Kai Yang quickly helped second little brother up whilst intently glaring at the 2 evil-faced men. One of the men looked pale and thin, was clutching his stomach, while the other one was built like a bear, supported the pale one. These 2 were the ones who kicked the second brother. "Who's the boss here?" the man people shouted out. I am. Boss, he quickly replied. He was only an ordinary merchant, yet the 2 men who called him out had such fierce-looking faces. The swords at their waist, and the fierce faces that showed they were not easily trifled with. Boss, he wondered what had happened. Well, so, you are the black-hearted boss. You even dared to sell poisonous rice to my brother. Look at him. Originally he was a strong man, but after eating your rice he became this sickly. Normally he is as strong as a bear, but he can hardly stand now. You black-hearted person, worrying only about money and going as far as to take lives. At this outburst from the man, boss, he worriedly stammered out, "How could this be? How could it?" The man then said, "How would I know? This morning my brother bought some rice from you, and made rice porridge. Then he became like this after eating the rice he bought from you. I was lucky I didn't eat any, otherwise I also would have become like him." Bossy's forehead began to sweat. He took his sleeves and kept wiping his forehead, and said, "Respected customer, I fear there might be a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding? Misunderstanding your mother? If it wasn't your rice, then what caused him to become like this?" The Han man roared. Healan, people were a type of ethnic inside of China. Kai Yang sat down and pondered the situation, while all eyes were on the commotion. Bossy is such a nice person. Kai Yang couldn't believe that this person who gave him rice would put poison in it. Not to mention the fact, boss, he couldn't possibly have a black heart in Kai Yang's mind. A black-hearted businessman wouldn't be so stupid as to poison his own rice. If these information spread, how would he do business in the future? Who would dare come and buy his rice? The 2 men's poor excuses were really unbearable, and they couldn't even consider that it was something else. Therefore, these 2 are definitely here to ruin others. But this move was a bit too evil, for they implied that the boss needed someone to die just to earn some money. Even though Kai Yang's body was weak, he was still a practitioner. Through these past years, he had seen countless types of people, so he felt he could accurately judge Bossy. The man was also someone who he owed greatly, and when Kai Yang witnessed this, it caused his face to fall. He stood up and said, "These 2. What?" One of the men threw him a glare, his anger evident. Kai Yang didn't speak, but Bossy immediately sprang in front of him. He slowly shook his head for Kai Yang to stop. "Kiel, "Dear bossy, you're too kind." Uncle Ki-young was stunned. "Even in bankruptcy, avoid misfortunes," bossy whispered. Ki-young just helplessly sighed. That fact that the boss said this signaled that he knew what the two Han men were on about. But in order to do business, one must have a good name. The earlier commotion had already attracted a lot of attention. If this continued, then the rice stand's reputation would go down the drain. Even if one knew what they said was false, one could only comply with them, and hurriedly hope to end this fiasco before too much damage was done. In desperation, bossy faced the man. "Regarding your brother's illness, I can say that it has nothing to do with me." After the two men heard this, one cried out in anger, "Even if it's not related, I have already come to this rice stand. If I don't make the truth clear, then my brother's suffering would be in vain. He should be sent to the doctor immediately. But of course, if you are willing to shoulder the medical bills, then we are willing to drop the subject." But after this statement, it was clear that you really needed to go bankrupt to avoid misfortunes. If people really wanted to extort money, they would do it over a period of time. The demands that these two men were making were too short-sighted. If bossy agreed to pay them off now, his rice stand's reputation would still suffer. For nothing is watertight, and news of him selling poisoned rice would spread. This told Ki-young that the men were either not interested in extorting boss he for more money, or that they had some other goal. Who would have imagined that these two Han men had not intention of compromising? "You black-hearted boss. Who do you think we two brothers are, to be exploited by you so freely? We two brothers were really unlucky to have bought poisoned rice from you. Where is your guilty conscience?" That statement resonated quite deeply with Ki-young. He curled his lip while sitting, thinking, were they virtuous and living life a clear conscience? Bossy was also stupefied. What? Weren't these two men here to extort money? While stunned and unsure what to do, more and more people had started to gather. A handsome boy similar to Ki-young's age had also appeared. From his looks, he was clearly far better off than Ki-young. That young man casually walked up to the men and circled them with interest. Whilst doing so, he constantly clicked his tongue. Others may have not noticed, but with a glance Ki-young recognized those three as the people he spotted earlier in the alley. The crowd just stared at the boy who had just appeared. Weren't these three men together? Ki-young sensed an evil plot in the air. Chapter 11. Do good, and in the end, you will be sent to heaven. Suddenly the Sky Tower disciple walked out to the crowd and circled around. His expression slowly turned to one of mockery and arrogance. But the two Han men were not easily mocked and creased their faces. "You little brat, walking around in circles has made this uncle dizzy. Do you want to be the same?" The youngster just snickered. Standing in front of the two men, watching the poisoned man, he said, "Your face is very pale. Looks like your poisoning isn't simple." "Of course it's not," he viciously responded. "If it were not, why would I be here and with my brother, instead of at the doctor's? We're here to reveal this boss Blackheart and his true colors, hoping that no one will buy from his store again and suffer as we have." This made Bossy's face pale, for he didn't know what the aim of these two men was. If it were extorting money, then he would understand, but their motives were very puzzling and unclear. Just when he was pondering this, Ki-young softly inquired, "Uncle did you offend anybody during this time?" Thinking hard, Bossy miserably wailed, "No one." "Then could it be that your rice shop prevented someone from earning money?" Even though Ki-young was young, he had experienced many things, so this thought was not impossible. "This is just a humble job to survive. How could I prevent others from their income?" Now this was weird. Staring at the ground, Ki-young thought hard, but was still confused. Then the Sky Tower disciple sneered and asked the two men a question. They shouted out, "Look, trickery!" While shouting, the man resorted to a trick, to open the black heart of the poisonous apple. Hyelen, saying for showing true colors, this surprised people around, for the morning had been quite sluggish. The Han man was wildly hopping about, while his fists were clenched. Jumping, he went to expose the poisonous truth. Moving like this, his once pale face became flushed and rosy. This caused a crowd to gasp. Clearly they were shocked over this sudden change. "Poisoned." Looking at the two Han men, he sarcastically said, "Such skill. I respect them, respect." The two men couldn't help but pale. Not only did the fallen man not turn white, he also looked like he wasn't poisoned. The surrounding people also started to boo. They weren't stupid. How could they not be able to understand the situation? They didn't know what motives these men had, but to slander Bossy's rice stand was shameful. Luckily that Sky Tower disciple had uncovered the truth. More and more people had started to despise the men and started to praise that young man. This young man was naturally easy to like, and with this incident, his reputation skyrocketed. While Ki-young secretly confirmed his suspicions that they were all acting. They were acting out the play of an honorable knight, uncovering foul play and protecting the weak, in order to gain reputation. If he hadn't seen them together earlier in the alley, he was afraid he would have also believed them. But why did they go to all that effort? The two Han men could no longer keep up the accusations. Staring fiercely at the young man, they asked, "Brat, who are you to interfere in my brother's issues?" Gracefully he turned around and arrogantly replied, "I am Sky Tower's Sumu." Hearing those words, one of the men became afraid. No wonder, you are a Sky Tower disciple. A dragon within here. Today these two brothers have admitted defeat. If fate allows it, I hope we will meet again. This sentence felt like it was planned beforehand, making Kaiyang laugh. Sumu just laughed coldly. Leave safely, for I won't escort you. With a situation like this, and if it were indeed no accident like Kaiyang suspected, then the two men would leave and Sumu would then seek out the audience's praise. Especially Bossie's. But Kaiyang didn't want Boss to be fooled. Before those two men left, he quickly said, "You can't let them go. They are too despicable. Today's victim was his rice stand. But if we don't teach them a lesson, they may target Liu Shi's clothes shop or Jiang Shi's grocery." Most of people who heard this couldn't help but notice that what he said was correct. How could they let these despicable villains leave so easily? If they let them go today, then tomorrow, they might target another shop and leave them destroyed. If it came to that, then, they may not be as lucky as Boss He. Thinking of this, the people started to block off the path in front of the two Han men. From his position, Kaiyang could clearly see the panic in Sumu's eyes. This in turn leads Sumu to source of the voice to Kaiyang. While the two men exchanged glances and quickly readjusted their expressions. Chuckling, Kaiyang added, "Fellow disciple, there is a saying that goes, good people follow through to the end. Just like how Buddha went to the west, why don't you and I both arrest these two criminals?" Helen, saying that he should finish his job. Also the Buddha reference is to this. You guys should try it, Chinese folklore. Seeing Kaiyang's thin and fragile physique, Sumu couldn't help but burst out in annoyance. "Who's your fellow disciple?" Kaiyang replied, "I am also a Sky Tower disciple. I entered the main gate 3 years ago." This made Sumu speechless, for he really was a fellow disciple. Now, without further ado, Kaiyang came forward and said, "Throughout the land, it is important to be reasonable, while one must also be chivalrous, so brother, you must not let only me take the benefit. Let both of us arrest these two cowardly men and help Bossy claim justice, while also helping Black Plum Village." With this statement, the surrounding people began to applaud. This filled Sumu with anxiety, for he felt as if he was dragged upon a pirate's ship by this unknown brother. Even he wanted to escape, he couldn't. Those two men were also glancing continually at Sumu, looking for guidance about assistance. Looking at them, Sumu couldn't do anything for them. "Brother, let's go." Pulling on Sumu's shoulder, Kaiyang rushed over. "What is this?" Sumu was in tears, wondering where did this brother come from. This really ruined my plans. But it had already come to this point, so Sumu could only charge over. While he was preparing to capture them, he was also signaling for them to look for opportunity to escape. The two men nodded, but Kaiyang saw the exchange and guessed what they were doing. He was worried that Bossy would be tricked, so he took extra precaution and shouted, "Friends, fellow owners, don't just watch. Come help us two brothers." Hearing this, Bossy also went to help. The rice stand's youngsters joined in, their hands carrying empty rag bags. Bossy was previously abused by these two men, so naturally they would want revenge. Seeing that Bossy had acted, the crowd couldn't just watch, and they all flocked towards the two men to capture them. Previously the two men weren't worried, but as they saw this scene, their faces paled. So they quickly yelled, "Don't hit the face." While protecting their face, they curled up on the ground. Kiel, tusk tusk. "You're men and you say don't hit the face." Appalling. Ed, that's their money maker. How will they make it as actors if they are beaten up? No mercy from you. Chapter 12, The Trick. Bang 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 bang, the sound of the beating rang out. Even though the businesses on the street were run by ordinary people, they currently displayed a powerful fighting spirit that left others flabbergasted. These merchants, more or less, did anything for money and were generally detested by others. And now, when they were given a chance to release their stress, how could they be lenient? This was especially true for his rice stand's waiter. With rag bags in his hands, he relentlessly beat down on the men. Furthermore, with so many people hitting these men, they couldn't identify who was hitting them. So these people didn't have to worry about the consequences. There is strength in numbers. Kaiyang only asked for aid, but before he could lift a finger, he was pushed aside by these merchants. After a while, the beating gradually stopped and you could see the two men curled on the ground, bruised all over. The rag bag had also disappeared. Looking at the men, Sumu's heart cried out in pain, and his legs started to cramp. For the men were beaten bloody, and their faces so swollen, that even their mothers won't be able to recognize them. Ed, no mercy on their faces. Crowd has the same attitude as you, so harsh TL. Geez, just saying. This situation only occurred because the men didn't have enough strength to protect themselves. Although they had swords, one could see that it was only for decoration. If they could use them, would they suffer these attacks? Though on the other hand, how could experts stoop so low as to perform such despicable acts? Now, even though the beating was finished, the merchants remained. The two Han men with their horrendous faces and hearts full of fear weakly called, "Su," their hands trembling. Unfortunately, Sumu's expression changed and he loudly exclaimed, What Su, you want this young master to give you pacey bones? Hen, because his name is Su, a play of words with his name's meaning. Seeing this, Kaiyang smiled and proclaimed, You two scumbags. I don't know how many others you have framed, but it's extremely hateful. His words are an exaggeration, but for the merchants present, this seemed like the truth. That waiter who previously held the rag bag spat, Pay you trashes. You actually dared to act arrogantly at this rice stand. The waiter continued to let out his frustrations, but didn't expect Kaiyang to expand on his statement. Correct. These types of people should really die. Fellow disciple, why don't you and I each kill one? That will teach them to break the law again, and also be for the greater good. Hearing this remark, the two people on the floor started to break out in cold sweat, and were terrified. They had never expected this frail boy to be so ruthless. Sumu just stared at him, trying to figure out whether or not he was joking. But Kaiyang's face held no sign that it was a joke. To tell the truth, although what the man did was cowardly, it wasn't serious enough to die for. Undoubtedly Kaiyang's punishment was a little too cruel. Sumu could only ask, Brother, isn't that a bit excessive? Right? Excessive? Kaiyang just shook his head. If their little lie were to succeed today, then boss, his life would have been ruined. How would he maintain a livelihood? This is pushing people to the limits, so how is this excessive? You know, for every person, every action that they do will have a consequence. Previously, when those merchants heard Kaiyang's words, they had also thought this. But hearing his reasoning, they understood the sense behind his words and were conflicted. The final decision wasn't up to them, so they just stood on the sidelines. But when boss, he wanted to say something, he was stopped by a look from Kaiyang. This may certainly be the case, but we can't just casually go killing people. Now Sumu was really worried. He didn't think that this disciple in front of him was so ruthless and merciless. Originally he had planned it out quite well. Firstly, those two men would go slander boss he, and then he would go and stop them, saving boss he. Then they would escape, and he would receive gratitude from the boss, thus accomplishing his goal. But he hadn't thought that such a vicious disciple would appear, so easily choosing to kill them. This was far from good. Sumu could see that the two men were pleading him to save them. Within those gazes were signs of threats. How could Sumu not understand their meaning? It was like being tied to the body of a grasshopper. If we are to suffer a tragic end, then you would not come out unharmed. That was their meaning. At that moment, Kaiyang said, Brother, there is no other method. Through my experiences, killing is a natural thing. Could it be that you haven't killed before? Or you guys already know each other, so you are unwilling to kill? This statement made Sumu's heart jump to his throat. Turning around to look at Kaiyang, he found a mischievous smile. Brother, what do you mean? With a cool face he questioned, while thinking whether or not Kaiyang saw through him. He hadn't revealed any clues, so how could he know? What he didn't know was that Kaiyang knew of his plan purely by coincidence. If not, he would have also been fooled. Boss, he was also smart. He understood the hidden meaning in Kaiyang's words and asked Sumu, Little brother, what tune are you singing? Helen, Chinese phrasing of what are you up to planning? Kaiyang had revealed a portion of Sumu's true colors. How could Bossy not be able to see? Kaiyang just shook his head. He didn't point out anything in particular, but just continued to stare at Sumu. Brother, I think that you are a courageous person, but you are hesitating. Don't worry, I am here to accompany you and the villagers too. So what are you afraid of? What am I afraid of? Sumu laughed out loud as if reassuring himself. He said, What am I afraid of? Isn't it just killing a person? Who hasn't killed before? It was like he was unwillingly to admit he hadn't killed before, in front of Kaiyang. In the end, this person's disposition shocked him. Sumu hadn't stepped down from the challenge. Sumu then directed a cold, ruthless intent towards the men lying on the ground. Looking into that young man's eyes, those two men knew they were finished. This round, they were used too thoroughly. Brother, let's do it. Kaiyang continued to pour oil on the flame. Breathing deeply, Sumu slowly nodded. Seeing this happen, the two men immediately knew their end was nigh. So how could they endure without doing anything? Jumping up, they pointed towards Sumu and proclaimed, Sumu, you treacherous bastard. You asked us brothers for a favor, to slander boss he stands so that you could come to the rescue and become a hero. But how do you repay us? Not only are we beaten like pigs, now we have to die for your crimes. You really are trash. You lie. Hearing his scheme revealed, Sumu was furious. As if their injuries didn't affect them, the men just sneered, and the larger man shouted out loudly, informing all. Everybody, young or old, today my brother, and I came out and caused trouble for you. But this was all at the command of Sumu. He had taken fancy to Bossy's daughter, but sadly she rejected him, so he hatched a plan to obtain her. Chapter 13. Just you wait. When this was revealed, something clicked inside the heads of the onlookers. Many people could not help but turn to look at Sumu with disbelief in their eyes. So that was it. Kaiyang was satisfied that he had guessed correctly. Sumu really had an ulterior motive, though he had thought it was something related to profit or reputation. He hadn't thought it was actually for his own sexual desires. He had also met the boss daughter. Even though she wasn't outrageously beautiful, she was still a work of art. Alluring body, delicate features, slim figure, and the most beautiful girl in the entire village at only 14. Such a young girl, unfortunately, had caught Sumu's eye, provoking such trouble. What utter rubbish. Sumu's face was as red as a tomato, trying to deny the truth. Sneering, the man continued to say, I have said no lies. Even though us two brothers have our faults, and do some criminal acts, slandering boss, he and poisoning his rice, this we would never do. Fellow people, you should know that sabotaging others' livelihoods is equal to sabotaging my own. So how can I survive? Everything was instigated by this little brat. This statement was very sincere, causing everybody to start laughing. In a timely manner, Kai Yang asked, after this was over, how much did he promise to give? 52 silvers. The man replied, 52, that's a lot. Kai Yang softly said while nodding. During this banter, boss, he was listening carefully. This made him understand the situation thoroughly. Turning towards Sumu, he angrily said, you despicable person. You actually dared to use such dirty methods to get my daughter. Thankfully she has eyes, and saw your true face. Ah, how could Sky Tower have such a degenerate disciple? You are ruining your school's good name. You are vain and selfish, with a character completely opposite to Brother Yang. I feel ashamed for your mother and father. Surrounding merchants also started to feel more contempt towards Sumu's outrageous acts. Sumu's face was bright red, for he knew that he could no longer come back to Black Plum Village. For his mask had been taken away and his true face revealed, and the source of all his misfortunes was in front of him, this disciple. If not for him, he would have been able to win the boss' favor and further his reputation. That would have made it easier to curry the daughter's love for him. But all that planning had gone to waste. Not only had he failed to gain any reputation, he had also lost reputation he had previously for being a disciple of Sky Tower. Under that situation, Sumu put on a calm face and turned towards Kai Yang and asked, brother, how may I call you? You guess. Kai Yang replied with a wink. Taking a deep breath, Sumu said, though you may choose to withhold your identity, I will able to find out. For you have already entered the school for 3 years, yet you are not an official disciple. That means you are a trial disciple, and within the entire school, there are only a few of you. Finding you will be simple. When he finished, he immediately turned around and left. In the end, he did have some strength. For those who blocked his path, he pushed them to the side, waltzing away unhindered. When he had left, the people had only just remembered the 2 Han men. But where were they? There was no trace, for when Kai Yang and Sumu were arguing, they had sneakily ran away. The debacle had finally been resolved. Kai Yang was satisfied, for he had exposed the deceit, gained approval from the merchants, and boss, he was especially grateful to him. That waiter also looked at Kai Yang in worship. After the crowd dispersed, the boss wife also came out, taking Kai Yang's hand. The more she looked, the more she came to like him. On the contrary, boss, he was full of worry. Virtuous nephew Yang, today, you have offended Sumu. I'm afraid that in the future, this will cause you ceaseless trouble. After this incident, boss, he started to refer to Kai Yang more intimately. Afraid? Kai Yang just smiled. The main gate has its own rules, so even if he hates me to death, he can't do anything. Even so, you must be careful, nephew. If because of your involvement in this matter you were to suffer misfortune, then I as your uncle would worry greatly. I will be careful, he consoled. Kai Yang was immensely grateful to the couple for extending a helping hand. They even insisted he stay for dinner. Originally Kai Yang wanted to, but was scared away by the boss wife. Little Yang, where are you parents? Where do you live? Have you married already? Looking at this, clearly the boss wife wanted to become his mother-in-law. Knowing this, Kai Yang hurriedly left. When he left, he was carrying a bag of white rice, but it far surpassed the amount 20 silvers could get you. So for an entire month, Kai Yang didn't have to worry about his meals. Originally, Kai Yang was worried that Sumu would ambush him on his way back. For as innocent as Sumu looked, he was a sinister and treacherous snake on the inside. This was not impossible. Though even when Kai Yang returned, Sumu hadn't appeared. He thought about it carefully. Not attacking was the correct choice. Even though duels between disciples often resulted in death, the main gate didn't allow the needless killing of others. In short, if Sumu had attacked on his way back to the school, then when things leaked out, it would have resulted in his own doom too. If he wanted to deal with Kai Yang, then he would definitely come to challenge him, while making a fuss too. As for the matter of Kai Yang's identity, there is no doubt that he would be able to find it. In the Sky Tower, as long as Sumu inquired a bit, then naturally he would find his identity. Sumu's true strength, Kai Yang didn't fully see, but he most definitely was at the peak of the tempered body. The only thing was he didn't know what stage exactly. Seems like he must focus more on his practices. Otherwise, Kai Yang truly couldn't continue staying at Sky Tower. Knowing this, Kai Yang swiftly returned back to his hut to practice. At this hour, he was unable to practice the tempered body record, but he could practice the basic skills that the school gave. These basic skills were to establish the foundations for the tempered body, to achieve spiritual consumption beyond his own body. This was the aim. Hilen. It's talking about things like spiritual energy. Kyung's previous usage of the Shaolin arts and the leg whip were all based around his foundation work. If not for this, then the skills couldn't be considered true martial arts. They would only be considered as the basic of basic skills, essential for all schools and families. To the left of Kyung's hut, there a wooden figure. This was made from a century-old tree by Kyung to practice on. Small dents were littered over it. There were even traces of blood. These were all made through Kyung's many days of diligent training. Assuming his position, Kyung started to hit the wooden man. He infused all his might into each strike, beating the wooden man relentlessly. Pang, pang rang out as he struck the wooden man. However, after a few strikes, he felt that something was amiss. It was his own fists and legs, so he clearly felt that they were stronger than before. From the strike and the sound it made, all of them were stronger and more stable, incomparable to before. And over time, his hand and the bones started to feel numb and warm. This clearly indicated that he was stimulating his meridians, increasing his atmospheric affinity. Reaching the tempered body 4th stage gives birth to the atmospheric affinity, developing your meridians further and allowing you to sense the energy more clearly. This warm feeling was Kyung's meridians developing. Chapter 14. Incense. Kyung practiced until the sun set, only then did he stop. Even after this period of time, not only was he not fatigued, he even felt more alive. Ever since he merged with that golden skeleton, his strength seemed to skyrocket. Walking 20 miles today didn't even tire him out. Even with the added weight of the sack of rice, he hadn't become fatigued. It was only when he was cultivating his tempered body that he would truly feel pressured. Thinking about that morning's practice, Kyung couldn't help but shudder. That pressure was like the heaven and earth were crushing him, horrifying. But with strain and pressure come development. Without extreme pressure, how could you possibly advance? Only then would a person's true potential show. And only then would your strength grow, step by step, each time breaking past your limits. Though currently, even after throwing large amounts of punches and kicks out, Kyung has yet to feel any fatigue. He doesn't feel strained. How can he force out his potential and improve? This made things difficult and made him depressed. That skeleton also gave him extreme recovery, making the basic skills of the school useless. Did that mean that he could only practice for half an hour each day at sunrise? Daylight had around 12 full hours, and yet he could only practice for half an hour. What would he do the rest of the time? Sleep? This was obviously impossible. Kyung immediately rejected the idea. While getting stronger by only practicing 30 minutes each day while sleeping the rest. Lucky. Ed, so glad he's not following in the footsteps of Contribution Hall Uncle while he absent-mindedly cooked. Kyung thought about how he should train to exhaustion. If anyone else knew of this, they would have laughed to death. Other practitioners may have wanted to take it easier, but Kyung wanted to push himself to the limit. In the end, he still couldn't think of any good methods. Though the main reason was Kyung needed elixirs to help boost his training. There were also other methods, but in the end, all of these had one thing in common: they required money. In Sky Tower, contribution points were the currency. Alas, Kyung was poor and only had a measly 12 points. After the rice finished cooking, he wolfed down a few bowls. Although there were no sides dishes, and he could only eat plain rice, Kyung was very satisfied. That was the only meal in the past few days, which made him full. After dinner he couldn't go train, so he went to take a bath. After that he lay down and went to bed. Continuing his practice, there would be no result, so he might as well try to solve that problem. Consider the solutions, to hasten the work speed. After thinking for a while, he suddenly remembered. The black book. One of the pages had something inside, so Kyung figured that the other pages would be the same. So if he had enough strength, he could unseal each page. The first page contained the golden skeleton, which was also the cause of his current predicament, while the second dealt with the methods to cultivate the tempered body with golden skeleton. However, the third page remained blank. He had already tried to decipher it, but Kyung concluded he wasn't strong enough yet. With the first and second pages unlocked, Kyung could start to study them. But after a good half-day, he still couldn't figure them out, until he accidentally turned to the third page and went into a trance. Kyung frowned as he started to read the third page. Almost instantly, countless gold words started to appear on the page and jumped into his mind. Then a small whirlpool started to appear in the center of the page. From it arose an antique incense burner. This turn of events left Kyung in shock, but quickly he started to rejoice. Alright, didn't he break through into the 4th stage this morning? Last night he was still in the 3rd stage, but today he's in the 4th. So that's why he couldn't access the 3rd page before. Although it was only one level, it had still hindered his ability to comprehend the 3rd page. After he thought about this, Kaiyang couldn't help but feel regret. If this morning he had discovered this, then he wouldn't need to waste time now thinking about it. Calming his beating heart, Kaiyang held the incense burner and carefully inspected it. This burner wasn't large in size, and was a common item used by people, but it was half-sealed, with a lid on the mouth and a few holes. It was also antique and of outstanding quality, but it wasn't attention-grabbing at all. Gently he sniffed, but there was no odor, and slowly he lowered it. What is it made of? Even after a while, Kaiyang still didn't know but could only go on the information imprinted in his mind. After a short pause, Kaiyang opened his eyes with a strange look in them. According to the information in his mind, this incense burner could aid him during training. The burner itself has no special properties, however, if you were to gather herbs and burn them in it, the fragrance released would aid you during training. Different herbs were needed for different stages. Unfortunately, Kaiyang had some doubts. The plants needed to aid him at his current level were the 3-leaf destruction, a chaos spirit flower, and the dead jed, a tree grass. According to his understanding, the value of these 2 herbs were not high, but they were very hard to find. They also possessed small amounts of toxins. Inhaled over a short period of time, these toxins would do no lasting damage, but over many years the accumulation in your body would really injure you. Would these 2 herbs really be effective in helping him? These herbs were definitely available in the contribution hall, but with Old Man Meng's personality, he would definitely charge high prices for them. And with only a few points in his possession, how could he spend them like that? There was only one option left. He would have to venture into the Black Wind Mountains to look for them himself. Kaiyang had already hunted in there before, so was quite familiar with its geography, and perhaps the herbs were there. Tomorrow into the mountains he shall go. With his problems currently solved, Kaiyang slowly drifted to sleep, but before he fell asleep, he checked the 4th page so as to not repeat this morning's embarrassing action. Unfortunately, nothing appeared. It seemed that tempered body 4th stage was not sufficient for this page. The next morning, Kaiyang got up early. Yesterday's practice had already had such a large impact on his cultivation, so naturally he would make full use of the short time he had to cultivate. Not to mention, he was not a lazy person. While immersing himself in the purple eastern air of a gas that flowed with the might of heaven and earth infused, tempered body record fists might gradually unfolded. While he was a stage stronger than yesterday, Kaiyang still didn't make much progress on the fist. You could only perform it 20 times, and when he touched his back, torturous pain responded. His back, hip and bones all ached, they felt like smashed beans. Inhaling a mouthful of purple gas, his bodily senses as energy became clearer. His meridians all opened up and began to expel the impurities in his body. Chapter 15. Looking for medicine inside the mountain. Chapter 15. Looking for medicine inside the mountain. With his daily training finished, he started his sweeping, which since absorbing the golden skeleton, he had been able to complete in only 1 hour. After he finished sweeping, he ran to the contribution hall. Although Kaiyang had decided to go into the mountains to find the herbs, he had no knowledge regarding herbology. He had only heard of the 3-leaf chaos spirit flower and the dead jed, a tree grass, and didn't know what they looked like. Most of his preparatory work for his journey into the Black Wind Mountain was done. To avoid an embarrassing situation, Kaiyang hurried to the contribution hall to write down the herb's appearance. Originally he had planned to ask Treasurer Meng to teach him. He hadn't expected Treasurer Meng to give him a book on herbs instead. Looking at the book, Kaiyang found that it had an introduction to herbs and their medical properties, habitats and illustrations, though it would create a feeling of disappointment in those who read it, as it merely contained information on ordinary grade herbs and nothing on the herbs of a higher grade, but it was quite suitable for Kaiyang's current needs. Just as practitioners were classified into different ranks, so too were herbs, weapons and medicinal pellets. They were divided into ordinary grade, earth grade, heaven grade, mystery grade, spirit grade and saint grade. Each of the grades were then divided into the lower, middle and peak level. Luckily the herbs that Kaiyang needed were both ordinary grade, lower class herbs, so they were in the book. And since they were such a low grade, their value wasn't high. After he left the contribution hall, Kaiyang went to the General Affairs office. After all, he was still a sweeper of sky towers, and this roundabout journey to Black Wind Mountain would take more than a day, so he had to ask to be excused from his work. The General Affairs office didn't make things difficult for him. They gave Kaiyang 3 days of leave. With his obligations taken care of, he set off. Black Wind Mountain was only 20 miles away from Sky Tower by foot. Since it wasn't that far, Kaiyang frequently went there to hunt for his meals, making him quite familiar with the terrain. In this mountain was a vast and diverse range of herbs. As it was his first time collecting herbs, Kaiyang made sure to be fully prepared. Carrying his water, food supplies, a shovel and a bag, he hit the road. Rushing over, Kaiyang came to Black Wind Mountain and surveyed the area. The mountain was like a prehistoric monster, lying down between the heavens and the earth. Imposing, with no end in sight, the mountain with its lush forests, jagged edges proudly stood against the horizon. Standing there, Yang felt a cool breeze blow through his hair. Within Blackwind Mountain lived many ferocious beasts. Some high-leveled ferocious beasts could even make martial practitioners flee with no chance of victory. So generally when people ventured into the mountain, they wouldn't go too deep. The first 30 or so miles were classified as the safe zone. The next 10 miles were the dangerous zone. And the area beyond that was the life-threatening zone. Basically, the deeper you went, the more dangerous it was. Since Yang was only looking for ordinary grade lower-level herbs, he didn't need to venture too far in. So naturally he didn't have to worry about his safety, as he would only be searching within the safe zone. Currently, it was still in the early hours of the morning, and Yang was trying to recall whether or not he had stumbled upon those herbs in his previous trips to the mountain. But it didn't matter whether he had or not, as he was prepared this time to find them equipped with the knowledge from the book. Thinking back, Yang remembered that there were many potential places for herbs to grow in. In his current situation, he didn't even know the locations of the herbs he wanted to find. But filled with anticipation, Yang followed the familiar track into Blackwind Mountain. After half an hour, Yang spotted his first harvest hidden within the thicket next to the track. He was a bunch of sharp-teeth herbs. Harvesting them, Yang put them into his bag and continued his search, thinking to himself this was a good start. Walking down the road, Yang looked at the various vegetation scattered about, and memories of the forest came flooding back, informing him of his location. With his knowledge of the mountain, gained from hunting, he could accurately create a mental map of where he was in relation to Sky Tower, preventing him from getting lost. By evening, Yang had collected 4 different types of herbs. When searching for herbs, it is naturally very hard not to mention that many people like to come here to collect herbs, making it even harder to find them. Although Yang only found 4 herbs, he was still pretty satisfied. Unfortunately, Yang didn't need these 4 herbs. To make matters worse, their grades were only at ordinary grade, lower level 2. Nevertheless, if he were to take them back, he could exchange them for contribution points, so they were of some value. At this time the sun had already started to set. Hurrying, Yang finally arrived at an area which was suitable for the growth of many herbs. This area was very strange. For all its bountiful vegetation, it was devoid of any living presence. Especially for an area of 30 feet around the area of herbs, the land was completely dead and nothing grew, not even weeds. Though in the center of this wasteland, there were 3 bunches of grass. They fluttered in the wind. Yang saw that they were brown-colored, and thought that it was just necrosis. That this was just the grass' natural color. After looking at it in more detail, Yang recognized them as a type of herb, and with a sigh of relief rushed over. Smiling widely, he quickly dug them all up. A little while later, these 3 herbs were collected. As he held these herbs, Yang took out the herbology book that Treasurer Meng gave him earlier and checked it to see where he had seen them before. They were indeed the dead jed, a tree grass. The illustrations, growth, and environment all matched up. Dead jed, a tree grass, grew from dead trees, which made it quite easy to find. Basically, in the mountains, any place that had dead land, you could find it growing nearby. Carefully, Yang placed the grass in his bag and took out some water and food, then took out his water and food and looked for a place to eat and rest. This time when he entered the mountains, his main goal was to find the 3-leafed chaos spirit flower and the dead jed, a tree grass. Now that he had found the dead jed, a tree grass, he needed to switch his focus to the 3-leafed chaos spirit flower. Not only did he need to find the 3-leafed chaos spirit flower, but he also needed a large quantity of it. Yang decided he must double his efforts. Though right now, it was already evening and the sun had set. This was naturally an inconvenient time to search for herbs, so Yang decided to find a spot to rest and continue tomorrow. Previously, when he entered the foray into the mountains, he had never stayed overnight. However, as the saying goes, even on that note, he naturally knew the dangers of the mountains at night. Helen, I think it's pretty self-explanatory, but for those who are confused, it means that even if you haven't experienced some things, you should have some knowledge of them. Man even got to edit the comments, no rest for the wicked. After he found the nearest tree, Yang climbed up and looked for a suitable place to sleep. After locating a place, he immediately laid down and closed his eyes. Trees are so hard to locate in a forest on a mountain by 1:30 am. Yang had yet to fall asleep, so he took out the black book and turned to page 3. With a thought, the incense burner floated out. This was also a little mystery that Yang had solved about the black book. Anything that was stored inside could be called out and returned at will. It was after all a storage book, and the burner had obviously been placed in there before, so this function didn't come as a complete surprise. RMC isn't very bright. It's a storage book. If you could take things out, why couldn't they be put back in? How did the burner end up in it in the first place? A mystery. What Yang didn't understand was that apart from the incense burner, other things could not be stored in the book. This made him wonder, was the black book a soul stone? New soul stones normally have restrictions on what to accept and reject. After playing with the black book for a while, Kaeyong fell asleep. He had just spent the entire day walking around the mountain after all. After a peaceful night, Kaeyong got up early the next morning and practiced the tempered body record for half an hour. In order to gather a good harvest, he must work very hard for the next 2 days. He also felt that he was on the brink of a breakthrough. Not only did he feel that his atmospheric sense was at the utmost limit, he also felt his body was as well. Kaeyong just needed a final push in order to break through. Chapter 16. Tempered Body 5th Stage. Chapter 16. Tempered Body 5th Stage. The discovery that he was near a breakthrough left Kaeyong ecstatic, for it took him 3 years to make it to the Tempered Body 3rd Stage. But on the second day of obtaining this book, he had broken through, and now once again, he will break through again. This training speed also made Kaeyong somewhat scared. Practicing the tempered body record consumed a large amount of stamina, so Kaeyong rested afterwards and slowly regained his stamina. After he had regained his stamina, he ate some of the remaining food and continued his search for the herbs. Yesterday he had traveled to all the places from his memory that could potentially grow his required herbs. Today he would have to rely on luck. Fortunately, the value of these herbs were not high, so the chance of finding them today was still high. Trust me, Kaeyong, luck is the only thing you don't need to worry about. After an entire day of searching, Kaeyong had found a total of 78 herbs and 2 3-leaved chaos spirit flowers. This time he had finally found the herbs he required to activate the incense burner, but the quantity he had was still lacking. Time passed by, and soon darkness came. Kaeyong was still awake though. It was not because he wasn't tired, but rather that he was too hungry to fall asleep. Letter 3007. Letter 3007. And originally, he had planned to hunt some wild game, but had not even seen a single rabbit. Unfortunately, he could only find some fingernail-sized berries which were very sour. When he finished eating them, it only made him feel even more hungry. If I knew that this was going to happen, I would have brought more rice balls. Kaeyong repented. There is no shop in these desolate areas. Where is he going to find food? This hunger was a real embarrassment. Kaeyong then saw in the distance a hint of a fire. Instantly his energy came back. Picking himself up, he walked towards it. They dared to light a fire in a forest. These people were either idiots, or they had nothing to fear. This time these people belonged to the latter. When he approached, a person near the fire thundered, "Who?" And Ed. Kaeyong, you're finally going to make some friends." At that moment, Kaeyong felt his muscles tighten and his spine shiver. The 2 people by the fire were vigilant. One was tall and the other was short. One had a burly physique and held a bow with an arrow notched. He pointed the arrow at Kaeyong. The other was a young boy, aged about 11, and his eyes were bright and held no trace of fear. In this boy's hand was also a bow, and he also had notched an arrow back, but it was much smaller. Maybe not Ted. How can you doubt RMC? Have some faith. Although Kaeyong was faced with the 2 arrows, he didn't have the slightest intention to retaliate. Walking around, he acted as if their threats were nothing big. "Take it easy. I only entered the mountain to collect herbs," Kaeyong quickly said. After they heard this, the 2 people looked at each other. The burly, I really want to say buff, slowly lowered his bow and arrow down. He then signaled for the boy to relax and laughed. I had thought that the fire had attracted a wild beast, but it was just a false alarm. I'm sorry, Kai said, slightly embarrassed, and laughed. Touching his forehead, the burly man waved towards Kaeyong. "Come, the nights are cold and surviving alone here will not be easy." When he heard this, Kaeyong walked up and sat next to the fire. Beside him, the burly man kept looking at Kaeyong and couldn't but feel pity when he saw Kaeyong's thin, bony body. Now that they were sitting together, it would be natural to talk to each other. From this chat, Kaeyong learned that this father and son pair lived at the foot of the mountain, and came here to hunt and earn a living. Although they weren't rich, it was enough to maintain adequate food and clothing. The boy, although he was young, was a veteran at hunting, and along with his father, they had come to Black Wind Mountains many times to hunt. Thus their knowledge of the mountain was far greater than Kaeyong's. Kaeyong also told them a bit about himself. After he told them that he was a Sky Tower disciple, the burly man was taken aback, while the little boy became more interested in Kaeyong and kept on glancing at him with his glossy, black eyes. The Han man said, "My son also wanted to train to become a practitioner, but his talent was not enough and he was refused, so he practically worships you people." This statement made Kaeyong recall the past 3 years and his experiences. Not only did it move him deeply, it also made him softly rub the boy's head with affection. When he was about to say something, Kaeyong's stomach grumbled loudly. The little boy stared blankly, and suddenly laughed out loud. From his bag, he took out some dry rations, and gave it Kaeyong. This once again made him very moved, but he didn't accept. Kaeyong looked at the burly man and he smiled. "Eat it. It seems that you did not eat anything today." This time Kaiyang didn't reject the offering and quickly wolfed down the rations. After chatting some more, the three then went to sleep around the fire. Though Kaiyang didn't dare sleep too heavily, if any danger were to approach the father and son, he would be able to react. He also considered this to be returning the favor for giving him the rations previously. Fortunately, the night passed peacefully and nothing happened. When the morning arrived, Kaiyang didn't wait for the father and son to wake before quietly leaving. But before he left 2 herbs behind as a thank you for last night. If these 2 herbs were crumple, they had a healing effect. Since they were constantly in the mountains, these herbs were bound to be useful to the father and son pair. With the eastern purple gas increasing in volume, Kaiyang trained the tempered body record for half an hour. When he finished his practice, Kaiyang took in a large breath of the purple gas, causing his meridians to suddenly shake. A warm feeling then began surging through his body, with the energy in his meridians swirling endlessly. Tempered body 5th stage. His intuition was correct, he indeed broke through today. After practicing for half an hour, he really broke through to the next stage. Kaiyang was extremely happy, and felt more and more grateful towards the golden skeleton in his body. Although it had not been very long since he obtained the proud golden skeleton, he had broken through twice thanks to it, and the tempered body record. This speed was simply unmatched, and this was practicing under quite a number of restrictions. If he could practice all the time, what speed would he reach then? This thought left Kaiyang somewhat speechless. Though after all, the tempered body was only the foundation to becoming a true warrior. Training the early stages were easier. The higher the realms, the greater the difficulty to train in. After a quick rest, Kaiyang continued to search for herbs. Today he had yet again gained quite a harvest. He had collected more than a dozen herbs and caught a plump rabbit, solving his food problems. This was already the 3rd day of his mountain journey, and he had reached the end of the 10-mile safety zone. Any further and Kaiyang dared not to enter inside, for with his current strength his only option was to become food for the beasts within. Although he did not go too deep, his harvest was still quite good. He had collected more than 20 different types of herbs, and counting the previous 2 days he had 40 different types, making his journey here very fruitful. Unfortunately, the 2 main herbs that he needed were very small in quantity. To find 40 different types of herbs in 3 days was no small harvest. Even if they were all ordinary grade, lower rank herbs, he was still able to exchange them for a fair amount of contribution points. But this greatly reduced his training time, doing more harm than good. Chapter 17. Battling the Demonic Beast. Chapter 17. Battling the Demonic Beast. It was now the afternoon, and Kaiyang had started to walk towards the track that would lead him back to Sky Tower. Kaiyang was only given 3 days of leave, so he had to return before tomorrow morning, otherwise there would be harsh punishment waiting for him. Kaiyang felt he had plenty of time, and was certain that he could return before dark. After all, he was only 100 miles away, not a long distance. In his heart he held great anticipation with regard to the Black Book's 3rd page. Thinking about the results it would bring for him made him delighted and put a bounce in his steps. Halfway through his journey back, Kaiyang heard an unexpected, piercing cry not too far from his position. There was the sound of a child screaming and crying mixed in. When he heard this, he paused his footsteps and strained his ears. Soon after, his face changed and Kaiyang swiftly ran towards the direction of the sound. When he was listening to the sound, he recognized it as the sounds of the father and son pair from the night before. And that child's crying sound was from the little boy. Those two probably had encountered some sort of trouble, or why would they make such a ruckus? Last night they had given Kaiyang some of their rations, and even if were for their past kindness, how could he just ignore their trouble? As he ran towards them, the father's roaring became increasingly desperate, and the boys grew softer and softer. Kaiyang's face gradually hardened, and he started to have a bad feeling. By the time Kaiyang arrived, the father's roar could no longer be heard, and he only saw a dark cave in a high hill. To the side of the cave, in the midst of some bushes, tangled between some spider webs, was a silver bow. This bow, the same one the little boy had been holding the previous night. Without thinking, Kaiyang threw his possessions onto the ground, heightened his senses, and plunged straight into that dark and sinister cave. Although the light inside the cave was not bright, it was still enough to see. When he looked around, Kaiyang was shocked to discover that the cave was covered in webs. On the walls and the ground, they crisscrossed each other and varied in thicknesses. Layer upon layer, the road ahead was blocked by the multitude of webs. Not only that, the cave was damp. The water dripped down at a steady pace, and when Kaiyang took a step forward, his foot sank into the ground. Steeling his nerves, Kaiyang walked to the sound of deep breathing. Only he saw a large human-sized cocoon spun from a spider's thread in a chrysalis-like state. At the top it revealed a human face. That face belonged to the burly man from the night before. Worriedly, Kaiyang dashed over to the trapped hunter. His worry eased upon discovering that he was only unconscious. Hearing Kaiyang calling to him, the hunter groggily awoke and called feebly, "Save the child. My son was dragged further inside. I beg of you, please save my child." "They got dragged inside?" This shocked Kaiyang, as he struggled to free the hunter from the web. Sadly, the web was too strong for his current strength. Being unable to break it, he could only temporarily give up. Diving into the hole, he chased after the little boy. From behind, the hunter warned, "Be careful. That is a demonic spider beast." When he heard the words, "demonic spider beast," Kaiyang's heart thumped loudly. These demonic beasts were not like ordinary wild animals. They loved to slaughter. They were true ferocious beasts, and Kaiyang was not a match for even the lowest among them with his current strength. In the Black Wind Mountains, the reason why the first 30 miles were deemed a safe zone was precisely because there were no ferocious beasts. Unfortunately, it seemed, one had appeared. This was seriously outside one's expectations. Now that he knew it was a ferocious beast, Kaiyang's movements became more and more cautious and soft. Slowly, he groped his way through the tunnel, and after about 10 feet, he spotted the little boy. The son was in a similar situation to his father, wrapped up in a cocoon, which was suspended in mid-air by a larger spider web. At the side of the little boy, there was an enormously large flower-patterned spider sucking on a straw. The straw was inserted in the little boy's arm, and you could clearly see the dark red blood streaming out from the straw and into the spider's mouth. On the ground of this hillside cave were various bones of all different types of beasts piled up like mountains. One could only imagine the amount of time the demonic spider beast had spent living here, and the number of poor souls, humans and animals alike, that had fallen prey to it. Kaiyang had no time to spare to think about this spider's capabilities and form an appropriate plan. Every second he delayed increased the chances of this little boy ascending straight to heaven. After a moment's silence, he suddenly charged forward. The enormously large flower-patterned spider did not expect to be disturbed at that moment. Shortly after Kaiyang charged forward, a large amount of force was applied to the side of the demonic spider, and a large hole was torn in the web. The flower-patterned spider fell alongside Kaiyang. The little boy also fell through the hole and onto the ground. Being attacked so suddenly caused the flower-patterned spider to be furious. Its 8 long hairy legs stamped the ground, and all of its eyes focused on Kaiyang. Before he even had time to get up, he was pinned down by a single pounce from the flower-patterned spider. Kaiyang snarled. A steel fist flew out and landed squarely on the throat of the spider. This momentarily stunned it. Kaiyang took the opportunity to kick the spider, sending it flying away. And with a single roll, Kaiyang got to his feet and crouched down, his eyes fully focused on the movements of that flower-patterned spider. After that small confrontation, Kaiyang's furiously beating heart had calmed slightly. But that demonic beast's rank was not that high, otherwise he would even be able to struggle against it. It's most likely that it's only a first-realm demonic beast. However, even if it was only a first-realm demonic beast, given Kaiyang's current strength, it was still a difficult opponent. As both sides were sizing up their opponents, the flowered-patterned spider started to show signs of impatience. And it wasn't just him. Kaiyang began to exhibit them as well. It seemed that the little boy had lost too much blood and was showing signs of poisoning. If the current situation could not be resolved quickly, then there would be no time to save him. Abruptly, the flower-patterned spider opened its mouth to spit out a long gem silk thread. It spat the thread towards Kaiyang, signaling the start of its attack. Previously, Kaiyang had learned about this thread's durability, so naturally he was wary to not be trapped by it. At once, he rolled to the side and narrowly dodged the attack. The flower-patterned spider didn't show much reaction to his dodge and continued to spit out other thread pieces. By the time Kaiyang noticed the spider wasn't aiming at him, it was already too late. The entire cave had been covered by a web of these threads, sealing off his exits and trapping him inside. "Is it forcing me to fight to the death?" Kaiyang laughed at that thought. Any fear he had previously harbored was quickly expelled by the arrogance seeping out from his bones, pumping adrenaline through his body. With the current situation, if he didn't kill the spider, he would not be able to leave. Since it had come to that, he could only fight to the bitter end. Either you die or I die. With time ticking, Kaiyang could not afford to delay. Firmly planting both feet on the ground, he sprinted towards the flower-patterned spider. Out flew another strand of thread. Fortunately, Kaiyang was on guard, so how could he not avoid it? After dodging 3 of these threads in succession, he had finally closed the distance between them. But before he could throw out a punch, that flower-patterned spider raised its front 2 legs and drove them towards him. Kaiyang could only lift up his arm to block. The spider's forelimbs pierced through his arm. Kaiyang roared out in pain, his blood boiled out. Not only was he not in a fearful panic, instead, he had an indescribable feeling of excitement and anticipation in his heart. All of his bones clanking together caused a warm feeling pass through his entire body. Chapter 18. Good men will be rewarded. Chapter 18. Good men will be rewarded. Throwing out a punch, Kaiyang's fist whistled through the air and smashed into the eyes on the left-hand side of the flower-patterned spider's head. The moment his fist hit, it pulverized 2 eyes. The flower-patterned spider was horrified. Even with its limited intellectual capacity, it knew to fear the human with blood dripping from their arm. When it went to retract its 2 legs that were lodged in Kaiyang's arms, the spider found that the arm muscles had tightened around its forelimbs so the spider couldn't pull them out. Kaiyang's second punch followed shortly after his first, pulverizing another 2 eyes. The flower-patterned spider screeched out in pain, incessantly trying to retreat, but its hind legs could only scratch at the ground. In desperation, it lashed out at Kaiyang, leaving many shallow wounds on his arms. Although they weren't deep, they still drew blood. But the pain only served to increase Kaiyang's excitement. His whole body bubbled with overflowing strength. The corners of his mouth curved into a cold and merciless smile. His fists flew endlessly towards the spider's forehead. Under the unceasing barrage of attacks, the flower-patterned spider's forehead cracked open, and its bodily fluids oozed out. A dismal whimper escaped from its mouth. The flower pattern did not wish to sit and wait for its death. From its mouth, it spat out streams of its web, and at such close proximity, the web wrapped Kaiyang up. However, at that moment, the flower-patterned spider was in a horrible state. Its head was disfigured so much that it had nearly burst. If it hadn't become a demonic beast, and gained the tenacious vitality that is associated with it, it would have already died many times over. Since this was the case, even though it had trapped him with its web, under Kaiyang's relentless fists, it soon ceased all signs of struggling. Kaiyang would have never imagined he could win a fight with a demonic beast. Furthermore, not only had he survived, he had also killed it. Even though it was a first-realm demonic beast, it was still not something a cultivator at the tempered body 5th stage should be able to defeat. Although Kaiyang's wounds weren't considered light, he didn't feel much pain from them, as if they nothing at all. After certifying that the flower-patterned spider was truly dead, Kaiyang went to extract the leg that had pierced into his arm. When he pulled it out, a gush of warm blood followed. Kiel, oh, you just casually pulled something that was stabbed into your arm? Oh, it's stuck, let's pull it out. Without even pausing to inspect his injuries, Kaiyang tore apart the spider web that was binding him and rushed to the little boy's side. Gently cradling his body, he brought him out of the cave. The little boy's father had managed to finally escape from his web cocoon, and just as he was preparing to run further into the cave, he saw a blood-drenched Kaiyang carry out his son. He quickly inquired, "What happened to him?" "He has lost too much blood, and has also been poisoned," Kaiyang replied. After reaching the cave's entrance, Kaiyang placed the little boy onto the ground and raced towards his fallen bag. Taking out some of the herbs inside, he began chewing on them. Without hesitation, he called over the hunter. "Chew on these herbs to soften them, then feed them to him." The hunter was already scared out of his wits, so when he heard Kaiyang's orders, he didn't hesitate. Swiftly, he placed the herbs into his mouth and began to chew them diligently. In that moment, Kaiyang's mind was all too clear. His understanding of each herb's medicinal properties began to appear in his mind within his mind. Which herbs could detoxify, which herbs could help with healing, which herbs could help staunch blood flow. The knowledge flowing through his mind was comparable to that of a veteran pharmacist. After a short period of time, Kaiyang took out the herbs he had been chewing on and smeared them over the little boy's arm. The hunter followed his actions and began to feed the chewed-up herbs to his son. Under the nervous gazes of the two people, color gradually returned to the boy's pale face, and his breathing steadied. The hunter could finally release the tension in his heart and fell on his buttocks. Crying out loudly, he said, "Fortunately, nothing happened. Fortunately, nothing happened." Kaiyang poured cold water on his newfound hope. "Not yet, my herbs are only low-leveled ones and can only alleviate his symptoms. You have to leave the mountain and find a doctor. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the poison will become incurable." The hunter could only listen to Kaiyang's advice. Immediately he said, "Then I shall go take him to find a doctor now." "There's no hurry," said Kaiyang as he held out his hand to stop him. "Allow your son to stabilize first, then move him." Oh, what the savior says is correct. With such a great catastrophe befalling on the hunter, he had long since lost his nerve. So whatever Kaiyang said, he would follow. After replying, he remembered that his savior was also injured. His injuries were not light, so he worriedly asked, "Savior, do you not want to also treat your own wounds?" Kaiyang replied, "Not need. But you have shed such a large amount of blood, how is that all right?" The hunter looked at him in shock. "I don't know." Standing up, Kaiyang jumped up and down vivaciously. "Even I don't know, but I feel great." He not only felt great, but also excited. Kaiyang suspected all this was somehow related to his golden skeleton. But how could he explain it to a simple hunter? As he thought back to the recent fight, Kaiyang's blood began to boil once again. That was the very first time he had ever been in a life-or-death situation. But he had not experienced even the slightest amount of fear. Instead, he had only felt enjoyment at the feeling of blood splattering all around him, like it was the most common occurrence. Yell, the birth of an Azura, a bloodthirsty demon king. "That's right, please wait a bit. I will return soon." As he picked up his bag, Kaiyang once again rushed into the cave. The hunter thought he had gone to sort out the demonic beast's corpse, but that was not it. Although the flower-patterned spider was a demonic beast, its corpse didn't hold any value. It was too low-leveled. Taeyong's goal was to pick herbs growing inside the cave. Before he had begun his battle with the flower-patterned spider, he had discovered a large amount of purple-colored flowers. Previously he didn't have the time to examine them, but now that he thought back to them, his spirits couldn't help but rise. If he didn't see incorrectly, those purple-colored flowers were actually the three-leaved chaos spirit flowers that he desperately needed. Here comes his Xianxia luck. Three-leaved chaos spirit flowers grew in dark and damp places with a lot of corpses, making this cave an ideal environment for them to grow in. With his heart full of anticipation as he entered the cave, Kaiyang nearly laughed. Such was his joy. Helping others will really reward you well. It seemed that this saying was true. If he had not come to rescue the father and son pair, then he would never have found the herbs that he was looking for. The vast expanse of purple flowers in front of him truly were the three-leaved chaos spirit flowers. Plus, there appeared to be a vast quantity of them. A quick count showed there were at least 30 to 40 of these flowers. These small purple flowers, all bunched together, would make anyone who saw them feel delighted. Without further ado, Kaiyang hurriedly took out his shovel and started to harvest these herbs. While he busied himself, Kaiyang's heart was more than content. Just as he was preparing to leave the cave, Kaiyang discovered a red, mushroom-like plant in the corner of the cave. His curiosity piqued. Kaiyang walked towards it to carefully examine it. This thing was about the size of a bowl, dark red, and was like a mushroom or fungus. Kaiyang didn't recognize this thing, for it was not mentioned in the little book that Treasurer Meng had given him. Could it be a priceless treasure? Rolling up his sleeves, Kaiyang went to pick the mushroom-like plant. As for the matter of its identity, he could work it later. It wouldn't take much space up anyway. By the time Kaiyang exited the cave, his bag was filled to the brim. Let's go, I will descend the mountain with you, Kaiyang told to the hunter, treating him like an equal. Many thanks to the savior. The hunter was moved to tears, for he knew that Kaiyang was worried they would encounter more danger on the journey out. That's why he was following them. We just happened to be traveling the same path, no need for thanks, Kaiyang replied humbly, and the three of them quickly descended the mountain. By evening they had arrived back at town, and in the dark they searched for the doctor's home. Chapter 19. Sumu comes, looking for trouble. Even after settling the little boy, Kaiyang wasn't in a rush to leave. After all, that night, the little boy had given him some of his rations. So he had to stay until the boy opened his eyes. Only after that would his heart be at peace. Inside, the hunter was paced around restlessly, worried about his boy. Before long, the doctor shooed him out, saying he was too noisy. Dr. Chu said, "It is fortunate we did some emergency treatment. Otherwise my son would have truly lost his life. Savior, your mercy and kindness I will be forever unable to repay. Even if I worked hard my entire life, I will be unable." As soon as he finished speaking, the hunter knelt down in front of Kaiyang. Kaiyang did not help him up but smiled and said, "Big brother Zhang, men only kneel before gold. With you kneeling, you have harmed our good relationship. You do not need to kneel in the future. I also ate some of your child's rations. If you are talking about owing, then I owe you too." After finishing his sentence, he went to help Hunter Zhang up. Hunter Zhang was moved to tears. "Savior, you truly are a good person." As they were speaking, the doctor walked outside and said to Hunter Zhang, "It is no longer dangerous, so you need not worry. But because he has lost a large amount of blood, he will be asleep for a while longer, but once he wakes up, he'll be fine." When they heard those words, Kaiyang and Hunter Zhang both let out sighs of relief. Once he relaxed, Kaiyang felt a wave of exhaustion flow through his body. Today had been far too exciting. He had also received many wounds and lost a lot of blood. Even with his previous energy, his body had still received damage, so when he relaxed himself, he fell asleep, sleeping until the sun rose. Early in the morning, Sky Tower. Many of the disciples woke up early with high spirits. Together they gathered in a certain region, waiting in anticipation. Thirsty eyes, craned necks, the unruly state of mind. These things were consistent throughout the crowd. Together they surrounded the house like a housewife who had waited many years for her husband to return home, exemplifying the devotion and expectation. With the passing of time, the number of people who gathered gradually increased. It was like they were telepathically connected. Everybody turned their heads, at the same time, to look at one place. That place was the path that led to the residence of Kaiyang, a small little hut. Today was the day when they could once again challenge Kaiyang. This was equivalent to a free contribution point box. How could these disciples give up this golden opportunity? Some people pitied Kaiyang's predicament. For every 5 days he was challenged and beaten to a pulp. This was really a bit too brutal. However, sympathy alone could not help Kaiyang. Even if they did not challenge him, many others would gladly take their place. In the end, he will still be beaten to a pulp, so they might as well do it themselves. At least they could take it easy on him. When they thought about it like that, they all came to try their luck. And, if he chose me, I will definitely hit lightly, so he will not be injured too badly. Many people were making excuses like this in their hearts. Typically Kaiyang was already awake and had begun to sweep the area by this time, but it was really strange today. Even after waiting quite a while, they still had not seen Kaiyang. Even when they tiptoed over to look around, they could not find him. What's with Kaiyang? Did he oversleep? How come he is yet to come out? I don't know. Thinking about it, has anyone seen him in these past few days? Could it be that he has already left Sky Tower? Impossible. It's not like you don't know about Kaiyang's stubbornness. Even if you killed him, he would not leave. If he really wanted to leave, he would have left a couple months ago, when he was made into a trial disciple. Why would he wait such a long time just to leave in the end anyway? Surprisingly, with all the discussion going on, no one knew that a few days prior, Kaiyang had asked for leave to enter the Black Wind Mountains, and had yet to return. Though this was no surprise, for during normal days, Kaiyang did not interact much with others, and so naturally no one knew of his whereabouts. While this group were making a ruckus, a person had started to walk towards this crowd. His face was flawless like jade, and his body also like jade. He really was a handsome youth. But no one knew why at that moment. This youth's expression was very gloomy. As he walked, he was gnashing his teeth and cursing someone. Following behind this youth were a large number of Sky Tower disciples. Surrounding him, they made him the center of attention. While the youth was surrounded, he showed a very unpleasant face. He said in doubt, "Why is it? Why are there so many people here?" In response to his request, someone hurriedly came up to him and informed him in a lowered voice, "Master Su, today is the day when we can challenge Kaiyang. So many fellow disciples have gathered here today to collect some contribution points." The youth that was called Master Su furrowed his eyebrows before laughing heartedly. "Looks like our fellow disciple Kaiyang is in an abyss of suffering." His words were full delight at Kaiyang's misfortune. And, basically, he is challenged every 5 days. Not only that, he will not admit defeat unless he can no longer stand properly. The person who had spoken earlier further explained. Master Su laughed again. And, this young master feels that the resentment in his heart has decreased greatly. But this is not enough. I must make him leave Sky Tower. For as long as he is not a Sky Tower disciple, I can do whatever I please with him, and no one can say a word. Master Su is right. That brat dared to tarnish your good name. He really cannot differentiate between a noble and a horse. He doesn't even bother to inquire as to Master Su's identity. He is too arrogant. This ass-kissing made Master Su feel much better, causing him to repeatedly nod his head. Master Su, whose reputation Kaiyang had tarnished, was exactly the same Sumu he had met in Black Plum Village. It was the same Sumu, along with the 2 Han men, upon whom Kaiyang had enforced justice. Because of this, Sumu had flown into a rage, inquiring around Sky Tower on the identity of Jia Yang. In the end, he had found out about the ins and outs about Kaiyang in less than a day. After all, he did have his own network of connections and channels. But under the iron rule of the main gate, he could not easily move his hand, and had waited until this day to bring a bunch of people over to cause trouble for Kaiyang. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that so many other people would also come for Kaiyang. This made Sumu somewhat displeased. Waving his hand, he said, "Make them leave. Tell that today, Kaiyang will only be mine today." This statement made Kaiyang sound like some sort of young girl, or like an available prostitute, ready to be brought. The person next to him promptly walked into the crowd, cupped his hands and said, "Fellow disciples, today's battle with Kaiyang, Master Su has already reserved it, so I ask my fellow disciples to please line up at the door and watch. I am sorry any inconvenience." This announcement took many by surprise. They all turned to Sumu in confusion and asked, "Why should we? Every time, Kaiyang would use his broom to choose the opponent, so for what reason should we allow you to fight him? Even if he did not choose, shouldn't it be first come first served?" After that was said, someone pulled at the speaker and whispered to them, "That is Sumu. Do you know who Sumu is?" Who? This person had just been accepted, so he really didn't know who Sumu was. Idiot. There is an elder who is surnamed Su. There is also a core disciple within the top 10 surnamed Su. Why don't you say who he is? That person spoke. Although the one listening did nod his head in understanding, he still understood the meaning behind those words. He had been temporarily stunned by the information. When he heard that Sumu had such powerful people backing him, how could he dare make another sound? Winning against Kaiyang will not even earn me many contribution points, so it's best not to offend him. Yes, 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 person replied while cold sweat dripped down his back. Chapter 20. Burn the house. Chapter 20. Burn the house. Sumu was very satisfied with the reaction to his demand, but witnessing this made him snort softly in disdain. Although today's battle with Kaiyang had been secured by Sumu, the crowd had yet to disperse. They didn't know what Kaiyang had done to offend Sumu, so of course they wanted to stay behind and watch the show. After waiting for some time, Kaiyang still hadn't appeared. Sumu impatiently asked, "Where is he?" "I don't know. Usually, he is already out sweeping the grounds by this time, so I don't know why he has yet to come out. Master Su, should we check his hut? After thinking for a bit, Sumu nodded and replied, that's a good idea. He is just a small and insignificant sweeper, yet he dares to make this Master Su painstakingly wait for him. I will make him pay for this later. The location of Kai Yang's residence was no secret, so the people around Sumu swiftly lead the way. The ones who had stayed behind to watch the show also followed, creating a grand procession of disciples. A short while later, the procession of people had arrived at Kai Yang's small hut. When they saw the pitiful and wretched state of his hut, with holes littering the hut walls, they were not surprised. For no apparent reason, Sumu lifted his hand pointed at the hut. That brat lives here. In response to Master Su's question, because Kai Yang is a trial disciple, he must provide for all his own clothing, food, housing and training materials. The main gate will definitely not provide them for him. This hut was probably built by his own hands. Good. Sumu laughed happily. Thinking about how drenched Kai Yang would become on rainy days elevated his spirits. Sighing, Sumu controlled his smile and strode confidently, like a dragon or a proud like tiger, forward. With a loud voice, taking care to clearly articulate each word he called out, You Kai Yang, get your arse out for this Master Su and prepare to receive a nice beating. That loud shout was powerful, like a storm, and yet unlike a storm. It was not detached and uncaring, it was filled with utter hatred. The hatred and bloodthirsty desire made everyone present shiver in their shoes. This clearly displayed the level hatred between Kai Yang and Sumu to the crowd. Evidently, it was not a small issue. Sumu stood there, exuding a majestic presence. In this moment it appeared that not even the could move him. After he finished shouting, he waited expectantly outside the door for Kai Yang to come running out, while pissing his pants and crying to beg for mercy. The more he thought about it, the more arrogant he became. But no matter how long he waited, there was not even a hint of movement within the hut. Sumu's face was now full of rage. Snarling, he called out again, Kai Yang, be a smart one and get your arse out here. Otherwise we will come inside and drag you out. Yet, there was still no reply. Sumu now felt there was something odd, for if Kai Yang was really inside, there should be at least sounds of him breathing. Could it be that he was not inside? Sumu signaled one of the people around him exaggeratedly. That person promptly sprang forward, forcefully kicked down the wooden door and rushed into the small hut. Not long after they had entered, that person ran out again and reported to Sumu, Master Su, there is no one inside. There is also a small accumulation of dust. Looks like this trash knew that a calamity was approaching, so had fled already. Fled? Sumu nearly vomited blood in anger. He had racked his brains, scheming for many days, all in preparation for this day. The day he would get to exact his revenge, and make up for the shame he suffered at the hands of Kai Yang. He had even brought many disciples to come and watch the show. Yet that Kai Yang had unexpectedly fled. This was like a powerful punch had been let out, but landed on a piece of cotton. It made Sumu feel gloomy and depressed. Speaking about it, these past fews, we haven't seen even a hair of Kai Yang. A wise man will submit to the circumstances. Since Kai Yang had offended this Sumu, he probably knew that all hell would break loose, forcing him to leave the main gate. No wonder even after waiting such a long time, he had yet to appear. Now that Kai Yang has left, we will no longer be able to obtain easy contribution points. The crowd muttered softly. None of their mutterings escaped Sumu's ears. Although he was pleased by the respect they were showing him, he hadn't been able to extract his revenge. Thus Sumu's heart was still unsatisfied. After thinking for a while, with a gloomy face, Sumu could only accept the fact he would not get to extract his revenge on Kai Yang today. In a fit of rage he said, that trash really got lucky. However, my anger will not dissipate. I will get something. Burn down this pitiful hut. This demand alarmed everybody present. Even the people Sumu had brought with him were stunned. One asked, Master Su, is it a good idea to start a fire inside the school? What are you afraid of? Sumu eyed him. Even if the sky falls down, I will be there to catch it. Furthermore, it isn't even important to the school. So what if it is destroyed? It wouldn't be much of a loss. Also, leaving this ragged hut standing will harm this younger master's eyes. Hearing him say that, dispelled the concerns within their hearts. With the Master Su as backing them, burning this hut is nothing. Before they lit the fire, some went to look for dry grass to use as kindling. After a while, everything was prepared. Grinning, Sumu lit a torch. Its flames distorted his face greatly, making him appear evil. Kai Yang, I warn you never to let me see your face in the future. Otherwise, I will not let you live or die, Sumu said while grinding his teeth. Just as he was preparing to throw the torch into the hut, a person to his side tapped his shoulder, and whilst releasing a bloodthirsty aura inquired of him, What is this for? Sumu didn't even need to think before replying, Burning a house. Why are you burning my house? That person's voice carried a hint of anger. Your house? Sumu curled his lip ferociously and turned his head. As soon as he saw the speaker, He immediately jumped to the side like a frightened rabbit seeing a wolf. Then with an exaggerated movement, he assumed a defensive posture. His face was filled with alarm, and the hairs on the back of his neck all rose. It was because the appearance of the person who had spoken was too frightening. Not only were his clothes all tattered, his hair was messed up, with plants sticking out all over the place and dirty beyond compare. His body also displayed numerous bloody marks. His clothes were blood-stained, and a bulging bag was tied around his back. God only knew what was in there. A gentle breeze blew past, causing his tattered pants to flap, revealing a strong and sturdy leg covered in leg hair. The wind carried with it the stench from Kaiyang's several dirty body. Sumu was unable to stomach that smell. That appearance, coupled with the blood and smell, made Sumu want to vomit up his 3 meals. That posture, that manner, was strangely familiar. If he were to hold a broken bowl in one hand, then he would look exactly like a beggar. But why did he feel that this horrifying person looked familiar? Sumu looked more closely, becoming more and more confused. After he thought for a while, he cried out, "Kaiyang! If it's not Kaiyang, then who could it be?" Even though his body shape had changed and his face was covered in filth, how could Sumu, who hated Kaiyang deep down in his bones, not recognize him? If he could not recognize him, then who could? Kaiyang also recognized Sumu. Grinning widely, he revealed a set of ivory-white teeth. "If it isn't fellow disciple Su, who brazenly tried to frame others in Black Plum Village?" The voice that said so was full of ridicule, turning Sumu's white face a deep red. Stamping his foot, Sumu retorted, "Kaiyang, you did not choose to walk the path to heaven, but chose to walk through hell's gates. You are destined to die today. You want to find issue with me?" His brow creasing, Kaiyang asked. "Nonsense!" Sumu cried proudly. "You thought I came to see you? If you have something to settle with me, come and find me. Why do you need to burn down my house?" Kaiyang questioned. Sumu promptly threw the touch away and rushed to step on it, like he was stamping on Kaiyang directly. Venting on the torch, after a while, the torch was finally stamped out. This moment of pause allowed the people present to understand what was happening. They finally realized that Kaiyang had not run away from fear of Sumu, but rather that he had only left to complete some business. But what business did he have to complete, which had caused his appearance to become so appalling? Such bloodiness, isn't it a bit too much? Also, the tears in his clothes were obviously made by some sort of sharp weapon. Who did he go and fight with? And was it a life and death type of fight? Chapter 21. I will give you 3 moves. Chapter 21. I will give you 3 moves, sponsored by Karen Nu Yin. Those bloody wounds naturally came from the fight with the flower pattern spider. Back then he didn't have enough time to treat them, because he had to bring the little boy back to the village to see a doctor, and then he had collapsed from exhaustion, and immediately fallen asleep once he knew the child was safe. Kaiyang had slept until the next morning without waking, and after he saw that the little boy was awake and well, Kaiyang had hurried back to the sect. When he drew near, he saw a horde of people surrounding his home. They all held torches, and looked like they were going to burn down his home. But how could he allow this? Naturally he would go and ask why they were doing this, but he didn't expect it would be Sumu who came to look for trouble. Just as the owner of the house appeared, Sumu, who had intended to burn it down, did not even feel the tiniest bit guilty. Instead, he felt excited and pointed towards Kaiyang. "Kaiyang, don't you dare say that this young master did not give you a chance. So if only you will." "Wait a moment." Kaiyang lifted his hand to stop him, and then leisurely entered his hut. With his words stopped halfway, Sumu felt like he ate a fly, the ones that like to appear before dung piles. He felt extremely uncomfortable. "Master Su, this person doesn't give one face at all." Someone cried out, seeking justice for Sumu. "Humph," sneering, Sumu said. "Later, help me beat him ruthlessly, for I heard that this brat never surrenders. So no need to be soft with your strikes. Today, I must teach him the consequences for offending this young master." Yes. When he entered his hut, Kaiyang took off the bag on his back. Inside this bag were herbs, his precious harvest from the 3 days he spent on the mountain. If he didn't secure their safety first, his heart wouldn't be at rest. When he put the bag safely away, Kaiyang exited his hut and said to Sumu with a serious face, "What was it that you wanted to tell me?" Sumu looked at him, his face a picture of abhorrence, his face full of bitterness, like he was going to spit out a mouthful of blood. Previously, before he could say his perfectly rehearsed lines, he had been interrupted by Kaiyang. But now that Kaiyang had asked him what he wanted to say, he couldn't wait and yelled out, "Kaiyang, don't you dare say that his young master did not give you a chance. So as long you are willing to kneel down and kowtow for me in front of all the fellow disciples present and call me your grandfather, I will spare your life. Or else, humph, humph, humph." The message was very clear, explicitly implying the threat unsaid. When he finished, Sumu's face was filled with his desire for revenge. It really showed how he felt about Kaiyang. Slowly Kaiyang nodded his head. Grievingly he looked at Sumu. "What?" Sumu was unsure, for Kai Yong's face was calm and composed. This made him somewhat restless, for he had been played around with by him before in Black Plum Village. He was still a bit traumatized from the experience. Unfilial. Kai Yong sighed. The crowd was stunned. Sumu was stunned. They were all thinking, how was this unfilial? What do you mean? Sumu viciously asked. Isn't clear? Let me teach you. With a face of good intent, Kai Yong earnestly said. Let me ask you, do you have elders in Sky Tower? Looks like you really do have eyes. This made Sumu's tail rise up into the heavens. Kai Yong smiled, for it was just like he guessed. Sumu had someone to back him up. Otherwise, how would he dare to act so brazenly as to burn his house? Your elder must have no small amount of power within the main gate, right? Kai Yong asked again. He's an elder. Sumu snorted out. I also have an older sister who is a core disciple. As long as she wishes for it, a single finger will be able to kill you. Kai Yong understood. He had a general understanding about the ins and outs of Sumu's character. Patting his back, he said, That's right, so unfilial. What is right or wrong? Sumu was furious. He was pulled around in circles by Kai Yong, and now his mind was a mess. And he still didn't know what he meant. Such an easy affair, and yet you still don't understand. How has your mind developed? His brow creasing, Kai Yong looked at Sumu pitifully and patiently explained. With your older sister's position, then she would be my senior. If I were to really call you that, then how would your older sister call you? Then what would that elder call you? Unfilial. How unfilial? If I were that elder, I would lock you up in the destitute dragon stream, so that in this life, you can't even dream about leaving it. Sumu's entire body shook, and his face paled. Destitute dragon stream is a region in Sky Tower that was the most frightening place in the entire school. In the hundreds of years since the school's founding, any disciple that was found to have broken rules or committed heinous crimes was thrown into that region and never seen again. As long as you were thrown in Destitute Dragon Stream, you were a dead man. Destitute Dragon Stream. These 3 words were well known in the surrounding thousands of miles. Its infamy was spread far and wide. Sumu wasn't afraid of Kai Yong. However, those 3 words struck fear into his very soul. One of the people that Sumu brought with him sensed something was off with Sumu and hurriedly said, Master Su, this brat's mouth is very sharp, making him this confident. The reason why we came today was to help you vent your anger. Regaining his senses, Sumu shouted indignantly to hide his embarrassment. Kai Yong, don't talk about nonsense. If you will not kneel down and beg for forgiveness, then this young master will make you wish that you were never born in this life. His eyes glinting coldly, Kai Yong held up his fists. Disciple Su, why don't you come and exchange some blows with me? Sumu replied in contempt. I would like to, unfortunately you don't live up to expectations. You are not qualified. This master is at the tempered body 9th stage. Hearing this, Kai Yong understood. The main gate rules state that if you want to challenge other disciples, the level difference must not exceed more than 3 levels. Sumu really couldn't duel Kai Yong. Their level difference was far too large. This was also the reason why Sumu had brought people over with him. They weren't just here to watch the show. With a face full of loathing, a cold smile, Sumu tilted his head towards Kai Yong. Everybody, this young disciple has reached the tempered body 3rd stage. So which brother here is willingly to fight him? Tempered body 3rd stage. What a high stage. Everybody roared in laughter, for none of them had entered earlier than Kai Yong. Yet which one of them was not higher than him? Allow me to Master Su, for my cultivation is within the limit. Though I am only at the tempered body 5th stage. It should be enough to place satisfied disciple Kai Yong. A disciple said while walking through the crowd and looking disdainfully at Kai Yong. Kai Yong looked back at him laughing. Their information was already long outdated. If it were 5 days earlier, he really would be at the tempered body 3rd stage, but it is now longer the same story. But of course, these types of things Kai Yong wouldn't publicize. To advance 2 stages in 5 days, this speed was far too strange. Such a monstrous thing would only attract unwanted attention. A person who had come with Sumu said, Young disciple, I am called Zhao Hu. You must remember who it was that beat you today. I have remembered it. Kai Yong replied seriously. Looks like that Jew who was intentionally trying to give Sumu face, thought Kai Yong. Walking to face Kai Yong, he exaggeratedly waved his fingers. Young disciple, in order to not allow you to say, I didn't give you face, I will allow you 3 moves. As long as you can make me take 1 step, it will be your victory. If not, please don't think of this disciple's strikes as ruthless. This act of provocation contained the red fruit of contempt. To Sumu, who was watching this, his heartbeat quickened in anticipation. This child Zhao Hu, he really knew how to thoroughly humiliate others. His choice of words wasn't bad. Although the difference between the tempered body 3rd stage and the tempered body 5th stage consisted of only 2 stages, there was a large gap between each stage. Between those 2 stages, there was a gap as large as a river separating them. and the strength that could be released when comparing the two were on completely different levels, like heaven and earth for these low-level practitioners. Chapter 22. Utterly Defeated. Oh, by the way, atmospheric sense right arrow atmospheric energy didn't make sense anymore, so we changed it. Besides, currently Kai Yang was in a very sorry state. With one look you could see that he had experienced some sort of tribulation. How much strength did he have remaining to fight? Additionally, he was very skinny and malnourished to begin with, easily allowing others to look down upon him. Practically everybody present believed that Kai Yang would be unable to escape the calamity today. Even Xia Ningchang, who was situated in a nearby tree, felt the same way. Xia Ningchang, who had become a Dark Hall disciple, had come once again to record the outcome of Kai Yang's battle. How is this allowed? I cannot allow my fellow disciple to be disadvantaged. Kai Yang asked, hesitating slightly. There is nothing to worry about, insisted Juhu. Since I became a disciple, allowing you these 3 moves is something I should do. Ha. Okay then, Kai Yang replied, looking somewhat reluctant. Since your disciple said so, then this senior will not be impolite. Bring it on, Juhu bellowed loudly, while he steadied himself and planted his 2 feet firmly onto the ground. His body's muscles bulged, and his blue veins popped out all over his body. On the other side, Kai Yang walked forward step by step, his thin arms and legs tensed. Juhu sneered internally and thought, just with your weak physique, merely 1 breath from me, and I will be able to blow you away. So what strength could you possibly reveal? Leisurely strolling forwards, Kai Yang walked up to Juhu. He balled up his fist, slowly waved it in front of him. Smiling, he cautioned, Zhu disciple, I senior will now really hit you. Come then. Just as those words came out, Kai Yang's fist had already been released, striking right into Juhu's abdomen. Bang! That sound rang out. However, none of the people present saw Kai Yang act that fist, which strangely hit Juhu. As his face paled, Juhu couldn't help but clutch his stomach and had to take a few steps backwards. Bang! The second fist had already arrived before he could recover. It landed on his abdomen once again. Juhu bent over, clutching his stomach, as he felt his stomach acids rising up. Ha! Yang kicked out and hit Juhu's chin. He cried out once before falling to the ground, motionless. He won. A great silence ensued. It was so quiet that you could have even heard a pin drop. One by one, everyone looked at Kai Yang, the shock apparent on their faces. Zumu's eyes were especially wide, so wide that they looked like they were about to fall out of their sockets. 2 punches, 1 kick was all it took to send Juhu, who was at the tempered body 5th stage, flying away. Fuck! Is this really the strength of someone who is at the tempered body 3rd stage? Although from the start of the battle to the end, Juhu did not retaliate, this power was far too much. A person who weighed about 100 pounds was struck so hard, he fly a few feet out. If you didn't exert some serious effort, how could this occur? Not to mention that speed was unparalleled. One moment Juhu was smiling arrogantly, and the next he was unconscious. They could not believe the battle that had just occurred before their very eyes. Not to mention Xia Ningchang, who was sitting in the tree and needed to record the battle. In her small book, it clearly stated that Kai Yang won the battle. In the past 2 years, he had been in 147 battles and had lost them all. Unexpectedly, he had changed this record today. He had also won the battle in a swift and efficient manner. Originally, Xia Ningchang was gracefully standing on a branch, channeling her energy to balance herself. But due to the shock of his victory, she momentarily lost her concentration and fell off the branch, plummeting to the ground. A masked female could be seen crashing down from a 30-foot-high tree. As she fell butt first down to the ground, you could hear her screaming yeah. Thankfully, she had fast reflexes and an equally fast reaction speed. At the last moment, she channeled some energy into her body to cushion the fall. Otherwise, she would have come out with far more serious injuries. Though her buttocks still burned in pain, causing her muscles to tense, hot enough to make water steam. As she stood and enduring the pain, one could see her 2 beautiful legs shaking. Xia Ningchang looked around nervously, but realized there was nobody present and released a sigh of relief. If this scene was seen by others, then she would have lost much face. Activating her internal energy, she dissipated the pain on her bottom. Her eyes glinted, for Xia Ningchang could not wrap her head around Kai Yang's strength. He was just gone for a few days, so how did his strength increase this much? Those people who had witnessed this scene naturally could not be compared to Xia Ningchang. Their cultivation was far lower than hers, so they couldn't see the truth of the matter. In that moment when Kai Yang had struck out, Xia Ningchang clearly felt the atmospheric energy within Kai Yang's channels had been aroused. This clearly demonstrated that he was at least at the tempered body 4th stage. Additionally, it even looked like his actual strength surpassed the stage. But wasn't he only at the tempered body 3rd stage a few days ago? That damned disciple. He unexpectedly hid his true strength, and not only did he give everyone a shock, he also made some fall out of trees. This was hateful to the extreme. Unconsciously, Xia Ningchang had placed all the blame upon Kai Yang for her sore bottom. Kai Yang glanced over to the place where Xia Ningchang was hidden. When she had fallen, Kai Yang managed to hear her short scream, but because the distance between them was too large he hadn't been able to spot her. Since he didn't find anything abnormal, he didn't investigate further. He then wrinkled his eyebrows. As he looked down at his clenched fist, he felt somewhat unsatisfied. Of course Kai Yang was unsatisfied, for it was his very first battle with another human since he had obtained the golden body. Due to the fact that he hadn't controlled his strength properly, Zhu Hu was sent flying away. Originally he had only planned to send his opponent back a few steps, but it looked like his power was a bit greater than what he had imagined. At the scene, Su Mu was the first to recover. As he pointed his finger to Kai Yan, he yelled loudly, "You cheated!" Kai Yan turned around and calmly looked at Su Mu. "Su disciple, you can eat whatever you want to, but you cannot say words recklessly." "When did I cheat?" Su Mu was at a loss for words. It was true, when did he cheat? Zhu Hu had intentionally stood there and declared that he would take 3 strikes. Unexpectedly, he was truly defeated in 3 moves. Under the numerous gazes of the crowd, how could he possibly cheat? How could he cheat? "Master Su, it seems that our information was not correct. This brat is not at the tempered body 3rd stage. I'm afraid that he is already ranked up, otherwise how could he possibly defeat Zhu Hu?" Someone who had keen eyes and a shrewd mind quickly realized, whispering in Su Mu's ear. "So it was like this." Su Mu nodded, his face darkening. Zhu Hu was too arrogant. If he had retaliated, how could he lose? In Su Mu's mind, he thought that the reason why Zhu Hu lost was because he had underestimated his opponent, for he believed no matter how much Qi Yang ranked up, he would have only gone up to the tempered body 4th stage. With that large gap in mind, if Zhu Hu had retaliated, then Kai Yang would have been the one to be utterly defeated. "Brother Kai Yang, you have done well to hide your strength," Su Mu said coldly and gloomily to Kai Yang. Today he had failed to extract his revenge, so the suffocating feeling within his heart was not gone. Kai Yang shrugged his shoulders. "Let us settle the score later. Next time, you will not be so lucky," Su Mu coldly declared to Kai Yang. Then with a wave of his hand, he started to lead the people back, while also motioning for some to carry the unconscious Zhu Hu. But before he left, he directed one final bitter glare at Kai Yang. "This enmity has been sealed for now," though Kai Yang didn't mind. In any case, in the main gate, there was only the main gate's rules. So if you wanted to cause any trouble, you could only do it in the form of duels. Moreover, he still needed to spar with others, otherwise he wouldn't know the true extent of his growth. With that in mind, Kai Yang thought that the feud between Su Mu and himself was a blessing in disguise. Today's battle was not exciting enough. Kai Yang was left feeling unsatisfied. With Su Mu gone, the entertainment gone, the crowd naturally dispersed. Though many of them still replayed the recent miracle in their minds, of that 2-year trial disciple Kai Yang. He had obtained his first victory. Although it was very fast, he had still won. Chapter 23. An incredible thing. Chapter 23. An incredible thing. News of this battle was soon a hot topic between fellow disciples, with others seeking out those present to hear the details. If not for Su Mu's status, then the news would have long since been spread to the ends of the earth. However, since Su Mu was involved, the disciples could only hide it within their stomachs, discreetly talking about it. In Kai Yang's small hut, it had finally calmed down. Looking at the sky, Kai Yang became depressed. Because Su Mu had come to cause trouble, he had lost precious time to practice the tempered body record. It was truly regrettable. Taking out his spare pair of clothes, Kai Yang then went to the small pond beside his hut. Taking off his tattered clothes, he prepared to take a bath. These past few days, he had been wandering the mountain, and then he had fought the flower-patterned spider. These 2 things combined had really made him smell funny. Stealthily, Xia Ningchang tiptoed to the side of the hut, for she wanted to learn the true level of this fellow disciple. Yet when she turned the corner, all that met her eyes were a pair of white buttocks. Kai Yang had already become stark naked, not a stitch of clothing remained, and he was in the position to dive into the water. Xia Ningchang's small face immediately flushed a bright red. Although her cultivation was very high, she was still an innocent female. Not even mentioning buttocks, she hadn't even seen a male's thigh. How could she possibly endure this scene? Too provoking. Xia Ningchang's heart had begun to thump erratically, and she quickly hid herself. How? She today? Why did they have this fate? Tears streamed down that pitiful girl's face. There was no time to find out his secret. Stamping her foot, she disappeared in a flash. That stinking disciple. Those entrance examinations conducted by the teachers were too lax. Disciples stripping stark naked in broad daylight is too shameless. Far too shameless. In the pond, Kai Yang was washing his body and inspecting it. He had discovered that ever since he started to practice the tempered body record, his muscles had become sturdier and more robust. Although he was still thin, he was thin in the right places. Additionally, the wounds from yesterday's battle with the flower-patterned spider had already become scars. Only the arm wound from the flower-patterned spider's leg had yet to fully heal. It was still a bit painful. After all, it had penetrated through his arm, so it couldn't possibly heal that quickly. But it wasn't as severe as he had imagined. Give it a few days, and should be completely healed. Thinking over that life and death battle with the spider caused Kaiyang to be excited. Not knowing why, the more dangerous the situation he was in, the more enthusiastic and excited he became. He unexpectedly had this type of character. Was he unconsciously a masochist, and after living a bit more than 10 years, he had suddenly awakened? When he thought of that, he promptly inhaled a large breath and submerged himself in the pond, not resurfacing for a while. Although there were many things for him to complete, Kaiyang still went to take a shower. After dressing himself, he began his sweeping. After all, this was his assigned work in Sky Tower, and since he was assigned this job, he must complete it to the best of his ability. While sweeping, Kaiyang clearly felt that the gazes from his fellow disciples were strange. They were full of doubt, for they were the ones who had witnessed his battle earlier in the morning. They didn't understand why Kaiyang had been able to knock Zhuhu unconscious. Kaiyang calmly and honestly continued with his work. Completing his sweeping, Kaiyang returned to his wooden hut and opened his bag. From within he took out the herbs he had collected, keeping the 3-leaf chaos spirit flower and the dead jed, a tree grass out, and placing the other extra herbs back into the bag. These extra herbs were completely useless to Kaiyang, but he can sell them to the contribution hall for some contribution points. Wrapping up the herbs, he started to leave before stopping. Thinking again, he went back and changed his clothes. Wearing his tattered, blood-stained ones, he also dirtied his face a bit before leaving again. In the contribution hall, Treasurer Mang was sitting behind the counter while holding a teapot. Crossing his legs while sipping the tea, he merrily hummed a tune. Suddenly, a human figure could be seen at the hall entrance. Old Man Meng boredly lifted up his head to see, and just as he was about to scold that brat which dared to come here, his eyes widened. So early in the morning, and someone dared to disturb his peace and quiet. Yet when he saw Kaiyang battered and exhausted walking in, his tattered clothes which could no longer be considered clothes, his 2 legs were clearly seen, and so were his leg hairs. Yay, I'm confused as you are, leg hairs. Oh, the 2 female disciples at the entrance saw this and shrieked out in shock at this vagabond, quickly retreating. How was Treasurer Meng's self-control? After entering the mountain, then descending into the seas, he would remain impassive, even if there was a massacre of 10 cities. Yet, at that moment, he sprayed out his mouthful of tea. You could imagine the scene. Little Kaiyang, what is with your appearance? Old Man Meng nearly went into a frenzy, quickly standing up. Dumbstruck, he looked at Kaiyang. Rushing to the counter, Kaiyang then inhaled a large gulp of air before replying. I have returned. Experienced many hardships, right? Treasurer Meng felt pity for Kaiyang. Just a few days ago, when he had come to his place, he was still healthy, yet from a single trip to Blackwind Mountains, he had become like this. He was not like a human or even a ghost. This was too tragic. And I was in danger. Nodding his head, Kaiyang didn't waste any more words. Hurriedly he opened up his bag and pointed to the herbs inside. But my harvest was not bad, Treasurer Meng. Will the contribution hall accept these herbs? Looking at the herbs, Treasurer Meng's eyebrows rose. They were only ordinary grade lower-level herbs, and practically had no worth. These herbs were too plentiful in the contribution hall. Even if he accepted, there would be no place to put them. Just as he was about to reject the herbs, Treasurer Meng saw the expectation in Kaiyang's eyes, and then looked again at his attire. Seeing this, his heart softened. Oh, we will accept. For every 2 herbs, I will give you 1 contribution point. Okay, then please count them. Without bargaining, Kaiyang pushed the bag forward. Treasurer Meng went to count the number of herbs. There were 32 herbs, a total of 16 contribution points. Immediately he went to record this into his account book. You were in Blackwind Mountains for an entire 3 days, yet you only found this much? Treasurer Meng causally asked. Being able to obtain this is considered good, Kaiyang said while carefully looking around. It's not bad. Treasurer Meng couldn't bear to pour cold water on Kaiyang. After all, he knew of the difficulties he faced. Although this child's natural aptitude was not good, he was willing to work hard. Nowadays, these types of hardworking youngsters are a rare sight. It's such a shame his aptitude was so poor that it was a fatal downside, for it destined him to have no major achievements. As he was thinking about this, he saw how Kaiyang's eyes were darting around, and couldn't help but ask curiously, What are you looking at? Mysteriously, Kaiyang leaned forward and said in a low voice, Treasurer Meng, in this trip to the mountain, I seem to have found some incredible thing. Seeing Kaiyang's cautiousness, Treasurer Meng also felt that this thing was something uncommon. He also became more serious and said in a low voice, What thing? I don't know. I have brought it back to let you see it. You are experienced and knowledgeable, so you should definitely be able to recognize it. As he said this, he went to touch his butt and took out another bag. Carefully he placed it on the counter. Chapter 24. Earth, Grade Lower Level Blood Mushroom. Chapter 24. Earth Grade Lower Level Blood Mushroom. Treasurer Meng looked up, and saw Kai Yang's face, held both anticipation and nervousness. He couldn't help but become cautious too. Softly and gently he opened the bag, squinting his eyes at the contents inside. It was about the size of a bowl, dark red colored, shaped like a mushroom, like a fungus. It really looked unordinary, with a heaven and earthly type aura. Kiki, Treasurer Meng couldn't help but cough a couple of times. Nervously Kai Yang looked at him and questioned him. What thing is this? Treasurer Meng looked at him queerly, and instead of replying he asked, Where did you find this? Inside a cave in the mountain. There was also a first-realm demonic beast guarding it, but instead of me being killed by it, it was killed by me, so I took it with me. Treasurer Meng's heart jumped out. You met with a demonic beast? Didn't I tell you not to go past the safety boundary? I didn't go past the safety boundary. I didn't know why it was in the safe zone area around Blackwind Mountain either. Qiyang replied in grievance. Treasurer Meng sighed. He had thought something like this must have happened. It was just he was afraid that with this child's strength, defeating a demonic beast, even one at the first realm, must have been a very arduous task. This pitiful one, at such a young age, he has already suffered so many untold hardships while in Blackwind Mountains for only 3 days. And this work had only earned him 16 contribution points. He even met with a first-realm demonic beast, an encounter in which he nearly lost his life. If he was to tell him that this thing was, this is too wrong, too wrong. Anyway, this old man rarely does a good deed, just think of it as karma. When Kaiyang saw Treasurer Meng's face changing, yet Treasurer Meng not replying, it made him somewhat anxious. Just as he was about to ask him again, Treasurer Meng picked up the teapot and drank from it. Afterwards he squeezed out a smile and said, You little brat, your luck isn't bad. As soon as he heard this, the worry in Kaiyang's heart immediately dissipated. He was worried that when he went to ask, this thing would end up being worthless. That would have been embarrassing. Treasurer, what is this exactly? How many contribution points is it worth? Rubbing his hands together in expectation, Kaiyang asked. Oh, this thing is called a blood mushroom. It is a rare medicinal ingredient. It is an ordinary. Before he finished what he was saying, he looked at Kaiyang's falling face and hurriedly went to correct himself. No, it's an earth-grade lower-level herb. And it's really earth-grade lower level. That's right. Such a firm tone was used that Treasurer Meng nearly fooled himself into thinking that it was true. Earth-grade lower level? Kaiyang was pleasantly surprised. Treasurer Meng, are you sure you didn't see incorrectly? Straightening his face, Treasurer Meng replied. You must be joking. In this old man's life, he has inspected many women, inspected many herbs. This pair of experienced and knowledgeable eyes, how could they possibly be wrong? How many contribution points can it be exchanged for? Kaiyang was only interested in this. Let's make it 20. That's so little. Kaiyang was somewhat disappointed. Even though its ranks wasn't that high, he thought it was at least high enough to make it worth at least 20 to 40 contribution points. It's not too little, child. Treasurer thought to himself that he had given him too much already. He then found a good reason for this. Even though this blood mushroom that you found is an earth-grade lower-level herb, it is too small and its age isn't that high. So that's why it's only worth 20 contribution points. Oh, without refuting he accepted. Then 20 points it is. Nodding his head, Treasurer Meng recorded down the transaction down in his account book again. This trip to the mountains had already satisfied his goal of obtaining the 3-leaf chaos spirit flower and the dead jed, a tree grass. Apart from that, it had earned him 36 contribution points. If he added his already obtained points, then he has a total of 48 contribution points. Qiyang momentarily felt himself become rich and powerful. Although this trip into the mountains earned him quite the contribution points from the herbs, it had delayed and wasted precious time to cultivate. He had also needed luck to find the herbs, and the whole trip had made him very tired. Kaiyang decided that other than as a last resort, he wouldn't do it again. How did it waste time to cultivate? He only needs to do it for 30 minutes in the morning, and he managed that just fine in the mountains. The reason why he was collecting contribution points was to aid him in his cultivation. Between these two things, contribution points and cultivation, Kaiyang still knew which was more important. He didn't lose sight due to greed. Now he has collected a decent amount of 3-leaf chaos spirit flower. He had collected around 30-40 of them in the cave. However, the amount of dead jed, a tree grass he had managed to collect was very small. He only had around 5-6 of them. If he really wanted to cultivate with them, then he must exchange some points for them at the contribution hall. He was well prepared for this. With his plan in mind, Kaiyang said, Treasurer Meng, please give me 10 dead jed, a tree grass herbs. Old man Meng looked at Kaiyang and wondered why he needed these herbs. However, he didn't ask any questions. He only sat and stated, 10 ordinary grade lower level herbs, 10 contribution points. Are you sure you want them? Crunching up his eyebrows in suspicion, Kaiyang asked, That's not right. Didn't you just say 2 herbs needed to be exchanged for 1 contribution point? The buying price is the buying price. while the selling price is the selling price. They are not the same. Treasurer Meng's smile was especially wide. The demeanor of a businessman was coming out. Furious, Kai Yang pointed towards Treasurer Meng's nose. You are completely trying to buy at a low price and earn a profit. To reap a profit, this is too shameless. Did you let a dog eat your conscience? Waving his hand, old man Meng replied. It is not I who wants to reap a profit, but these are the prices assigned by the main gate. This is unrelated to me. All the prices within the contribution hall are unaffiliated with me. This old man is only in charge of selling and buying. How else do you think the main gate is able to provide for all 3,000 of you disciples? Kai Yang was stunned, for there was some sense in his words. After all, this was a business, without any type of profit by Sky Tower. How could all 3,000 disciples in the main gate survive? Even if their one were suspicious that it was for a profit, at the end of the day, no one was forcing you to buy them. No one was forcing you. Then, do you still want the dead jed, tree grass herbs? Seeing Kai Yang's face, full of pain, caused Treasurer Meng's mood to soar. I want them, declared Kai Yang, as he clenched his teeth together. Sooner or later, he will need to use these herbs, and since he had decided not to go find them in the mountain, he can only buy them. Turning around, Treasurer Meng went to the back hall and soon returned with the dead jed, a tree grass. Kai Yang counted the number of herbs while Treasurer Meng recorded the transaction down. Humph! After eating such a big loss, Kai Yang turned around and immediately left the hall unhappy. Please come again when you have time. Treasurer Meng called out warmly from behind. Come often to be killed by you. Kai Yang finally knew where Meng's nickname came from. 3 steps, 2 steps, Kai Yang frantically rushed outside. On his way out, a figure rushing outside nearly crashed into him. These two people's reactions were fairly fast. Kai Yang stopped immediately, and so did the other person. A sweet and pleasant fragrance drifted over to Kai Yang. Lifting his head, Kai Yang saw a pair of clear moon-like eyes staring at him, but he couldn't see her face clearly. This was because this person had their face covered with a veil. This was a female. Although he couldn't see her face, judging from her skin's condition, she wasn't very old. She was probably his senior. Nodding his head and apologizing, Kai Yang then turned his body to the side, clearly signaling for her to enter first. The opposite party looked distracted and suddenly turned red. Seeing this made his own gaze become evasive. Seeing her flushed face, Kai Yang thought that this senior was quite shy. Swiftly he averted his gaze, as to avoid offending her. Xianing Chang was embarrassed to death. She didn't expect to bump into Kai Yang in front of the contribution hall. When she saw his face, she immediately thought of her, and recalled his. Suddenly, her face became red and her temperature rose. Hastily she rushed into the hall. She didn't even dare to lift her head up. Seeing this scene was somewhat laughable, for such shy females were quite rare. Although there are many females disciples in Sky Tower, they were martial practitioners, and were therefore more open-minded than normal. For someone like her to become red just from looking at his face, it was no wonder she wore a veil. This senior was a little bit cute. It was just why was her body's fragrance vaguely familiar, like he had already smelled it before. Chapter 25. The Incense Burner's Magical Effect. Chapter 25. The Incense Burner's Magical Effect. After she entered the contribution hall, Xianing Chang glanced back. When she saw that Kai Yang had already left, she let out a sigh of relief, for she still felt a little bit guilty due to the morning's incident. While her feelings were in a mess, she heard Treasurer Meng let out an "ah" sigh from the counter. What's the matter, master? Xianing Chang asked. You were just pitying that child. Treasurer Meng sighed out sobbingly. He's a good child, willing to endure hardships. He's hearty, has a good personality, his character's not bad. When Xianing Chang heard the way her master was praising Kai Yang, she immediately grew angry. In her heart, she thought that he had yet to learn of Kai Yang's actions this morning. Not only had he striped naked, he had also sullied this disciple's eyes, and given this disciple of yours the fright of her life. On and on Treasurer Meng went, causing her to be more and more infuriated. Unable to bear it any longer, she slapped her hand onto the counter. Pa! The sound had resounded like something had been broken. As he looked at her, his face contorted, and he wailed out, That was my Earth-grade lower-level blood mushroom worth 20 contribution points. This was a blood mushroom. Looking at the already powdered mushroom on the countertop, Xianing Chang asked herself whether or not her master's eyes were failing. How is this a blood mushroom? It's not. How could your master mistake it? Treasurer Meng replied, as he let out a soft breath. The powder on the countertop then floated outside, like an invisible hand had scooped it up and scattered in the wind. Oh, that's right. Why did you come to find me today? Fixing his face, Treasurer Meng showed a rare face of solemnity. I broke through. His expression changing, he went to inspect Xianing Chang's cultivation. Soon after he nodded, Good. It seems like I didn't see incorrectly, for only people of your physique are suited to this cultivation method. Come, eat this pellet to help stabilize your cultivation. And, after she took the pellet, Xianing Chang hesitated slightly before asking, How is your injury? Laughing softly, Treasure Meng answered, "You don't need to worry about your master. After so many years, there is not big hindrance." Brimming with anticipation and excitement, Kaiyang returned home to his small hut. Today the three-leafed chaos spirit flower and the dead jed, a tree grass, were all gathered and ready to be used. The amount of each was also not small, so it should last a while. Now he had everything prepared. Kaiyang really wanted to verify whether or not that incense burner could truly aid him in his cultivation. The location of the wooden hut was in the most empty and desolate area of Sky Tower. Practically no one paid any attention to it. Since this was the case, Kaiyang didn't worry about having his secret exposed. Walking inside, he called out the black book and turned to page 3. Then, he extracted the incense burner and placed it on the bedside. He then took out the three-leafed chaos spirit flower and the dead jed, a tree grass. Afterwards, he stuffed them into the burner and put the lid back on. All of a sudden a faint scent, akin to a rare perfume, started to disperse in the room. Breathing in deeply, Kaiyang began to analyze the perfume. Although the smell was a bit unique, there was nothing special about it. However, from the holes of the incense burner, the perfume steadily poured out and entered Kaiyang's nostrils. It was like small snakes were purposely entering his body via his nose. Within his body, it was like there was something more. In his flesh and blood, in his meridians, and even in his bone marrow, a feeling of numbness spread. Kaiyang didn't dare tarry. Carrying the incense burner, he ran outside to begin his cultivation. Stepping out of his hut entrance into the light took him by surprise, for his foot felt like it was made of lead. It was far heavier than normal. In combination with this step, Kaiyang felt his strength rapidly decreasing. Taking another step, he began to feel dizzy and wanted to collapse. Perspiring madly, his muscles tensed. The recently cultivated atmospheric energy in his meridians bubbled about, and his bones cracked. Taking his third step out of his hut, his legs became soft, and he fell to the ground. As he fell, Kaiyang's hands let go of the incense burner, and it rolled far away. Hands on the floor supporting his body, immovable like a mountain, he gasped for breath. His chest heaved up and down as he took several deep breaths. His body continued twitched uncontrollably. His tendons, organs, and bones expanded and contracted, causing the pain to intensify as time passed. Although Kaiyang wanted to howl in pain, he kept his mouth tightly shut. His current condition was one of excessive exhaustion, one he had experienced many times previously. Thus Kaiyang was quite familiar with it. But he had only walked 3 steps out of his hut, so how did he exhaust all his energy? Not only was his physical stamina gone, his mental strength was also exhausted. It was like he had not slept for many nights. Even his eyes had started to feel drowsy. At this point, his 3 energies were all exhausted to the limit, and he couldn't even move a single finger. By this time, the three-leafed chaos spirit flower and the dead jed, a tree grass's side effects had started to take effect in Kaiyang's brain. The toxicity of these 2 herbs wasn't very strong. They were weak enough that normal people could resist them easily, but the prerequisite was that they were healthy. Given the hardships Kaiyang suffered daily combined with his current condition, Kaiyang had trouble withstanding them. He was afraid that inhaling the incense burner's perfume was the reason this type of situation had occurred. Though, regardless of the toxicity of the 3-leafed chaos spirit flower and the dead jed, a tree grass, such strong side effects was something they were unable to produce. The mystery originated from the incense burner. It was able to amplify those 2 herbs' toxicity. Ever since he had obtained the golden body, every time he practiced he never became tired or exhausted. And since he was never tired, Kaiyang was unable to reach his limits. Being unable to reach his limits, he was unable to improve. Though it appeared this was no longer the case anymore. He only took 3 steps, yet all his strength had been consumed. But the effect of this incense burner was not as simple as enabling him to reach his limits at this stage, for in the future will there ever be any fear he wouldn't able to train to his limits again. Kaiyang always believed that a person's potential was unlimited, and the important thing was how one uncovered it. Although natural aptitude could help a person mature, one's own effort was crucial. So after all these years, even he knew his own talent was lacking, he diligently struggled and never gave up his drive to cultivate. Thinking this, Kaiyang's spirits were greatly lifted. Gradually and with much effort, he used his hand to push his exhausted body up. His thighs strained so much that his veins popped out. Gritting his teeth, he slowly pulled himself up. Almost all of his physical strength had been drained. His consciousness had started to become fuzzy once again. Yet his heart refused to give in, giving him a ferocious burst of strength and energy. In his entire life, he had never been this adamant about anything. He was adamant he would beat this. Stand up, for the place you fall will also be the place from which you rise. If he stood up, he would have broken through his limits. He would have won. Time had never flowed as slowly as it did now. Both his feet had already been planted firmly on the ground. Legs slightly bent, fighting against the trembling. His desire to stand had not diminished in the slightest. He would do it even if it meant taking it as slow as possible. Finally Kai Yang bellowed and roared out, for he had finally stood up straight. Staggering forward, he steadied himself and anchored his feet to the ground. Chapter 26. An insignificant person goes for revenge all day long. Chapter 26. An insignificant person goes for revenge all day long. Kai Yang smiled at that moment. It seemed odd after all both his physical and mental strength were exhausted, and he could no longer see clearly. His ears were ringing and his head was throbbing very badly, yet he still laughed. I won. The sense of achievement that I feel right now is vastly greater than when I won against another person. Just when Kai Yang felt that he was going to faint, a warm feeling burst out from within his body. This warm feeling came from within his bones, like a spring rain that replenishes the fields after a drought. It blew through every part of his body, through every inch of flesh, bringing with it a burst of vitality. His exhausted strength was quickly replenished. Even his mental energy was revitalized to a certain extent. Although his energy didn't recover fully, it was enough to keep him from losing consciousness. Kai Yang didn't pause to revel in this feeling any further, but hurriedly sat down and analyzed his current condition. This led him to discover that the original numbing feeling from within his body had already disappeared without a trace. It left him with a comfortable feeling. It was so comfortable that it nearly made him cry out. His body pulsed rhythmically, and along with this, it was clear that it had become more robust and contained more explosive power than before. The atmospheric energy within his meridian pulsated incessantly. His bones also seemed to have become a lot sturdier. Just through this alone, his body had been strengthened by a large margin. This made him contemplative. Finally, the last bit of warmth from his bones had seeped out. This was most likely from that golden body he had absorbed. After experiencing this several times already, Kai Yang had grasped the key information. Only when he had pushed his body to its limits could he trigger the golden body's hidden powers. Though if he surrendered when he was in a predicament, that golden body would not give him any help. This really was the golden body's personality. Kai Yang chuckled lightly. Right now, he had finally understood how this incense burner could aid him in his training. The herbs that were put into the burner, their effects were multiplied hundreds of folds in strength. Then when he inhaled this incense, it made his strength rapidly decrease, and also made him mentally tired. So much so that he could only take 3 steps before nearly fainting. Although these amplified herbal effects were tyrannical, they shouldn't have any long-term negative side effects, thought Kai Yang. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to the incense burner to assist in his training. But only when he overcomes his limits, and arouses the golden skeleton's regenerative ability, will he be able to really benefit. Only then will he be able to constantly surpass his limit and grow stronger. The perfume that wafted out from the incense burner served him well, just like that golden skeleton. Though these were all just assumptions on Kai Yang's part, but given the previous events, he felt this should be the truth. Next up, Kai Yang needed to closely analyze the incense burner. The perfume never ceased pouring out of the burner. Even when there was a gust of wind, the perfume would always float in Kai Yang's direction. He also discovered that if he stayed in the same spot and didn't move, then the perfume didn't have any effect. After another half an hour or so, Kai Yang felt that most of his strength had recovered. Staggering, he stood up. Once again he began to take steps forward. Since he had already been burned once, Kai Yang advanced slowly and cautiously monitored his body for the effects of the incense burner. As soon as he put one foot down, Kai Yang discovered that his strength gushed out of him like a broken dam. His physical strength disappeared, and with it so did his mental energy, with no sign or reason. As he took another step, what little strength he had remaining disappeared, causing him to nearly fall down. Clenching his jaw tightly, Kai Yang's stubborn attitude emerged again. Putting his life on the line, he advanced forward. This time he managed to take 4 steps, and although he was mentally unwilling to give up, his body could no longer take it. His strength wasn't too bad. The warm feeling once again poured out from within him, but it was not strong enough, so he fainted again. After repeating this process numerous times, all of his assumptions were confirmed. Although the perfume that came from the incense burner caused people to become more worn out, it didn't leave any negative side effects. While the golden skeleton, on the other hand, needed his will to fight in order to be used. The stronger he felt about not yielding, the stronger the warmth it gave was, and the more his body benefited. This type of training method was truly monstrous, so much so that it was unthinkable. Putting it simply, you were risking your life to increase your strength. If you were a little bit careless, then there would be drastic consequences. Luckily, Kai Yang's self-preservation sense was quite high. Every time he broke through his limits, he would concede and rest before continuing. So after repeating the cycle many times, the results he reaped were bountiful. A person's potential was truly unlimited, but in order to become stronger, you must do things step by step. After an entire day of training, his improvement was very clear. He could already walk a full 10 steps, a large improvement from his first attempt of just 3. But Kai Yang was still unsatisfied. Even under the effects of the perfume, he was still only walking. Until the day he practiced with his fists, this could not be considered training. Quickly, Kaiyang found another disastrous problem. This type of training used his herbs up far too quickly. The 3-leaved chaos spirit flower and the dead jed, a tree grass, could only be burned for about an hour. After an hour, he must once again put in more herbs for the incense burner to continue to produce the perfume. Using his hand to calculate the herb consumption, Kaiyang's face immediately became ugly. There were 12 hours in a day. He trained for about 7 to 8 hours a day. So that meant that he needed at least 14 of these herbs in order to practice under the effects of the incense burner for the whole day. With his current store, he would use up all his dead jed, a tree grass, in 2 days, while also using about 50% of his stockpile of 3-leaved chaos spirit flower. What would he do after he used up all his current herb stock? He only had 38 contribution points. How many days would that last him? Originally he had thought he was quite rich, but reality struck him hard and showed him how poor he really was. That night he carried his worries to bed, his head full of contribution points and herbs. Even in his dreams, he dreamt of mining large amounts of 3-leaved chaos spirit flower and dead jed, a tree grass. That night, Kaiyang didn't sleep very well at all. That night, Sumu didn't sleep very well either, thinking about how overbearingly he had brought people over to cause trouble for Kaiyang, but had instead lost against him. This made Sumu toss and turn restlessly in his bed. If it wasn't for Kaiyang, then he would be happily engaged with Bossy's daughter. If it wasn't for Kaiyang, then he wouldn't be here with a stomach full of resentment. As he recalled the He family's daughter's vivid appearance, Sumu's heart fell into depression. In the future, he will no longer have the face to go and interact with her. As the saying went, you would rather destroy 10 temples than destroy 1 marriage. Kaiyang, you dared to destroy a happy couple, you are too daring. As another saying went, for a nobleman to take revenge, 10 years is not long at all. An insignificant person, however, can go for revenge all day long. Sumu would definitely be classified as the latter, for after a few more days, he could once again challenge Kaiyang. But how could Sumu wait until then? Sumu wanted to go to Kaiyang immediately and beat him to a bloody pulp. Only then would it sate his inner hatred and resentment. Tossing and turning, he couldn't fall asleep, such was his fury, so Sumu got up. Not only did he get up in the middle of the night, he also made his underlings wake up too. Chapter 27. Exchanging some pointers will not make you pregnant. Chapter 27. Exchanging some pointers will not make you pregnant. Not long after, a group of sleepy-eyed Sky Tower disciples had gathered. Young Master Su, is there anything you need? Someone asked while rubbing their eyes. It's nothing much, it's only about the affair this morning. Sumu tried his hardest to calm down his heart. The reason why I have gathered you all here is because I want you to help me come up with some ideas that will help me get revenge and pacify my hatred. Someone said, Young Master Su, why don't you just wait 4 days? In 4 days, you can go challenge Kaiyang, and you will definitely be able to beat him to pieces. Annoyed, Sumu replied, If I really wanted to wait until then why did I call you all over? The sleepy people who had been gathered were suddenly startled into standing up. Evidently, they weren't very awake, so nobody had paid attention to Sumu's words and only yawned widely. When he saw their reactions, Sumu became vexed. Slapping the table, he shouted, All of you help me think of some good ideas. If you guys can't help me think of some good ideas, none of you can think about going back to sleep. This startled everyone, and they realized that Sumu was actually angry. His slap and loud voice had caused them to fully regain consciousness, and they hurriedly put their minds to use, thinking up some good strategies. Not long after, a disciple named Lai Yuntian eyes widened from formulating a good plan. Opening his mouth, he told Sumu, Young Master, we could do this. As he said this, he crept closer to give a detailed explanation of his plan. How could they able to? Sumu's heart burst with joy. He hit Lai Yuntian's back in excitement while saying, Not bad. Not bad. This is a good plan, so I will leave it to you to complete the task. Leave it to me, Young Master Su. Lai Yuntian was also smiling widely. You can all go back to sleep. Sumu waved his hands as he said this, and everybody relaxed themselves before promptly leaving to go back to their beds. Looking out at the pitch-black darkness outside his room, Sumu laughed evilly. Kaiyang, brother Kai, let us wait and see it dawn. Finally, with his heart content, Sumu fell asleep. The next day, Kaiyang woke up to practice the tempered body record before going out to do some sweeping. Yesterday, when he used the incense burner to help practice, although he was constantly on the brink of death, so much so that even now his whole body ached, the results were really evident. This was most obvious when he was practicing the tempered body fist, because he felt that the pressure he felt was slightly smaller. He had also understood that the pressure given from the incense burner was similar to the pressure he felt when practicing the tempered body record. As long as he adapted to one type of pressure, he would naturally be able to adapt to another type. This incense burner was a good thing. His spirits high, Kai Yong wanted to quickly finish his work and go back to train. Just as Kai Yong was halfway through his sweeping, someone had suddenly blocked his path. Looking up, he thought that person looked vaguely familiar. When he was thinking this, that person opened their mouth and laughed loudly. "Ed, it's here guys," Ning makes her reappearance. "Prepare yourselves for more risque leg action, 3/4 length pants incoming." Just kidding. Last night Lei Yuntian had suggested a plan to Sumu. Though he had everything planned, he didn't dare be careless, for he knew it would not be easy. He must not let the opposite party become suspicious and must first trick him, to make him exchange some moves with him. Yesterday when he had accompanied Sumu to challenge Kai Yong, he had hidden himself at the rear of the crowd. He also didn't say much, so Kai Yong shouldn't be able to recognize him, making things much easier. Since earlier, he had been waiting for Kai Yong to come past this area during his daily sweep. His waiting had finally paid off. Kai Yong had come here to sweep. Putting on a big and friendly smile, and an innocent and harmless demeanor, Lei Yuntian walked over. His current expression should be friendly enough, Lei Yuntian told himself to boost his confidence. Does this fellow disciple have any problems? However, Kai Yong was not courteous, since any disciple here currently should be his junior. It was early into the entry period, so their levels shouldn't be that high, so many would claim to be fellow disciples. "Are you not senior disciple Kai Yong?" Lei Yuntian asked as if he knew the answer already. Kai Yong nodded his head. "Yes." Breathing in deeply, Lei Yuntian said, "So it really is you. Senior Kai, I have been looking forward to meeting with you. Now that I have met you today, I can see you really live up to expectations." Yell. Arskizzer. These words had made even Lei Yuntian himself want to vomit, but he must maintain the facade and act like his words were sincere. "This is serious, this is serious." Kai Yong's name was already loudly proclaimed by this junior. Lei Yuntian put up quite a performance. Taking Kai Yong's hand, he said admiringly, "Senior Kai, I heard you had taught Juhu a harsh lesson yesterday. You're really a person with a big heart." "What, you have enmity with him?" asked Kai Yong while sizing him up. Lei Yuntian's face turned cold. "Yes, I do. That person is like a beast, despicable. He even humiliated me once." "But you didn't go get revenge," Kai Yong noted. "I even dream about getting revenge." But sighing loudly he replied, "Senior Kai, I'm afraid you also know this, you who has somebody supporting him. I wouldn't pay attention to an insignificant person like Juhu, but the person behind is someone I can't easily provoke." "That's true." Kai Yong nodded his head. After all, Sumu had some powerful people backing him, so an ordinary disciple obviously wouldn't dare provoke him. That's why yesterday, when Senior Kai gave Juhu a lesson, you helped this junior get his revenge," Lei Yuntian said gratefully, tears flowing down his face. Laughing, Kai Yong replied, "We were only exchanging some pointers. It wasn't anything." Lei Yuntian pressed ahead. "Senior Kai, since you were able to win against Juhu, your strength shouldn't be that weak." Waving his hand, Kai Yong replied, "It's not much, it isn't something so amazing." Lei Yuntian was sneering inside. "You finally said something true. If you didn't plan something yesterday, then how could Juhu possibly lose to you?" But he didn't dare reveal his true thoughts, in case Kai Yong became suspicious. That would be disastrous for his plan. "Senior, you are too modest." Come, normally Lei Yuntian don't have the opportunity to exchange pointers with anybody. "Senior Kai, you have done so much for me, and since we happen to meet up today, we must not miss this chance. Please spar with me." After going around in circles, Lei Yuntian finally found an opportunity to ask the question that was the true reason he had talked to Kai Yong. Forcing a smile, Kai Yong asked, "You want to compare notes with me?" Lei Yuntian nodded his head enthusiastically. "Of course. I hope Senior will not be stingy, and allow this junior to see how Senior defeated Juhu, and to help me also." This reason was really a bit hard to believe. Shaking his head, Kai Yong rejected the request. "Forget it. You don't usually fight others anyway." Lei Yuntian anxiously pressured him. "That won't do, Senior. You will agree even if you don't want to." Laughing, Kai Yong looked at him, and laughed coldly. Lei Yuntian's heart jumped out. He was a bit impatient just then, and was too rushed and forceful with his words. He immediately started laughing too. Junior is really too weak. So if Senior were to give some pointers, it would be very helpful. "No can do." Kai Yong refused. "Why?" There is no reason to, seeing that Kai Yong was intentionally moving away from him now. Lei Yuntian called out, "Exchanging some notes. Naturally we could help other greatly. Isn't that reason enough? If we exchange pointers, it will benefit both of us." "You can put it like that, but no. Repeatedly Kai Yong waved his hand. "Don't be like that, Senior. Exchanging some pointers will not make you pregnant." Lei Yuntian's face was full of anxiety. He didn't even dare reveal his true intentions. Heart thumping, he quickly thought up an idea. Could it be that Senior is afraid that he will lose and his contribution points will be deducted? Am I right? Chapter 28. Too Petty. Chapter 28. Too Petty. Facing Lei Yuntian's inquiry, Kai Yong had no response. Thinking that he had guessed correctly, Lei Yuntian smiled widely. "Don't worry, Senior. Our strengths should be about the same, so it's not certain as to who will and who will lose. And if by chance, this junior wins and senior loses, then your losses will be covered by me. Are you serious? Inquired Kaiyang. This was a rather unexpected. A nobleman's word is his bond. Lai Yuntian bellowed loudly. Originally he thought that he had successfully tricked Kaiyang, and had assumed his battle stance. He knew that Sumu was hidden somewhere in the surrounding area, so if he was able to teach Kaiyang a good lesson, then he would be able to greatly increase his face. But Kaiyang just wrinkled his brows, nearly causing Lai Yuntian to stamp foot and curse his mother. This senior is too annoying and like a bitch. How could you lose to this type of person? Senior, do you have any other questions? Lai Yuntian was on the verge of exploding in frustration. Oh, although I would like to trade notes with you, regrettably I am unable to as I was already challenged by someone yesterday. If you really wanted to exchange pointers, then you must wait a few more days. Bull. Lai Yuntian almost couldn't breathe. Hastily he said, Senior, you can challenge me since I haven't been challenged these past few days. Don't all Sky Tower disciples have the chance to challenge someone every few days? It was like this. Just realizing this now, Kaiyang laughed out loud. Junior brother, these past few years, it has always been me who was challenged, thus, I had completely forgotten this rule. Slowly breathing out, Lai Yuntian really wanted to spit out all the rage and anger inside of him. After a while he inquired, Senior, now can we compare some notes? Kaiyang still had another question. Junior, if I really lost, would you really pay me contribution points? I will definitely pay you, and not only that, I will pay you 10 times the amount, he said, grinding his teeth together. Shaking his head, Kaiyang replied, I don't believe you. Unless you first pay me the contribution points, I won't believe you. How can I give them to you? Lai Yuntian replied gloomily, for contribution points were recorded down by a third party in an account book. It wasn't something you could just carry around to give to others. How was he, as senior, so narrow-minded? Did he believe that he wouldn't stick to his word? I do have an alternative. Smiling cryptically at Lai Yuntian, Kaiyang beckoned him closer and whispered into his ear. Lai Yuntian's face changed into several shades of different colors, and he couldn't help but admit that this Kaiyang's mind was really shrewd. He could actually think of this type of solution. Junior, if you feel that this is impossible, then it's okay. It's not because the senior cannot trust you, it's just playing hard to get. Kaiyang hesitated to voice his next words. Lai Yuntian didn't know what he wanted, but in order for his own plan to succeed, he must give in. So he asked, It won't hurt, so senior, please wait. Wait until I have retrieved the item. My speed is very fast. As he was saying this, he was already speeding away. Looking at his receding back, Kaiyang sighed out in pity. To think there were still people in this world that were willing to offer themselves up to get beaten. With his request refused, he then went to retrieve something. He was really strange. Thankfully it temporarily achieved his needs. It was just that this method could only be used once. Next time, he would no longer be able to use it. After thinking for a while, Kaiyang mentally bashed himself. When he remembered the junior's desperateness, no matter what he requested, he would have agreed. Sumu, along with a bunch of other people, were hidden too far from Kaiyang. Originally when he saw that Lai Yuntian and Kaiyang had started to talk, his heart was jumping circles. Just as he was settling down to enjoy a good show, Lai Yuntian hastily ran away, causing Sumu to be confused. Yesterday when they were discussing the plan, this wasn't included. What was this Lai Yuntian up to? His heart full of doubt, Sumu immediately ordered someone to intercept Lai Yuntian and inquire about the situation. After 15 minutes, that person had returned and whispered to him, Young Master Su, Lai Yuntian said that Kaiyang is narrow-minded, and had told him to first go to the contribution hall to retrieve some herbs to compensate him. Only then would he agree to compare notes. Aren't you a bit too petty? Sumu said flabbergastedly. Kaiyang is only a trial disciple, so if he lost, he would only lose 1 contribution point. So, why would he need to compensate him 10 herbs? That person answer. Lai Yuntian caused this. He said that he would compensate him 10 times the amount, so no wonder. Sumu's face became slightly ugly, but forget about it. As long as that Kaiyang can receive this lesson, 10 herbs aren't that much. 10 herbs cost about 10 contribution points. Such a small amount of points weren't put into the eyes of Sumu. Since everyone now knew the entire situation, they could only patiently await the battle. Half an hour passed and Kaiyang was nearly finished with his sweeping. Shortly thereafter, Kaiyang saw a red and tired face. It was Lai Yuntian running closer. Lai Yuntian didn't blame the fact that the distance of the contribution was too large, but rather that Treasurer Meng, who was still asleep, for causing him to take so long. After a long time of shouting and banging on the door, had he woken up. Since Old Man Meng was disturbed from his sweet dream, his temper was short. Without even allowing Old Man Meng the time to teach him a lesson, Lai Yuntian quickly purchased 10 ordinary grade lower level herbs. This cost him about 20 contribution points. The anger Lei Yuntian held. He was determined to earn the interest back from Kai Yang's body. Returning, he saw that Kai Yang hadn't left. He stood there, with his broom in his hand waiting for him. 3 steps, 2 steps. As Lei Yuntian gasped for breath, he rushed over to Kai Yang. Taking out the herbs, he breathlessly said, "Here, check it, senior." No need. Acting as if he was very big-hearted, Kai Yang took the herbs without counting and placed them, along with his broom, onto the ground. "Senior, now can we compare notes?" Lei Yuntian asked. We can. Actually, Junior didn't have to go to such lengths. If you had asked, this senior would have readily agreed. Kai Yang smiled cheerfully. Lei Yuntian was nearly angered to the point of meeting Buddha. 2 Buddhas in heaven, 3 in nirvana, and 4 living together. It was you who wanted the herbs, it was you who didn't trust me, and it was you who made me travel such a distance. Could it be that this whole journey was unnecessary? But he will forget about it, he decided, and chose to take some deep breaths to calm down his mind. For today, once this battle started, he would thoroughly teach Kai Yang a good lesson. "Junior, shall we start?" Kai Yang queried Lei Yuntian's opinion. "Okay." His spirit had roused, Lei Yuntian replied and cupped his hands. "Please give me some teaching, senior." Don't dare. Kai Yang humbly smiled. Neither dared or wanted to reveal their current cultivation levels. Lei Yuntian was afraid that it would scare Kai Yang away, while Kai Yang wanted to keep it a secret. With each thinking of their own reasons in their respective minds, the battle started. Seeing Zhu Hu's mistake yesterday, and his heart full of hatred, how could Lei Yuntian possibly be merciful? He thought as he prepared to use thunder to knock down the senior. With the lightning-fast exchanges, the air around became charged with tension. Dodging each other's attacks, Kai Yang and Lei Yuntian had already exchanged fists. Since Lei Yuntian's heart was full of hatred, his fists didn't contain any real power. But within his flurry of fists, each was faster than the last and more profound. Kai Yang didn't panic but remained calm. The practice that he had been doing these past few days started to show their results. With only the Sky Tower's basic skills and the kicks, he fought. After a few exchanges, Lei Yuntian became fearful. His opponent exuded a vigorous energy, which left him unstable and pushed him back a few steps. Not only that, each punch that he threw out made him feel like he hit a boulder and left his whole hand numb. Chapter 29, A Big Loss. Chapter 29, A Big Loss. After suffering a loss, Lei Yuntian didn't dare to be carelessly anymore. Intensely looking at Kai Yang, he flitted about before executing a couple of swift punches towards Kai Yang. "That's for being narrow-minded. That's for making me run to the contribution hall so early in the morning," he grumbled inside while attacking. Pang, pang resounded every time Lei Yuntian struck out. Nearby, Sumu was stunned as each fist landed on Kai Yang, while Lei Yuntian felt pain with each fist. Both people were tempered body cultivators, but since their levels weren't very high, the amount of blows they exchanged were small. Furthermore, Kai Yang wanted to test out his body's condition, so he allowed Lei Yuntian to land his attacks on his body. Within the time it took to make some tea, Kai Yang came to understand his current body condition. It was stronger, far stronger than a few days ago. With his goal achieved, Kai Yang no longer wanted to be subjected to his junior's nagging. Just as victory was at hand for Lei Yuntian, something changed. The senior Kai, who could only retreat and defend a few moments ago, face lit up in excitement. It was like when an evil spirit met a naked young lady. This sudden change in attitude caused Lei Yuntian to feel uneasy. More closely, he noticed that Kai Yang's excitement was different to what he had previously thought. It was a colder and bloodthirsty type of excitement. With a bad feeling in his stomach, Lei Yuntian retreated, but one step from Kai Yang blocked his path. He was like a towering mountain. Jumping up, Lei Yuntian wanted to escape from Kai Yang's pursuit. Raising his leg, Kai Yang swept it towards Lei Yuntian's waist. A miserable cry leaked out of his mouth, while he flew a couple of feet. Without pausing, Kai Yang ruthlessly stepped down, stomped on him, and a rain of fists followed. A blood-curdling scream echoed. This round of note comparing ended up with Lei Yuntian losing, begging for mercy. When Lei Yuntian was sent flying earlier, he still had the intention to continue. But under the merciless barrage of Kai Yang's punches, his injuries quickly increased. After a while, Lei Yuntian could no longer endure it. Afterwards, he noticed Kai Yang and his own reactions were completely different. The more he hit Kai Yang, the more excited Kai Yang became. When he hit him, the more painful and sorrowful it became for Lei Yuntian. Why would there be anyone who would be happy to get beaten? The more red, blood and flesh that Kai Yang saw, the happier he looked. It made him look slightly mad. Lei Yuntian thought this person was mad. Yet after the end of the battle, Kai Yang returned to normal, back to his kind and amiable self. In fact, he even helped to pull him back up, and smiled saying that he allowed him to win. Then he picked up his broom and left. When he was in battle compared to when he was not in battle, he was two completely different people. His body was sore all over. How could he not sustain some injuries from Kai Yang's multiple fists? This time, it really was a case of trying to steal the chicken, but losing the rice to lure it. Lai Yuntian thought in tears. He had already constantly refused to compare notes with Lai Yuntian, yet he had been adamant. He even spent 20 contribution points in exchange for 10 herbs to secure the exchange. And the result, he had lost. Not only were the herbs taken away from him, he will also be deducted contribution points. This time, it really was a big loss. Was this not offending because of something petty? Lai Yuntian felt endless regret. Su Mu and the others, watching from not too far away, were also shocked stupid. When they saw Lai Yuntian and Kai Yang start, they were sorely tempted to jump out and started cheering. For he had finally succeeded in getting Kai Yang to exchange pointers. Soon Kai Yang was going to be beaten black and blue. Su Mu even had it all planned out. When Kai Yang was beaten, he would go over and give a few extra words of ridicule. That way, he will be able to release some of his heart's anger. But contrary to what they expected, when the battle started, Kai Yang had fought Lai Yuntian to a standstill. For a while Su Mu thought the things that he saw were a little blurry. Suspiciously, he leaned over and asked, "What stage is Lai Yuntian again?" "Tempered body's 7th stage, and has already started to train his own vitality. It's just that the time he has trained it is too little, so it cannot be used well yet." "And Kai Yang?" Su Mu asked again. "I think he is about the tempered body 4th stage." His voice a bit uncertain. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock, for despite a difference of 3 stages, he had managed to fight evenly with Lai Yuntian, and that was too monstrous. No wonder yesterday Zhu Hu was defeated with only 3 moves. Even with such a large difference, Kai Yang had won. So even if Zhu Hu had used all his strength, he wouldn't win. But how could that person, of all these speculations, be that powerful? If he really possessed this type of strength, why would he lose all his previous battles? Kai Yang had been a trial disciple for 3 years already, and year after he was admitted, he was constantly challenged. Every time, until yesterday, he hadn't won a single one of his battles in these past 2 years. The greatest shock that Su Mu and Ko were to experience had yet to come. They had thought that Kai Yang being able to endure even one of Lai Yuntian's strikes was nothing short of a miracle. There was no possible way for him to win. Yet, when Kai Yang really defeated Lai Yuntian, everybody was like a crow and peacock, making no sound. They couldn't believe their own eyes. Tempered body 4th stage practitioner beat a tempered body 7th stage practitioner. In the couple of 100 years of Sky Tower's history, this type of situation had never happened before. Could it be that even a stinky salty fish will have a chance to turn over? As he was standing there in a trance, Su Mu felt someone tap his shoulder gently. Turning around, he was greeted by Kai Yang smiling at him while carrying his broom. His face full of affection, he said, "Junior Su, if there will be another good opportunity like this, please remember to notify me as well." "You already knew?" The corners of Su Mu's mouth twitched. Gently, Kai Yang chuckled. "Yesterday, although Junior Lai was hidden within the crowd, he was with you. The only good point of the senior is his memory." "How sly!" Su Mu hated him so much that he gnashed his teeth together vigorously. Only now did he realize everybody had been thoroughly tricked by Kai Yang. "We're both in the same boat." He laughed. "Oh right, I can still challenge someone tomorrow. Aren't we all allowed to request anyone for a battle once every day? Enjoy your day everybody, and I will come find you tomorrow." Everyone's face immediately became ice cold. Witnessing Kai Yang's current actions, hadn't he experienced the sweetness from this little action? Then when they looked at Lai Yuntian and thought how their own strengths were about the same level as Lai Yuntian, a shiver ran down their spines. Frightened they said, "Young Master Su, what should we do now?" Su Mu was also at his wit's end. After all, duels were a long-time tradition of Sky Tower. Which disciple hasn't been challenged before? Although he had someone backing him, he still didn't dare to recklessly break the main gate rules. "Relax," he probably said it to scare you. "If he really came to challenge you, I will make sure that he won't be able to walk." Hearing Su Mu say this, everyone felt more secure and relaxed. Yan had thought of this on the spot. All Sky Tower disciples had the opportunity to issue a challenge each day, and since he had never used this privilege before, he naturally had forgotten about it. With today's reminder from Lai Yuntian, he had remembered it. 1 battle a day, however, defeating an ordinary disciple could only earn him 2 contribution points. But mosquito meat is still meat. After accumulating them for a month, it would not be a small amount. Besides, on the road of martial cultivation, you cannot close yourself off completely from the outside world. Battling these fellow disciples and exchanging some pointers will not do any harm, and it doesn't take very long. Just treat it like a relaxation activity. You can even earn some contribution points while you relax. What harm is there? Though the harvest from today's challenge was quite a good one. Not only did he earn 2 contribution points, he also gained 10 strands of much-needed dead jed, high tree grass. This was such a profitable day. If there was someone to give him 10 herbs every day, how good would that be? Kai Yang daydreamed a bit. Returning to his wooden hut, Kai Yang immediately took out the incense burner and lit it. Breathing in the perfume, he started his arduous training. Chapter 30. The salty fish turns over. Chapter 30. The salty fish turns over. The next day, a whole group of disciples were gathered to practice. They talked and laughed together. Although the work was very tiring, it was done in a festive manner. Suddenly, someone called out in a certain direction, young Master Su." "What?" Su Mu asked dubiously. "He really came." "Who came?" Somewhat impatiently, Su Mu gazed over in the direction the person was pointing towards. There he saw Kai Yang holding his broom and grinning while walking towards them. Everybody's faces fell. "Good morning, my fellow brother and sister disciples. You are all such diligent people, practicing so early in the morning." Kai Yang greeted everyone, while purposely looking over at Juhu and Lei Yuntian, who both backed away, their faces red. When they thought about the power of Kai Yang's fists, their skin crawled. "Why did you come here?" Su Mu was a bit worried. Although he already knew Kai Yang's motive, he still asked. After all, he had opened his mouth and assured everyone yesterday that he would deal with Kai Yang to challenge. His smile, incomparably wide, Kai Yang's gaze swept throughout the throng of people. Cordially he asked, "Which fellow disciples haven't been challenged in these past few days? Please allow this senior to test your might. The Sky Tower's main gate rules state that you should not avoid challenges and not shy away from them. Disobey and you will be expelled." With these rules in place, the people under Su Mu were deathly afraid of Kai Yang. For as long as the opponent issued a challenge, they would have to accept. If they had not been challenged in these past 5 days, that would mean, even if they knew they would receive a beating, they could only brace themselves and accept. That day, Zhang San was the one who was challenged. Satisfied, Kai Yang walked away while Su Mu damned him and hurled curses at his back. The next day, Kai Yang came again. That time it was Lai Shi who got challenged. Walking away satisfied after winning once again, Su Mu threatened Kai Yang non-stop, but it was to no avail. On the third day, Kai Yang had come yet again. It was Wang Wu who got unlucky and received a swollen face and bloody nose for his troubles. Once again, his heart satisfied, Kai Yang left, while Su Mu swore weakly. When Kai Yang had came the fourth time, Su Mu had also learned. Su Mu no longer threatened or cursed Kai Yang, for he knew they were no use, because the senior Kai was not afraid of his threats at all. Su Mu only fiercely glared at him, harboring a bone and soul-piercing hatred. And during this type of frustrating torment, the people under Su Mu had begun to quit. This was plain bullying by Kai Yang, for there were many ordinary disciples throughout Sky Tower, yet he purposely came to challenge the disciples under Su Mu. It was very clear that he was here for revenge. Not to mention, the amount of people within this group was not small, so he would always be able to find someone to challenge and obtain favorable results. Within these past few days, Kai Yang had caused quite a tempest. He was only a lowly trial disciple, yet he really was a salty fish that turned over, and he managed to make everyone pay attention to him. Ever since he had defeated Juhu, he had changed into someone that others weren't able to easily beat or manipulate. Every day he would go and challenge disciples, and each time he would win. Rumors even stated that Su Mu had gotten to the point that he no longer retaliated. What type of person was Su Mu? He was someone with powerful backing. Even someone like him couldn't do anything to Kai Yang, so what could ordinary disciples do? Subsequently, no disciples dared to go and challenge Kai Yang. Not one person was unaware that this person who had entered for 3 years, and had been demoted to a trial disciple, was not an easily provoked person. As this news traveled through the many disciples, many were guessing at his cultivation. Some guessed that he was at the tempered body 4th stage, some said tempered body 5th stage, and some even guessed tempered body 8th stage. After all, he did defeat the tempered body 7th stage practitioner Lei Yuntian. But no matter who, no one knew Kai Yang's true cultivation. Only Xia Ningchang knew. These past few days, every time Kai Yang went to challenge someone, she was always there peeking. With her natural talent and cultivation, she could naturally see Kai Yang's true level. But since Xia Ningchang could see his true cultivation, she feared him. This junior, when he had defeated Lei Yuntian, he was only at that tempered body 5th stage, and with the passing of a mere 4 days, he had risen to the tempered body 6th stage. How did he cultivate? Even if it was her, armed with her special physique, when she was cultivating in the tempered body stage, she had used no small amount of medicinal pellets, yet she wasn't as fast as him. In a state of confusion, Xia Ningchang had sneakily stalked Kai Yang to investigate how he cultivated. Though no matter where she looked or went, she couldn't unravel the mystery or find anything unusual. He only punched a few fists, kicked his feet, and made himself all weary and sweaty. Xia Ningchang couldn't understand how the basic techniques of Sky Tower could make him so powerful. They weren't even profound techniques. At the end of her investigation spanning these past few days, Xia Ningchang was left clueless. Although she had a feeling that Kai Yang still had hidden secrets, she was not bold enough to continue investigating. For a young girl to often peek at someone was not an honorable act, especially a youngster who was often half naked. Every time Xia Ningchang looked, she became beet red and ashamed endlessly. Every time this person trained, he would take off his shirt, as if his bony ribs were something good to show off. However, he seemed to be more robust than before, with more muscles. Thinking back to the time she first saw his, Xianing Chang unconsciously compared. When she finished comparing, her face flushed red again. Meanwhile, Kai Yang was oblivious to the fact that he had been watched these past days. Every day he would sweep his assigned area, and then go find Sumu's group to challenge them. Afterwards, he would return back home to start his training. This was repetitive and tedious work, but also very fulfilling. The incense burner's impact was exceptionally large, and matched with the daily tempered body record training. It had allowed him to break through to the tempered body 6th stage yesterday. This made the atmospheric energy within his body further solidify and stabilize. With just another step, he would step into the tempered body's 7th stage. Once he reached this stage, he would be able to produce his own vitality. Even though the amount he would be able to produce wasn't that much, it was still vitality. Also, as long as he could produce his own vitality, he could then start to cultivate martial skills. At that time, his attacks would not longer be restricted to the leg whip and the Shaolin fists. The tempered body's 7th to 9th stages were the stage in which one's vitality developed, and also when the vitality traveled through a practitioner's meridians and allowed them to reach the mastery stage. Only in this stage, when one's vitality was being born, could this be achieved. You must then use it to break open the heaven and earth bridge, so as to break away from the tempered body boundary to the next stage. It was like playing with your own life, this training of Kai Yang's. Each and every day Kai Yang could feel his growth. It was an extremely vivid feeling. Today, Kai Yang was finally able to practice his fists while under the influence of the incense perfume, but the duration he was able to endure wasn't very long. When he practiced the tempered body piece in the mornings, it had become easier, and was improving every day. If these conditions were maintained, Kai Yang was confident that he could truly mature and become stronger. But Kai Yang was in an embarrassing situation. His dead jet, a tree grass stock, had run out, and his 3-leaved chaos spirit flower, although sparingly used, was almost finished as well. These past few days, Kai Yang had used the herbs sparingly, but he still ran out. As he used them, they had inevitably run out. With no alternative, Kai Yang could only go to the contribution hall and use up all his remaining contribution points to purchase these herbs. Chapter 31. Tonight, raid Kai Yang during the night. Sponsored by Pang V. This time, out of the goodness in his heart, Treasurer Meng gave Kai Yang a few extra clippings of the herbs, but he still refused to let go of the matters pertaining to his cultivation. He constantly asked how Kai Yang managed to improve his strength so quickly. It looked like the news of Kai Yang beating Sumu's underlings had even reached Treasurer Meng's ears. Towards Treasurer Meng, Kai Yang still had a reasonably good impression. Although the old man was a bit crazy and thick-skinned, he was very likable when measured by Kai Yang's standards. This situation wasn't easily explained, so Kai Yang could only say that when he was in Black Wind Mountains, he ate a special fruit which allowed him to gain enlightenment on how to cultivate. After contemplating for a while, Treasurer Meng thought back to the time period when Kai Yang entered the mountains and his current behavior. This explanation was the most reasonable and believable explanation, so Treasurer had no choice but to accept it. Exiting the contribution hall, Kai Yang was deeply worried. All of his contribution points had been used to purchase these herbs, and by his estimation, they would only last him 3 to 4 days. Afterwards, what would he use to get these herbs? Even though he was able to earn 2 contribution points from his daily challenges, these points could only be accessed on the 8th day of every month. With his calculations, he would need to wait 20 days. How could he possibly wait until then? Without being able to think of the solutions, Kai Yang became depressed and could only continue training. Few days passed by in a blur, and Kai Yang's tempered body 6th stage cultivation began to stabilize, and he marched towards the 7th stage. In comparison to Kai Yang's good mood, Sumu's followers felt like they were thrown into a flaming abyss. These past few days, Kai Yang would come to find them and cause trouble, causing them to feel vexed beyond compare. They couldn't contend against him in strength and couldn't hide from him. It was stifling beyond compare. While Sumu personally held some confidence at his chance of victory should he fight Kai Yang, unfortunately for the others the gap between them and Kai Yang was too large. They couldn't challenge him. Sumu still thought that Kai Yang was at the tempered body 4th or 5th stage. Sumu knew that this could continue no longer. If it continued any longer, then all his underlings would leave. Thinking for a while, Sumu prepared to do something heartless and called all the Sky Tower disciples who had been beaten by Kai Yang. Frowning, he said, "Tonight, raid Kai Yang's hut during the night. Wipe away all shame you have suffered." Since they couldn't win by following the rules, they won't follow them at all. Everyone jumped up startled. "A raid?" Sumu nodded his head. "This isn't good." Lai Yuntan was hesitant. "Although that guy Kai Yang is a bit dishonest, he at least openly challenged and defeated us all. If the news of us mounting a sneak attack got out, we would be unable to escape punishment." Lei Yuntan's statements got the agreement of all the people present. Sumu indignantly replied, "But he is too much. He has completely disregarded us fellow disciples and comes every day. If we don't give him a proper lesson, who knows how long this ferocious act will continue. Regardless, tonight, I will definitely go cause some trouble for him. All those willing to do so, follow me. As for those who are unwilling, I won't force you. If anything were to happen, I swear that I, Sumu, will bear all consequences and won't involve you." Sumu's words were sincere, and even if they still felt that it wasn't honorable, they couldn't refute his position. After all, Sumu had promised to carry all the consequences on his shoulders, showing the utmost benevolence. Thinking for a bit, Lei Yuntan spoke. "This is also good. If this succeeds, then we will be able to teach the bastard that we aren't so easily provoked. Young Master Su, this time, this disciple will put his life on the line and play with you. We will also come." The remaining people chorused. Nodding and smiling, Sumu cried, "That's right." That night, with everybody's spirit trembling in excitement, they gathered in Sumu's room waiting until sunset. "Is everybody ready?" Sumu inquired. They nodded their heads. "Good. This time we must make this moment unforgettable for that bastard," Sumu shouted, while putting a black cloth over his face, leaving only a slim gap from which his evil gaze leaked out. Their emotions roused, the others followed suit. "Set off." Calling for action, Sumu issued the move-out order. 10 or so shadows flashed out of his room, quickly merging into the night's darkness. During the night, Sky Tower had disciples posted about patrolling the premises. Unfortunately, Sumu and his group were Sky Tower disciples too, and were all too familiar with the patrol routes, allowing them to easily avoid these patrols. Otherwise, why would a family thief be hard to ward against? Sumu's current actions were a model example of the saying. Shortly, Sumu's group gathered in front of Kai Yang's small wooden hut. Standing about 10 to 20 feet away, they suppressed the sounds of their breathing. Their indignation flared at the memory of the injustice they had suffered. "There are no lights inside the hut. Kai Yang must be asleep already." Calming his heart, Sumu turned his head to face Lei Yuntan at his side. "Kai Yang's strength isn't weak, so later you and I will hold him down, while everyone else beats him. Remember to use all your strength." "Okay." Lei Yuntan nodded his head. "As long as it's not life-threatening, you can hit however you want," Sumu reminded, and they all promised. "Go." Waving his hand, Sumu shot towards the wooden hut. 10 shadows flickered against the night, rushing onwards. Those who cultivated could run without making the slightest noise. They just needed to suppress the noise of their breathing to hide their presence. Their imaginations running wild, all their spirits rose as they thought about how Kai Yang would look injured and bloody. This past few days, they were tormented miserably by Kai Yang. Even though they were still around 10 feet away, the cold gleam in Sumu's eyes became more intense, and his lips couldn't help but curve upwards. As the distance shrunk, the wooden hut's wooden door could be seen. In the blink of an eye, Sumu had already started to reach out to push open the door. Suddenly, a sweet fragrance entered his nose. Smelling this fragrance, Sumu felt that this fragrance was very strange. It didn't smell very nice, nor did it smell very bad. It truly was a fragrance that he had never smelt before. Although he was a bit suspicious, Sumu didn't give it any more thought, and continued to charge forwards. Stepping forward, Sumu's body became soft. He narrowly avoided falling. Breaking out in cold sweat, Sumu recalled just moments ago. It felt like all his strength had been sucked out from him. His brain buzzing, mind became muddled. Tiredly, he steadied himself. Taking another step caused Sumu to directly fall to the ground, nose first. Then 2 warm streams flowed down from his nose, filling his mouth with the metallic taste of blood. Ha, pa, pa. A series of sounds sounded out and converged towards the wooden hut originating from the Sky Tower disciples that had followed Sumu. One by one, each of them, like Sumu, fell to the ground. Each of them felt weak and powerless. All had bloody noses and battered looks. Their anguished wailing resounded out in the quiet night, making it all the more livelier. "What's the matter?" Struggling greatly, Sumu turned his head towards Lei Yuntan and asked. Lei Yuntan struggled to drag himself back upright, but he was powerless and could only lay on the ground gasping for breath. This expression was horrendously ugly. Hesitatingly he said, "Young Master Su, I'm afraid that we have been poisoned." "Poisoned?" Sumu turned pale in fright. "In addition, it's a very powerful poison." Trembling, Lei Yuntan reached out with his hand. "Yan, Master Su, I'm afraid that I can't hold on any longer. You must get revenge for me." After he finished passing on his last will and testament, Lei Yuntan's head fell and he ceased all movement. Overwhelmed by shock, Sumu desperately and repeatedly called out his name. But no matter how many times he called out, he couldn't wake him. When he turned his head around again, he saw that of the brother disciples that he had brought with him, none had escaped. All without exception were laying still, making no sound. Kiel, you would think that Kai Young would have sensed or at least heard all this noise by now. Wot Tik Georgian. Le Eb, a Canado, a Georgian, Le D. Honey Badger don't give a f. An indescribable sense of panic and mourning filled his heart. Unexpectedly, Sumuz was able to calm his mind in this situation. This was the territory of Sky Tower. How could they be poisoned? And this poison's effect was this potent. Not even 3 breaths had passed before their lives were taken, one by one. Woo-ah. This is fresh, first time MC's op training killed others. Looking forward to future story arcs now. Aren't you? Chapter 32. True Yan Tactics. Who put the poison in Kai Yang's hut? Why did they poison this hut? Was it meant for them? Just as he was thinking about these matters in a confused state, his ears picked up a sudden and surprised voice. Huh? It's Kai Yang's voice. Sumu hated Kai Yang down to his bones. Naturally, he would be able to recognize his voice. It's him. It turned out that it was Kai Yang who had poisoned them. Bastard. We had only intended to come and teach you a lesson. Yet you were this murderous. Isn't this too cruel, isn't it? In his heart, Sumu cursed Kai Yang. However, he had rapidly begun to lose consciousness. Fuck. Could it be that this master will die, this muddle-headed? This poor young master, who was full of ambitions, and before these ambitions could be fulfilled, he will die an early death. The heavens were jealous, ah. Stepping lightly, Kai Yang walked over to the group of fallen disciples. Crouching down, he took off their face masks, only to discover that they were all people he was familiar with. Thinking for a bit, Kai Yang realized what they had wanted to do. It was probably because he had tortured them too miserably these past few days, so they had come for revenge during the night. But they really had some bad luck. Playing with the incense burner in his hands, Kai Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This really was an accident, but they were really too unlucky. Usually he would have long since recalled the incense burner back into the black book, but today's training was too exhausting. So by accident, he had fallen asleep, and before the remainder of the herbs had been burned, Sumu and his group had unfortunately come and ended up inhaling the incense. The incense that came from within the burner was very powerful, and when Kai Yang had first been subjected to the effects, he could only manage to take 3 steps before collapsing onto the ground, and this was with the golden skeleton within his body, so how could Sumu's group hope to withstand it? They didn't have the support of the golden skeleton for recovery, so he estimated they would need to cultivate for a couple of days before they would regain their strength. Although through his negligence, he must bear some responsibility for the current situation, it was also because of their arrogance. If the moment they had smelled the incense and stopped breathing, then they wouldn't be in this pitiful state. Hey, why did you come? Sighing loudly, Kai Yang stored the incense burner back into the black book, while looking at the pile of bodies strewn about his floor awkwardly. Pondering for a moment, Kai Yang decided to drag all of them to a random area and leave them there. When he returned to his wooden hut, he went back to sleep. Because of that incident, Kai Yang became more vigilant. He must quickly break through into the next tempered body stage. Currently he could only use the incense burner outside of the black book, but if he quickly broke through and neared the Kai Yuan stage, then it would no longer be so inconvenient to use. At that time, even if the incense burner was still inside the black book, he would be able to use it. The only requirement would be that he still had energy to channel into the black book. The next few days, Kai Yang trained bitterly. Despite using the 2 herbs sparingly, they decreased steadily every day. On the 3rd morning, after he had completed his daily tempered body record training, he faced the east to breathe in the rich Kai. While doing so, the atmospheric energy in his meridians suddenly stirred and rose rapidly. It was like they were little insects scuttling about his meridians. His face straightening, Kai Yang quickly paused to check his body. The scuttering of his atmospheric energy also caused his muscles and blood to tingle, numbing his entire body. He didn't know how long this numbing feeling persisted for, but suddenly Kai Yang felt his body lighten, while his abdomen began to heat up. The mad scuttering of his atmospheric energy immediately dissipated. The warm feeling in his abdomen seemed to come to life. Meanwhile, Kai Yang was in ecstasy. Vitality. He had finally stepped up. He was at tempered body 7th stage now, and had started to develop his vitality. Vitality was a clear sign of this. In your life, the first bit of vitality that you develop comes from within your danshan, but this vitality was very nominal amount. It was unable to support the usage of even one martial skill in a battle. This was because as soon as you used this strand of vitality, it would disappear. In order to regain it, you must expend a large amount of energy. But because of this little strand of vitality, a practitioner could now be able to start their cultivation of martial skills. The Sky Tower basic fists and kicks were not comparable to the might of a martial skill. A martial skill called upon one's vitality in order to be executed, and they were the foundation of strength for all martial practitioners. For a simple punch, the power that came from the tempered body 7th stage was far superior than the 6th stage. If the tempered body 6th stage punch could produce a power of 200 Jin, then with the aid of vitality, the punch from the tempered body 7th could produce 500 Jin, or even 1000 Jin of power. Of course, when you were in the tempered body stage, a practitioner wouldn't easily use martial skills because it wasn't easy to recover your vitality. Only when you reached the Kai-Yuan stage could you freely use martial skills as you pleased in battles. When you reached that stage, vitality was quickly recovered. The main issue was how fast one could recover their vitality. So once you entered the tempered body, 7th stage, a practitioner must use that small stand of vitality to create their foundations and slowly increase their vitality. A common method was to cultivate martial skills. Every martial skill required several strands, or even dozens of strands, or even the strands from various meridians to execute. With different paths and orders, one can form many different martial skills. While you were cultivating martial skills to increase your vitality, you would open your body's Yutan and naturally progress to the Kai-Yuan stage. Every practitioner would do this. Qiang was no exception. Once he knew he had reached the tempered body's 7th stage, Qiang immediately calmed his beating heart and rushed back into the wooden hut to call out the black book. He flipped directly to the 4th page and earnestly scanned the page. During these past days, as soon as he had broken through, he would try to unlock the 4th page. Unfortunately, he had never succeeded. Qiang guessed that he needed the tempered body's 7th stage to unlock it. As soon as he reached the tempered body's 7th stage, the 4th page began to morph. His guess was indeed correct. After floating around for a short while, the wisps of golden light covered the page. Separating from the page, these gold beams of light directly entered Qiang's mind. Within his mind, new information appeared suddenly: True Yang tactics. This was the reward that the black book had bestowed upon Qiang for breaking through. Going over the information, his expression became distorted. This True Yang tactics was slightly different from common martial skills. Normal martial skills had set paths of sequences, and although they could change, they were only superficial changes. They didn't change the base of the skill. They didn't stray from their base. If they did, then it would a completely different skill altogether. But this True Yang tactics didn't. It didn't have set activation sequences and changed constantly. It could be described as arbitrary, or you could say that it actually didn't have any singular form. This was the first difference. The cultivation method for the True Yang tactics was also quite simple, but there were conditions to cultivate it. You must cultivate in an environment with plenty of Yang energy to cultivate the True Yang tactics. But through this secret method, once the cultivated Yang vitality reached a certain point, it could be condensed into a liquid form and stored within the Danshan. This was something no martial skill or secret art could achieve, because there will always be a moment when one's body would be filled. Once a martial practitioner was filled with vitality, there was no way to increase the amount, unless you broke your limit. Chapter 33, Origin of Yang. Chapter 33, Origin of Yang. Now vitality, right arrow world Kai, but the True Yang tactics were different. When you cultivated your Yang world Kai to the limit, your world Kai would condense into a liquid form and merge with your Danshan. This would cause your meridians to empty, thereby allowing you to continue to cultivate world Kai. In other words, if you practice this secret art, there would be no limit to the amount you could cultivate. However, you needed Yang Kai to be able to practice it without any limit. This was the second difference. With these differences and the origin of the True Yang tactics, it clearly displayed how this skill was far from ordinary. When he started to cultivate his Yang Kai, he would be able to use his liquefied Yang Kai to attack. Contemplating for a while, Qiang decided to cultivate the True Yang tactics. Firstly, it was because he had no other alternatives, and also had no more contribution points. As a result, he was unable to obtain any martial skills from the main gate. Secondly, it was because he had great confidence in anything that came from the black book. The skills obtained from the main gate may not even be comparable to the True Yang tactics. As for the training environment, it wasn't anything to be concerned about. The sun also had a Yang attribute, so as long as there was sunlight, he would be able to cultivate the True Yang tactics. It was just that the efficiency would be quite low. After all, the sun had to shine over an enormous area of land, and given it was providing this in the form of an equally large expanse of light, how much of this could a human possibly absorb? With his decision finalized, Qiang walked out of his hut and found a patch of sunlight. Sitting down, he closed his eyes and imagined the path for the True Yang tactics. Concentrating, he began to focus and control the thin strand of world Kai within in his Danshan and directed according to the path from the True Yang tactics. For everything, the beginning was the most difficult part. This saying was not wrong at all. Qiang could connect himself to that thin strand of world Kai, but to take it and let it travel through his meridians was difficult beyond measure. Under the blazing sun, he trained for the entire day and only increased the thin strand of world Kai by a tiny bit, and the traveling speed of his world Kai was as slow as a turtle. But in the end it was the first time he attempted it, so to have this result already caused Qiang to be very pleased. This was a cumulative type of training, and was not something that could be completed overnight. But in regards to this, Kaiyang was in no way lacking of patience. After 3 days of hard work, Kaiyang finally managed to guide his world Kai from his Danshin to his chest meridian. With a single thought, the small and considerably weak strand of world Kai surged up from within his chest and surged around his chestal acupoint. Following the Black Book, he knew he must first establish his origin of Yang. This was the first step to cultivating the true Yang tactics. This origin of Yang had no other use apart from assisting him in sensing the Yang Kai around him. All in all, Kaiyang's strength was far too low, and he still had yet to form his own divine sense. Thus he was completely unable to probe the area around him to find a dense Yang Kai area. However, with his origin of Yang established, this would no longer be a problem. As long as this was created, then within a certain area, he would be able to pick up even the faintest hints of Yang Kai. With his strand of world Kai moving non-stop within his chest area, Kaiyang's face became tense. He could not allow the slightest carelessness. To form his origin of Yang was a very complicated and meticulous task. If there was any errors in the forming process, then all his previous work would go down the drain, and Kaiyang would need to start over again. 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed, and Kaiyang, who had been sitting under the sun the entire time, was soaked from head to toe in his sweat. Given the length of time he had been sweating, for his body naturally began to show signs of dehydration. His lips had even turned pale, but Kaiyang's face remained firm. He continued to spur that strand of world Kai to revolve around his chest acupoint with no signs of irritability or discouragement. Without knowing how much time had passed, Kaiyang suddenly felt a strange sensation from his chest, and a piercing pain followed, like a red-hot iron had been pressed upon his skin. Abruptly, Kaiyang opened his eyes and clenched his teeth. This pain came fast and left just as fast. It only occurred for the time it took you to blink, then his chest returned to normal. In fact, it even felt cool and refreshed, but his brain was still reeling from the severe pain and wouldn't allow him to forget about it that easily. Faintly, Kaiyang felt that something extra had appeared in his chest, but when he looked down, there was nothing there. Was the origin of Yang formed? Creasing his eyebrows, Kaiyang began to contemplate. The origin should have been successfully formed. It was just formed within his central chest acupoint, so he couldn't see it physically. Since the origin of Yang had formed, then it should have some reaction with the Yang Kai. Why couldn't he sense it? Could it be that in this area, there was no dense areas of Yang Kai? Keeping this thought in mind, Kaiyang stood up and walked towards the center of Sky Tower. As he walked, he paid careful attention to any movement within his chest. He hadn't been walking for long when a warm feeling spread out from his chest. Kaiyang's expression jolted in surprise. It seems that this was the case. The origin of Yang had been successfully formed, and the reason why it had displayed no reaction earlier was because there was hardly any Yang Kai around. Now there was a reaction. It meant that there was area with dense Yang Kai in the vicinity. Kaiyang's face revealed his excitement. In order to cultivate the true Yang tactics, there were very harsh requirements. If the density of Yang Kai was high, then the speed you would be able to cultivate would also be faster. Looking back at how Kaiyang had relied on the sun's Yang Kai, the speed would inherently be slow due to the low density. Follow his origin of Yang's perception. Kaiyang madly ran, and soon entered a room. As soon as he entered, a very familiar voice sounded. "Hey, little Kaiyang, why did you come over here at such a time?" Lifting up his head, Kaiyang saw that it was Treasurer Meng behind his counter looking at him strangely. It turned out that this place was the contribution hall. Glancing at Treasurer Meng, then glancing over at the back hall, Kaiyang rolled his eyes. The origin of the Yang Kai was clear. It was most definitely originating from something Yang attributed in the contribution hall stock. But this was the contribution hall, so if he wanted that object, then he could only obtain it by exchanging contribution points for it. Kaiyang's current balance was 0, for all of his points had been exchanged for the 3-leaved Chaos Spirit Flower and the Dead Jed, a tree grass herbs. Understanding this point, Kaiyang became very disappointed. He didn't even bother to answer Treasurer Meng's question, and only lowered his head dejectedly and trudged out. "What's your problem, old man?" Meng also became gloomy. Walking aimlessly around Sky Tower, the origin of Yang would occasionally have a reaction and lead him to Yang Kai dense areas. But these Yang Kai dense areas were either domains of powerful people, or they were already in someone's bag. Kaiyang even thought about disguising himself to steal one from them. But when he looked at his small and weak physique, then looked at their strength, Kaiyang could only dispel these thoughts. Although he was unable to obtain these Yang-attributed treasures, Kaiyang was not left without some gain. Through his many experiments and constant use, Kaiyang's origin of Yang could now sense any Yang Kai within 500 feet of himself. Once his search range reached the distance of 500 feet, he could no longer increase it. It was probably related to his own strength. Once he stepped into the next stage, this area would most likely increase again. After 2 or 3 hours of walking hurriedly around Sky Tower, Kai-Yang had almost visited all the places, apart from some forbidden areas. Kai-Yang had come up with no results, but thinking back, anything that the origin of Yang could sense was most likely quite valuable. Since they were quite valuable, would they just be lying around on the road for him to find? Kai-Yang's childish ideas were really too funny. Should he make another trip to Black Wind Mountains? The mountain range should have some Yang attributed things, right? Just as he was considering the feasibility of this idea, the origin of Yang within his chest heated up. Kai-Yang ended up following his origin of Yang almost by reflex, and he began walking in that direction. Chapter 34. Coiling Dragon Stream. Hey guys! Sorry for the delayed chapter release. I had a heck load of exams this week and school finishes next week. Since my summer holidays are coming up, I've decided to take on a side project. 3 Marriages, Chinese, Letter, Chinese, Letter, Chinese, Letter, Chinese, Letter, Chinese, Letter, by Mingyu Tingfang. The first 3-4ish chapters have already been translated by Ino. I will soon start to release chapters once I have them translated and sorted out. Look out for more updates then. Enjoy. After walking for a short while, an enormous, it literally stretched across the heavens and earth, mountain stream appeared. A powerful gale blew towards him, as if it was greeting him, nearly knocking him over in the process. Turning around and lifting up his head, Kai-Yang stared blankly ahead. How could it be here? The channel in front of him was 1,000 foot wide and appeared almost bottomless. It was one of the most mysterious and dangerous places in Sky Tower. Coiling Dragon Stream. Now that you mentioned it, the very existence of this mountain stream was truly strange. This was because Sky Tower wasn't even located in a mountain range, but rather on a flat piece of land. Although it was called a mountain stream, it would be more suitable to call Coiling Dragon Stream a giant crack in the earth itself. It was just that this crack was a bit too big. Coiling Dragon Stream, the most forbidden place of all the forbidden places in Sky Tower. This is because once you entered, fierce winds blew. A single moment's carelessness could cause you to slip and fall, plummeting to your death. This place was also the place where exiled or traitorous disciples were sent. In the past several hundred years, whenever a disciple committed an unforgivable act, they would be given a few rations and exiled to Coiling Dragon Stream. This made Kai-Yang extremely confused. For if a disciple really committed an unforgivable act, wouldn't it better to immediately execute them rather than exiling them? Giving them a few rations and abandoning them there is equal to death itself. Of course, apart from being the place where traitorous disciples were exiled, it was also the #1 choice for lovers to commit suicide. There were many such stories floating around Sky Tower. Tear-jerking and heart-wrenching these stories certainly were. They were about lovers who came to Coiling Dragon Stream to die when their partner had perished. In the school, each male disciple would tell 1 or 2 of these stories when they were chasing after girls. If they could make these beautiful females cry, then they would then use their broad and warm chest to comfort these crying females. You couldn't know how many hearts were stirred by these heart-wrenching stories, but nevertheless they were all kept in the hearts of the male disciples when pursuing love. In regards to the information Kai-Yang held on Coiling Dragon Stream, he reviewed it once more in his mind. Slowly, he took a few steps forward and looked ahead in doubt. How could there be Yonkai inside? Not to mention that this reaction was different from all the previous reactions. This time it indicated there was a very strong concentration of Yonkai, and that it was also slowly drifting upwards. Even though he was standing next to this place, Kai-Yang could still sense a small warm feeling from the open air. This warm feeling was not from the sun. It was several folds more pure than the sun's energy. Thinking for a while, Kai-Yang ended up simply sitting down on the ground and diligently started to absorb the energy, disregarding the reason for the dense concentration of energy. To cultivate the true Yang tactics, the more concentrated the Yang Kai was in the area, the quicker you mastered it. Since his current amount of world Kai was very small, the transfer speed of his true Yang tactics was also slow. But with all this Yang Kai to aid him, his speed should be greatly increased. The sun had set, and it was now evening. Even without the sun's Kai, Yang Kai could sense that his efficiency was much higher than it had been the past few days. With his cultivation, he had unexpectedly cultivated the entire night away. It was only the next morning that Kai-Yang opened his eyes and inspected his progress. Cultivating with Yang Kai and without Yang Kai, it was truly different. Although he had previously trained under the sun's light, it took him 3 entire days to produce that one small bit of world Kai. But with just one night's cultivation, he had already achieved the same result that took 3 days' worth of cultivation without the aid of dense Yang Kai. It truly made one speechless. The amount of world Kai within him had also increased. It was no longer like a flickering flame caught in a storm. Also, with the increase of his world Kai, his control over it had improved. Since it was the start of a new day, Kai-Yang didn't continue, but instead stood up to practice his half an hour of tempered body record training. Next to Coiling Dragon Stream, Kaiyang sweated profusely. Although he had trained the entire night, he didn't consume much stamina, and his mental health was bursting with vigor. After he completed his tempered body record training, he quickly went to complete his daily sweeping. Afterwards, he bounced happily back to Coiling Dragon Stream. Since he had just about consumed his stock of his 3-leafed Chaos Spirit Flower and Dead Jet, a tree grass, the incense burner was temporarily unusable. That left him with only one option of training. Originally, Kaiyang had wanted to go and find Sumu's group and challenge them to a duel, but it was very strange. Ever since that night, Sumu's group of people had vanished into thin air, never to be seen in Sky Tower again. Although Kaiyang had some problems with them, it wasn't to the point of utter hatred and revenge-seeking, and his finding them to battle was only to find some entertainment whilst also verifying his growth. So he didn't take their night raid very seriously. If he was bullied, as long as he gained enough strength, he would retaliate and make them suffer so as to never to have the idea to come and bully him again. Sitting down next to Coiling Dragon Stream, and ignoring the blistering wind, strong enough to blow a human away, Kaiyang closed his eyes and concentrated. Slowly, the world Kai within his meridians surged and started to circulate. The circulation of his world Kai felt like it was pulling out a mysterious inner power. This caused all of the pores in his body to open up and suck in the yang Kai in the air into his body. Like a kitten who had just smelt a delicious fishy scent, his entire body heated up, like he was bathing in hot water, making Kaiyang feel extremely comfortable. 2 days flew past and Kaiyang's work had been very rewarding. After these 2 days of cultivation, the world Kai inside of Kaiyang had expanded greatly, and within this world Kai was a small ball of flaming yang energy. This was a distinct characteristic of cultivating the true yang tactics. Since the world Kai within him grew by absorbing yang energy, it would naturally be yang attributed. Chapter 35. The First Drop of Yang Liquid. Chapter 35. The first drop of yang liquid. Kaiyang didn't know the average amount of world Kai that someone who was at the tempered body 7th stage would have. They shouldn't have as much as him though. Although the accumulation speed was very slow, the true yang tactics allowed him to absorb the yang Kai around him. How many secret methods allowed one to do such a thing? After Kaiyang finished his training, he slowly opened his eyes. Over the past few days, the accumulated yang Kai had gradually become denser, and the warm feeling in his meridians had also become more and more distinct. Kaiyang felt that the absorbed yang Kai would soon reach its limit. Once he had absorbed enough to reach the limit, the yang Kai would condense into a liquid state. This liquid yang Kai would then be stored within his Danshin. Such a drop of yang Kai could be then used in battle, giving him access to unimaginable power, which caused Kaiyang to anticipate such a time greatly. Opening his eyes, Kaiyang prepared to adjust his posture when, from his peripheral visions, he caught sight of a person standing not too far away from him. His expression changed. Since he had been so immersed in his training, he hadn't sensed that person approach, leaving Kaiyang to wonder when they had arrived. The person was standing off to the side and was wearing a cyan robe. His sleeves were elegant, and he was tall with a straight stature, white hair, a mustache and a thin wispy goatee hung down from his chin. Looking at him, his age should be about the same as the Contribution Hall's old man Meng, but their auras were vastly different. At first glance, Kaiyang felt that his brain had up and gone with the wind. This person's aura and old man Meng's lecherous, hoodlum attitude starkly contrasted each other. When compared together, one was up in the heavens, and the other was down in the earth. Currently, one of the man's hands was behind his back while the other one was stroking his beard, while he stood over there gazing down into Coiling Dragon Stream. His gaze was very strange. It was so strange that it was even strangely complex. This man was clearly a learned sage, while also being an excellent martial elder. With this in mind, Kaiyang quickly stood up and called out the standard disciple greeting. Disciple Kaiyang has seen the senior. Surprised by Kaiyang's voice, the elderly man casually turned around and kindly looked over. Nodding his head, he replied, "En, how should this disciple address you?" Although he knew that this person was a powerful person in Sky Tower, he had never met him before. Naturally, he would ask, otherwise he might mix up the seniority rankings and address him incorrectly. Muttering to himself, the elderly man's eyebrows knitted together as if Kaiyang had asked him an exceedingly difficult question. After a good while he said, "You can just address me as the 11th Elder." 11th Elder? This caused Kaiyang to become slightly suspicious. Although there were a few elders in Sky Tower, there couldn't be an 11th Elder. But all in all, this person was his senior, so, if he wished to be called that, then Kaiyang could only comply. Immediately he paid his respects. "This disciple greets the 11th Elder." The 11th Elder smiled and his expression became kinder. Gently he asked, "Are you practicing your martial skill?" "Yes." Kaiyang nodded his head. "Yang attributed martial skill?" "Yes." The opposite party's strength was definitely not weak, otherwise, how could he sense Yang absorbing the Yang Kai to cultivate? How is your progress? It has only been a few days since I started practicing, so the progress is not bad. 11th Elder once again asked a few more questions, and Yang responded to each one, with his heart slightly moved. This elder was very amiable and gentle, since he treated such a low-level disciple with such care, easily allowing one to have a good impression of him. With great care, Yang thought of a question to ask. 11th Elder, after practicing for a couple of days, there is something this disciple doesn't understand. Oh, say it so that I may hear it. The elder's spirits were suddenly aroused. Why is there Yang Kai rising out from below Coiling Dragon Stream? Laughing for a bit, 11th Elder replied. The answer would be that there is a Yang attributed treasure located down there. Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. For this, he could naturally guess. He just had no idea as to what that treasure was. Do you know how this Coiling Dragon Stream was formed? 11th Elder suddenly asked a random question. Although Yang didn't know the senior's intention, he could only shake his head. Gazing towards Coiling Dragon Stream, the 11th Elder calmly said, "This was created by someone's sword strike." Yang's heart shook like thunder. Coiling Dragon Stream exceeded at least a couple of thousand feet in length. It was unfathomably deep, yet it was unexpectedly created by someone's sword strike. If it had been another person who had told him this, he wouldn't have believed them. However, the person who had told was the 11th Elder, and there wouldn't be any reason for him to lie to him. But what type of person was able to create such a rift with a single sword strike? And what level of cultivation had this person reached? Several hundred years ago, this was not Sky Tower. The elder's eyes grew distant and seemed to contain a hidden depth. His voice became lower. Yang knew that this senior was going to reveal some secret or hidden affair, and held his breath in rapt attention, staring intently at the elder. Back then, when the founder passed through this land, he met a profound monster by chance. Here those two fought a great battle. The details of the battle, no one knows, but towards the end, the intelligence of that monster wasn't low. He took out a sword. As he narrated the story, the 11th Elder also was using his hands to gesture around the east and west directions of Coiling Dragon Stream. With one strike for the sword, Coiling Dragon Stream was created. Dun dun do one. The monster then escaped inside, with the founder pursuing closely behind. With great effort, and suffering equal hardship, the founder managed to kill and behead that monster. But that monster's strength was too profound, and when he died, his spirit vanished into thin air. However, the founder was not relieved, so he founded Sky Tower here and guarded Coiling Dragon Stream for some years. Once he confirmed that nothing associated with the monster's spirit would arise again, he floated up and left. This is the origin of Sky Tower. Coiling Dragon Stream has already existed for a few hundred years, and its bottom is pitch black, unreachable even by the sun's light. After the founder left, many disciples who broke the school's rules were sent there, which resulted in the rare birth of a Yang attributed treasure, from which you have been absorbing Yang Kai. Nodding his, Yang asked doubtfully, 11th Elder's purpose of coming here is also to go and see this treasure? Me? The 11th Elder's expression became queer. Shaking his head slowly, he said, I didn't come here for the treasure, but instead to meet someone. Meet someone? Laughing, he replied, as I've grown older, I find I speak more frequently. Let us end our conversation here for now. Continue to diligently practice, but do not have any ideas about descending down there. There are many dangers down there, and even I do not dare to go down there casually. As he had finished speaking, the 11th Elder left. Yang's heart and mind were both touched. He was left with a lot of doubts and unanswered questions, but he could only keep them to himself. Calming his mind down, Yang continued the circulation of his true Yang tactics. Now when he used his true Yang tactics, the absorption speed of Yang Kai was many folds quicker than it had been in the previous few days. Kiel, don't always train. Go find Xianing to bother. Learn from Linley and Bebe. They train and have a life. Got reprimanded by Ben for recommending Yan Qi as a role model. Kt. A few hours later, Yang felt that his meridians were bursting. Even his Danshan was packed to the brim. It was like eating too much during a meal, so much so that you felt like your stomach was bursting. Was it at the limit? Yang was not surprised, and steeling his resolve, he continued. Half an hour later, his meridians and Danshan suddenly became light, and that bursting feeling he had earlier disappeared without a trace. All of his world Kai had charged into his Danshan and compressed into a scorching hot liquid, which slowly formed into a single drop. When that drop entered his Danshan, Yang heard the light sound of water dripping. Liquid Yang. He had finally formed a drop of Yang liquid. Chapter 36. The Beauty Beneath the Moon. Chapter 36. The Beauty Beneath the Moon. Although his current training was not enough for him to develop his divine sense, Yang could still distinctly feel that drop of Yang liquid within his Danshan. With a single thought, the Yang drop began to move. This Yang liquid was usable during a battle, but Kai Yang had yet to test it out. In the end, the Black Book's explanation was not enough, so he needed to test it out firsthand to gauge its true potential. Although he had suffered many days of hardships to reach this point, with the creation of the singular drop of Yang liquid, Kai Yang felt content. With a heart full of excitement, he settled down and cultivated most of the night away. During the latter part of the night, Kai Yang opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. In these past few days, he had constantly skipped his meals and gone without sleep. Although this had brought about great results in regards to his cultivation, it had placed a great strain on his body. In order to cultivate well, you must do all things in moderation in order to avoid long-term dangers. Standing up, he patted his bottom clean of dirt and walked lightly back to his wooden hut. When he arrived, the door to his wooden hut was ajar, alerting Kai Yang. When he had left, he distinctly remembered that he had closed the door. Cautiously he walked over and softly pushed open the door. Hearing inside, the scene that awaited him momentarily stunned Kai Yang. It was like it had been taken directly out of a painting, something from a dream or fantasy. It was that otherworldly. Inside his wooden hut, there was really only his bed, and on his bed slept a person, more specifically a female. With the moonlight pouring into the room via the hole in the roof, it fell onto the female, asleep on the bed. With the moonlight illuminating the room, Kai Yang saw that both her hands were folded neatly and were placed on her stomach, and her well-rounded chest moved up and down rhythmically in tune with her breaths. Under the moonlight, the neck and skin of the lady was as white as sparkling ice. It was accompanied by silky, onyx-black hair that spread out around her head. Her shoulders made her seem delicate and fragile, while her earlobes excluded a kind of temptation. TL, this author's tastes are weird. First hairy legs, now earlobes. Because she was laying down, her slim legs, her slender waist, and her beautiful body were displayed to Kai Yang in full. He couldn't see her face due to the cicada-thin veil she wore, but on her sleek forehead, there rested a blue gem. This was the only piece of jewelry she wore, and although it was not that expensive, he thought it perfectly complemented and highlighted her frosty and pure aura. The hazy moonlight illuminating the room seemed to enhance her beauty as well. She looked as if she was an immortal from the Moon Palace, for from head to toe, there was not a single flaw to be seen, and not a single part of her didn't emit a divine aura. She lay there comfortably, as if she would never wake. Unable to make sense of the situation, Kai Yang's heart soared. Usually Kai Yang wasn't an emotional person, but this picturesque scene moved him greatly. Even if tens of years passed, he would never forget the scene. Curious, Kai Yang cautiously walked over, forcibly suppressing his breathing and heart rate, afraid that they might wake her. Drawing closer to the bedside, the distance between them was now very short. Kai Yang hurriedly observed the situation. He discovered that it was the same as his guess. This female was the same female disciple that had nearly bumped into him outside the contribution hall the other day. TL, yay! It was Xia Ningchang. Isn't everybody happy? Lindy, it was just that her aura that day was completely different to the one she was exuding here and now. Currently she exuded a divine and untouchable aura. That day, she appeared shy and timid, with a fresh and adorable feel. Raising his head, Kai Yang took a look towards the hole in the roof and chuckled softly. These past few days the holes that he had never gotten a chance to fix had unexpectedly become very handy. This series of small laughs alarmed Xia Ningchang, who was currently laying on the bed. By the time Kai Yang lowered his head, the sleeping senior sister had long since woken and was staring at him with wide eyes. That pair of bright eyes first held some confusion before becoming flustered and embarrassed. In the blink of an eye, Xia Ningchang's earlobes had become bright red. Luckily it was night, and although there was moonlight illuminating the hut, Kai Yang still couldn't see too clearly, thus allowing Xia Ningchang escape embarrassment. The two people eyed each other, one on the bed and the other beside it. Kai Yang's belly was full of suspicions. Meanwhile Xia Ningchang wished that she could slap herself unconscious and escape an awkward situation. Her heart was in a mess. She did not think that she would be so careless and fall asleep here. Keek. Kai Yang coughed lightly, and tried very hard to make himself appear somewhat good-natured as he asked, "Fellow senior sister, how should I call you?" It was unclear whether it was due to the current mood or situation, but when Kai Yang asked that question, it didn't seem quite right, especially when a young male and female were together in a room during the night. The question asked was like he was asking, "How should I call this prostitute a concubine?" 100% tasteless. Xia Ningchang's face was as red as blood, but she calmly got up and sat on the bed. Reaching out her hand, she went to tidy her hair before saying, "I am surnamed Xia." Xia Ningchang did not have the nerve to give her full name, for today she felt that she had lost too much face. "So it's actually Senior Sister Xia. What can I do for Senior Sister Xia?" If there was nothing she needed from him, then why would this deity-like female come to his hut to look for him? Under Kai Yang's questioning, Xia Ningchang remembered her original purpose and hurriedly took out a package from her side. With her emotions calmed, she said, "This afternoon, There was a hunter from Black Wind Mountains who came to find you. He waited until sundown, but you had yet to appear. I saw that he was in a hurry to return home, so I went to talk to him. That hunter said that he was very grateful to you for saving his life and asked me to pass on this package to you, and he also said that in the future, he would come to personally thank you." Hearing her say this, Kai Yang was left at a loss for words, for he knew who that person was. The hunter from the mountains. Last time when he had entered Black Wind Mountains, he had saved both the father and son's lives. Reaching out, Kai Yang accepted the package. Nodding his head, he said, "Oh, so it was like this." Secretly, Xianing Chang raised her eyes and glanced over at him and asked, "I was entrusted with something of yours, and had waited nearly the whole day for you to come back, yet you—" And as she waited she fell asleep. She didn't have the guts to say that out loud. This was too frustrating for her, and she had also unexpectedly fallen asleep in another's bed. Kai Yang already fully understand today's affair. Laughing out loud, lol, he said, "I have troubled senior sister, so next time, I will make sure to come back earlier." Xianing Chang didn't know if it was her own misconception, or if the other party had purposely phrased it like that. No matter what, it sounded weird, like a husband promising his wife something. Nibbling her lip, Xianing Chang replied with some dissatisfaction, "It doesn't matter if you come late or early, the package has already been handed over to you. I shall take my leave now." Finishing her sentence, with the swaying of her hips and the stamping of her foot, her figure soon disappeared, leaving only a sweet fragrance behind in the room and around a particular person's nose. This senior sister Xia was really too shy. Thinking about that scene, Kai Yang felt a warm feeling. Turning around, Kai Yang went to open the package left behind by the hunter. Opening it, Kai Yang found that it contained 2 cyan-colored long gowns. These gowns were made stitch by stitch, thread by thread, and the needlework was dense and clustered. The handiwork was very meticulous. Kai Yang concluded that it was the hunter's wife who had made these gowns. The hunter has such a kind heart. Last time when he was battling the flower-patterned spider, his clothes had been shredded to pieces. And it was because of that, the hunter had come today to deliver 2 sets of clothes for him to wear. Smiling faintly, Kai Yang put the clothes away and lay onto the bed. That night, Kai Yang slept soundly. P.S. In response to some of the questions and comments, Ben said that Yun Qi is not a good love role model. With one girl here, one girl there, someone there and another over there. He has a good point though. Chapter 37. The Written Challenge. The next day, Kai Yang was awoken by a light knocking on his door. By the time he had crawled out of bed and opened the door, there was nobody outside. But in the distance, a familiar body figure could be seen rapidly running away. Lai Yantan's figure. TL, he didn't die. Ed, sadly, what is this guy up to? Perplexed, Kai Yang didn't know what to think until he noticed a letter had been placed on his doorstep. Opening the letter, he read the contents, and was unsure whether to laugh or cry. There were a few words written on the letter, however, they were written in blood. "Dear Senior Brother, long time no see. I hope that Senior Brother would be generous enough to comply to this Junior Brother's wishes and come to Blackwind Forest." Bright red these words were. There could be no doubt these words were written in blood. He just didn't know whether it was chicken blood or a person's blood. However, Kai Yang was certain it was not Sumu's. On the back, there was another row of words, and these were far more crude and vulgar than the first message. "You have the guts, then come." These couple of words conveyed the great arrogance of the writer, clearly displaying the extreme hatred the writer had while simultaneously acting as provocation. It was probably because Sumu was afraid that his invitation would be rejected by Kai Yang, so he added an extra sentence on the back to attempt to provoke him into action. Young people were often hot-blooded, and Sumu had experienced this many times already. He was already long used to this, and was very experienced with regards to using it to his advantage. Scrunching up the bloody letter in his hand, Kai Yang slowly shook his head. In regards to Sumu's provocation, Kai Yang didn't take it too seriously. Perhaps Sumu really had some grudge against him, but Kai Yang was different. His mentality was different, his goal was different. With regards to these type of small-scale issues, Kai Yang only treated them as an opportunity to measure his development and aid him in his training. Although the first few meetings between him and Sumu were unpleasant affairs, through his constant interactions with him later, Kai Yang had discovered that Sumu wasn't really that bad. He just had major dandyism issues. If you were to develop good relations with this type of person, then they would treat you really well. But if you were to become enemies, they would become like maggots on rotting bones, pestering you to no end. These past few days, he hadn't seen a hint of Sumu's group. They were probably hiding from him. He didn't know why they suddenly wanted to duel him again and came running over to issue a letter of challenge. Originally, Kai Yang didn't want to pay too much attention to Sumu, but when he was doing his daily sweeping he thought about the challenge and decided to go. Sumu was undoubtedly a petty person, and had chosen to ignore the main gate's rules with regards to issuing a challenge and instead used a letter to issue his challenge. He probably intended to make his fight a group one rather than an individual one as per the main gate's rules. The selected location also raised many questions. Black Wind Forest was located at the base of the Black Wind Mountains. It was a pine forest, and is such a great place to dispose of a person. Although the group of people who hung out with Sumu didn't number that many, only Sumu had reached the tempered body 9th stage. Lai Yuntian was at the tempered body 7th stage, while the rest were either at the 5th or 6th stages. Kai Yang didn't know whether or not he could win, but he really needed a proper battle in order to fully understand his current progress, the kind that disciples usually held. Currently, Sumu was personally waiting on Sky Tower's road towards the Black Wind Forest. Not a single person was hidden in ambush. He stood there valiantly, full of vigor. He stood there. When he thought about his failure a few nights ago, his fully unconscious embarrassing state, Sumu's face became really ugly. That night, he didn't even know what had happened. All his fellow disciple brothers who had come with him to Kaiyang's small wooden hut had fainted suddenly. It had happened all too suddenly and mysteriously. It wasn't until the next morning that they managed to wake up. Although it was summer and sleeping outside wouldn't do them any harm, there were still a lot of mosquitoes. When they woke up, everybody felt like a couple of hundred bumps had formed all over their bodies. An unfathomable amount of mosquitoes had bitten them and drank their blood while they dreamt. Healer, here come Damazis. The following couple of days, Sumu's group had all been bedridden and were in an extremely weakened state. After they had healed, all the disciples Sumu had taken under his wing had run away from Sky Tower. If they couldn't afford to offend Kai Yang, then why couldn't they run away instead? Yesterday, when he was informed that Lai Yuntian had learned his first martial skill, Sumu's flame of revenge was once again ignited. So he sent Lai Yuntian to give Kai Yang a letter of challenge with the fight to be held in Black Wind Forest. The reason why this duel wasn't held in Sky Tower was because Sumu didn't have a lot of faith in Lai Yuntian. If Lai Yuntian were to once again lose to Kai Yang miserably, then the remaining people would flock to spectate. What main gate rules? To hell with the rules, for he only wanted to beat Kai Yang until he looked like a pig. If he couldn't release this resentment within him, then he would surely lose his head. Just as he was thinking about this, Lai Yuntian hurriedly rushed over. "Did you deliver it?" Sumu asked, a fierce light in his eyes. Good, then let's wait for that bastard to come." There he waited, but no matter how long he waited, Kai Yang did not appear. Sumu's face showed his impatience as he paced about before finally asking, "Could it be that bastard didn't have the courage to come here?" Just as he swore, Lai Yuntian cried out abruptly, "Young Master Su, someone is walking over here." His mind shaking, for he thought that Kai Yang had really come over in search of death. When he went to look, the person who was walking over was not Kai Yang. "Young Master Su, it's people from the Storm House," Lai Yuntian reported as he continued to observe the approaching group. "And the lead person seems to be Cheng Xiaofeng." "Cheng Xiaofeng?" Sumu's expression became cold as he turned his head to look at the incoming group. It really was Stormhouse's Cheng Xiaofeng, who was leading a group of people. They arrogantly approached Sumu. "Young Master Su, do you want to take a walk and avoid them?" Lai Yuntian asked hesitatingly, for he knew that between Sumu and that Cheng Xiaofeng, there was some history. Both of them were cultivators at the peak of the tempered body stage and had crossed paths many times over these past years, with about the same amount of wins and losses belonging to each. If they were to meet right now, there would certainly be some friction. "Avoid what?" Sumu responded coldly. "Does he have the qualifications to make this lord move for him?" Lai Yuntian didn't reply, for he knew that this matter was related to one's face for these two. Sumu was a very proud person. How could he possibly move aside for another? The number of people in the opposite party was quite a lot, so if they really started to fight, then his side would suffer. As they were speaking, Cheng Xiaofeng had already spotted them from afar, and his expression immediately became cheery, and he said some things to the people following behind him. Their pace noticeably hastened. Not long after, the two parties met up with each other. Although Sumu's group was occupying the road that led to Black Wind Forest, this road was a four-way intersection that also led to the residences of Stormhouse and the Blood Group. It also continued throughout the whole of Sky Tower and its various buildings. With the positioning of Sumu's group, it was equivalent to blocking Cheng Xiaofeng's path. "I didn't know who it was that dared to block my way, but it turns out it was actually Sumu." Walking up, Cheng Xiaofeng looked down at Sumu in contempt while sizing him up. His voice was slightly mystifying. Sumu just rolled his eyes and continued to stand there with a back as straight as a javelin stick. He wasn't even in the mood to bother with him. This blatant disregard made Cheng Xiaofeng somewhat displeased. Gee, younger brother Cheng, they are ignoring you." A tender voice sounded. It was pleasant to hear, but gave one an unrestrained feeling. Following the sound of the voice, Sumu looked over to see a lovely-looking young lady standing behind Cheng Xiaofeng. This young lady wore a loose jacket with a hint of her pink shoulder showing, while emitting a porcelain doll-like aura. Her skirt barely covered her bottom, revealing half of her. Her white legs were also revealed, and her jade-like feet were enclosed in a pair of wooden shoes. Small and exquisite jewel-like sparkling fingers were accompanied by a pair of seductive eyes. P.S. The author actually wrote in the raws, so I don't really know or want to know what means. I want to keep my innocence. And I'm already hating Chang Xiaofeng and that girl with all my heart now. Hey Young, hurry up and appear to help Sumu beat up these pompous people. Chapter 38. Who May Er. Chapter 38. Who May Er. The young lady and Sumu's ages weren't that far apart, but the way she walked was much more adult, with her hips swaying seductively. With 1,000 different techniques to seduce, bursts of ferocious waves were coming from her chest, making all those who saw her faint-headed. At such a young age, she already had the air of a mature woman. It was just that this air had yet to fully develop, so it seemed a bit unnatural. Who May Er. When he saw this young lady, Sumu's expression couldn't help but change. His mouth widened into a smile, and his gaze swept across her body. Unconsciously, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. TL. Lol. Her name literally means who enchantress. Stop gawking, Sumu. You're embarrassing. Even Sumu had reacted to such a degree, let alone others with less self-control like Li Yuntian. Every pair of eyes were like the eyes of dragonflies and locusts, glued onto Hu Mei Er's body. As they stared at that well-developed figure, their breathing gradually became ragged, and their shameful inner selves were revealed. Although, throughout the lands, pretty boys and girls were not scarce, those of exceptional beauty like Hu Mei Er were exceedingly rare. Not to mention that she was only a 15-16-year-old girl and still had skin so tender it was out of reach even for those using the latest Nivea skin creams, which just added lethality to her body's killing power. Li Yuntian and the others were only boys still in puberty, adding to that their vigorous energy, so when they saw such a stimulating scene, their reaction was imaginable. But the various reactions of the boys from the Sky Tower's pavilion didn't enrage or disgust Hu Mei Er. To the contrary, she seemed to enjoy their reactions. Placing her hand cutely on her mouth, she said, "It seems that younger brother Su recognizes this older sister?" Sumu coughed a bit and forced himself to straighten up his expression. With his face a bit red, he replied, "Naturally I recognize you." Cheng Xiaofeng was the leader of the tempered body practitioners at Storm House, while this Hu Mei Er was the leader for them at the Blood Group. And this female's personal status was not ordinary, for she was the daughter of the Master of Blood Group. It was just her reputation wasn't very good, not to mention that the Master of Blood Group, Hu Man, did not control her and allowed her to act however she wished. Although Hu Mei Er was still young, the number of people that she controlled was vast. Only today, the reason why she was walking with Cheng Xiaofeng was a mystery. Could it be that he had also come under her wing? Thinking of that, Sumu became endlessly envious. Previously he had been envious over Cheng Xiaofeng's luck with women, but now he had been subdued by a woman. When he thought about that, not only did a strange smile appear on Su's face, but when he glanced over to Cheng Xiaofeng again, a look of contempt appeared on his face. His gaze made Cheng Xiaofeng extremely uncomfortable, while the Sky Tower pavilion people's eyes were still glued on Hu Mei Er's body spinning around in circles. Sumu was staring at him, and put him in a bad mood. At that moment, he took a few steps forward and cut off their view of Hu Mei Er. This seemingly casual movement caused Hu Mei Er to purse her lips in amusement. "Sumu, tell your people to make way," Cheng Xiaofeng said with a gloomy face. He didn't even bother to say a few words of courtesy. "Sumu only he sneered. The great road goes to the sky, each one walks their own path. So how could we be blocking your way?" He is like a sound effect that the author included. I did too, since it sounds kind of funny. "Yes," Cheng Xiaofeng replied with a hazy expression. "What if I do not move aside?" "A measure for a measure," Sumu asked, for the tension and friction between the two people was not the kind developed overnight. Due to this, they were each far too clear on each other's methods, so what did Sumu have to fear? "Younger brother Cheng, younger brother Su, standing here is nothing important. We can just take a detour. No one will say anything about you." Hu Mei Er suddenly butted in and said. It looked like she was trying to peacefully resolve the problem, but in reality, she was fanning the flames. Sumu secretly called her a slut, for this woman's mind really was too sinister. As soon as she became a member of Blood Group, she was all too eager for the animosity between Sky Tower Pavilion and Storm House to reach the boiling point and for a fight to erupt. As Cheng Xiaofeng heard Hu Mei Er's words, his originally hesitant expression instantly hardened and became decisive. Sneering, he said, "If you don't fuck off now, you will regret it." He purposely acted tough in front of Hu Mei Er. How could he back down now? The corners of Hu Mei Er's mouth twitched into a smile, while she watched the two people with a gaze full of interest, while taking a few steps back in expectation. "If you have the guts, come and try." Sumu laughed coldly back at Cheng Xiaofeng, while Lei Yuntian and the others stepped up behind him. "You brought this upon yourself." Laughing suddenly, Cheng Xiaofeng waved his arm, ushering everybody behind him forward. "Charge!" His voice firm, Cheng Xiaofeng rushed out towards Sumu while throwing out a fist at Sumu's face. Sumu laughed and responded with a palm. At the moment of the collision, Sumu was pushed back a dozen or so steps before he managed to steady himself, while Cheng Xiaofeng had a calm look. His body remained still. Did you break through into the Kaiyuan stage? Sumu's face changed greatly, for when they had exchanged fists, the world Kai that Sumu felt from Cheng Xiaofeng was stronger and denser than his own measly tempered body 9th stage world Kai. This was clearly strength gained from breaking through to the Kaiyuan stage. Cheng Xiaofeng continued to charge towards Sumu, all the while smiling incessantly. Sumu, you and I started cultivating at the same time, but there are great differences between people. From now on you, Sumu, can only follow Cheng Xiaofeng's steps. You can only eternally dream of surpassing me. Sumu's face became ashen with despair, his heart bitter and agonized. The feeling of defeat that Sumu experienced from Cheng Xiaofeng was many times worse than being defeated by Kai Yang. In a moment, Cheng Xiaofeng had nearly reached him. Turning his body around, Sumu didn't dare get any ideas. Tempered body 9th stage was strong, but it was clearly insufficient to defend against the strength of the Kaiyuan stage of Cheng Xiaofeng. Before Kai Yang even arrived at Black Wind Forest, he could already hear the sounds of battle from afar. Mixed within the sounds were the cursings and swearing of Lai Yuntan's bunch, full of humiliation and mourning. Straining his ears, he listened for a while. Kai Yang felt that something was amiss. It sounded like Sumu's group of people had met some type of trouble. Coming to this conclusion, Kai Yang hastened his pace. When he arrived at that four-way intersection, he surprisingly found Sumu bloody-nosed and with a swollen face, laying on the ground, while a youngster sat on top of him while beating him, with Lai Yuntian and the others clustered around Sumu. They used all their strength to protect themselves, but it was no use since the amount of people on the opponent's side was too great, and their accumulated strength was vastly superior. The disciples of Sky Tower Pavilion were already preoccupied with battle, so how could they pay attention to Sumu? Submit or not? Cheng Xiaofeng slammed one fist down onto Sumu's eye. Sumu's eye socket had already long since split apart. Blood was dripping out. Submit to hell. Sumu spat out a thin streak of blood towards Cheng Xiaofeng's face. Submit or not? He asked again, while slamming another fist down, this time on Sumu's cheekbone area and causing it to swell up. I submit to your ancestors. Sumu was gasping for breath, yet he was still spitting out sharp phrases. Submit or not? Submit to your grandmother's butt. Cheng Xiaofeng didn't waste any more words. He just sent out a fist before asking submit or not, while Sumu continuously replied with poisonous curse phrases, causing Cheng Xiaofeng's fists to become heavier and heavier, more and more vicious. Kai Yang just stood afar, calmly observing the scene. He found out how much guts and courage Sumu possessed, and watching Sumu like this reminded him of his old self when he met an enemy he couldn't defeat. Although their bodies were littered with wounds, they did not submit. This was not being foolish, but being unyielding. Originally, Kai Yang didn't plan on interfering, and he didn't know which person Sumu had offended, subduing him without even room to retaliate. Sumu's current unyielding character made Kai Yang approve of him a bit. At that moment, Cheng Xiaofeng also became tired from the constant beating. Although Sumu was bloodied and swollen-faced under him with broken eye sockets and mouth full of blood, the utter contempt and despise in his face and eyes had not diminished at all. Hume once again timely butted in. Younger brother Cheng, why don't you spare him, for younger brother Su has an unyielding character, and this big sister just adores such types of people. As soon as this was said, Sumu twisted his head around and swore out, shameless whore. Cheng Xiaofeng he sneered back, has an unyielding character? I also like it. As he said this, he casually picked up a stone off from the ground, pointed it at Sumu's head. P.S. Okay, who else was utterly pissed at Hume? Say I if you agree. I wasted so much of my time tealing crap about how she looked, and she turned out to be such a bitch. Poor Sumu, and I guess now it's time for Kai Yang to make an appearance, and lend Sumu a helping hand. I guess that will be more interesting and less infuriating. Chapter 39, Battle. Sumu gazed at Cheng Xiaofeng with venomous eyes. Without batting an eye, he spat out. Cheng Xiaofeng, if you don't kill this young master today, then this young master will never let it go. You are still so foul-mouthed. The last remaining bit of guilt Cheng Xiaofeng possessed was now overshadowed by his rage, as he ruthlessly slammed the stone downwards. This time, if the stone managed to land on his head, if Sumu didn't die, then at the very least he would be heavily injured. Young Master Su! Lai Yuntian and the others cried out helplessly, as they lay on the ground clutching their heads. They resigned themselves to their fate of having the disciples from Stormhouse viciously kick their bodies. A flash of amazement passed through Humeir's eyes. Her heart couldn't help but throb continuously. It had only been a disagreement between junior disciples, but a disciple bashing another's brain was different. She hadn't imagined that things would escalate to this level. If Sumu really died here, with his status, then Sky Tower Pavilion and Storm House would be at each other's throats in enmity. Everyone's thoughts were different, but they were all conjugated at the stone in Cheng Xiaofeng's hand. As they watched the stone slowly approach Sumu's face, an extremely thin hand suddenly shot forward and blocked the stone's path. That hand didn't seem all that strong, it even looked thinner than average, and as the tip of the stone collided with that hand, it split the hand open, and a stream of blood gushed out. With the stone's path obstructed by that hand, it ensured that Sumu suffered no further harm from it. With this near-fatal strike stopped, the tense hearts of Lai Yuntian and the others immediately released a breath of relief. Anxiously they lifted up their heads, as they wanted to see who it was that had managed to stop that stone at such a crucial moment. But when they saw that person's face, their expressions turned into ones of shock and embarrassment. "Senior Kai?" Lai Yuntian cried out, for out of all the possibilities, he would never have imagined that the savior was in fact Kai Yang, the person they had previously planned to ambush and beat up. At that moment, Lai Yuntian was ashamed and unable to show his face. The ruckus quickly settled down, the Storm House disciples stopped their kicking, and the victims, the Sky Tower disciples, took the opportunity to recover. Standing to the side, Humeir's small mouth was open. She was somewhat in shock as she stared at Kai Yang. She discovered that even though this thin-figured young man's hand was overflowing with blood, his brow hadn't even crinkled nor had his expression changed from the pain. On the contrary, his face showed signs of excitement and anticipation. His pair of sparkling eyes held a savage glint. Not knowing why, Humeir suddenly felt that this person was dangerous. Drip, 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 drip. The dark red blood dripped down his fingers towards the ground, breaking the ensuing silence. Cheng Xiaofeng's expression was concentrated fully on Kai Yang. Coldly he asked, "Are you a disciple from Sky Tower Pavilion?" "Yes." Kai Yang nodded his head, while the familiar stabs of pain stimulated him further and made the blood throughout his body boil in excitement, itching to battle and caused him to be impatient as he tried to calm the surges of adrenaline. "What is your motive in meddling in other people's business?" Condescending was Cheng Xiaofeng's tone, while the other Storm House disciples smiled arrogantly and went to slowly enclose and trap Lai Yuntian and the others. "Other people's business?" Kai Yang grinned lazily. "You have already said I was a disciple of Sky Tower Pavilion, so how is this considered meddling? Even if that doesn't count, they still call me senior." "Good, another one has delivered themselves." Cheng Xiaofeng heartily laughed. "Even Laozi can't bear to watch you Sky Tower Pavilion disciples." Helen, Laozi is a Chinese philosopher and founder of Taoism, a pacifist-type person who influenced future politicians to be more like him, helping the weak, but Cheng Xiao's saying that even this miserable state would make Laozi feel pity. "Leave quickly, Senior Kai." Crawling on the ground, Lai Yuntian cried out loudly. "They have too many people, so you aren't their match. Leave quickly." Lai Yuntian was quite unfortunate, for his current position was closer to the disciples from Storm House. And since he was making such a ruckus, a bored Storm House disciple walked up and chopped down on his neck and silenced him. While Cheng Xiaofeng and Kai Yang were exchanging words, they were bickering with their words and also with that stone. Cheng Xiaofeng forcibly used all his strength, but it was like the stone had grown hands, and was clutching onto Kai Yang's hands. Cheng Xiaofeng had already reached the Kaiyuan stage, while the figure in front of him was skinny and lanky. A simple breeze could blow him over, and to top it off, the Sky Tower Pavilion disciple was only at the tempered body level. There was no way such a person could win against him, Cheng Xiaofeng. This caused his mind to flare up in anger. Immediately he released his hold and called out, "Beat him for me." The surrounding Storm House disciples heard the command, and threw themselves towards Kai Yang. Promptly Kai Yang moved his body, still clutching the stone that was dyed blood red, and threw the stone towards a nearby Storm House disciple. No matter what, this fist of Kai Yang's couldn't match up to a weapon. But even though he only held a stone, it was still mightier than a simple fist. Taking the opportunity, before the Storm House disciple reached Kai Yang, he was assaulted viciously on the head by that stone. It cut open the side of his head, revealing the red flesh beneath, while he fell to the ground. Even though he had hit a person, Kai Yang didn't stop there. In fact, his movements became sharper and sharper. Like a hawk closing in on a rabbit, he did the same to another Storm House disciple. Kai Yang's strikes were very fierce, his methods cruel and far from what anyone had imagined. In an instant, he had dealt with 4 Storm House disciples. Meanwhile, the stone had now crumbled to pieces. Throwing out another fist, the stone bits flew out like hidden weapons, dense and closely packed. The stone bits flew out in all directions. A wave of miserable cries rang out from the Storm House, disciples clutching their cheeks, for no small amount of people had been injured, as they hissed and cried out in pain. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Kai Yang threw out 2 more kicks and sent 2 more disciples flying away. But he had also started to be drowned by the remaining people. The amount of Storm House disciples was not a small amount, and although Kai Yang had dispatched a couple of people, it was still difficult to match up against enemies from all four directions. Ping pang, the strikes collided. Kaiyang seemed to stumble. Meanwhile, a few more Stormhouse disciples collapsed, their bodies scalding with red-hot pain. The true Yang tactics that Kaiyang had cultivated had finally, at that moment, displayed its might. All of his fists and kicks were enveloped in Yang Kai, so how could they, at the tempered body's 6/7 layers, resist? Not to mention, these were only ordinary strikes that didn't even utilize the Yang liquid. If he had used the Yang liquid, Kaiyang's strength would be even more powerful. It was just that over these past few days, he had only condensed one drop of Yang liquid, so how could he bear to use it here? The number of Stormhouse disciples that were defeated by Kaiyang was no small amount, but he didn't have an easy time either. After all, he was only at the tempered body's 7th stage. Furthermore, he had yet to cultivate any bodily movement martial skills. How could he possibly avoid all of the attacks rained down upon him by this horde of people? Dripping down the side of Kaiyang's forehead, his blood flooded. This scene was replicated on his arms and legs, with bruises appearing all over his body. But not only were these injuries unable to impact Kaiyang's fighting strength, they actually made him more and more difficult to attack and caused his strikes to become more and more ruthless. From his bones, a warm feeling seeped out, causing Kaiyang to have an endless amount of power. Accompanied by this warm feeling, not only was his strength replenished, but it also caused his attacks to become slightly more powerful, and also gave him a burst of speed. Kaiyang really didn't know the mystery behind the golden body, but every time he sustained injuries, every time he got hurt, they would stimulate the golden body's healing effects. Injuries and pain would thus only make him even stronger. The observing Huma was subjected to extraordinary scenes again and again. Her small cherry-colored lips had yet to close. Originally she thought that this Sky Tower Pavilion disciple would be speedily dealt with, and then brutally beaten by Cheng Xiaofeng's people. But the current battle results were vastly different from her battle forecast. There were about 10 collapsed disciples from Stormhouse's side, not to mention first couple who were rendered unconscious by the stone. The rest were all lying on the ground rolling about in pain. Their skin steamed and was fire red in color. Is this person using World Kai to battle? Huma was shocked beyond compare. For those tempered body practitioners to use their World Kai, the more they used it, the less they had. It was far too hard to recover at the tempered body stage. This was equivalent to digging one's grave. Wasn't he afraid that his current actions would impact his future development? P.S. Haha, I was bit too angry over Huma. But DMR, the reason why I didn't like her not because of her using her natural assess, but because she was acting all cutesy and adorable, but in fact she's cruel and calculating. I hate women like that. I have no problem with cute girls, but if you fake it, then I can't stand them. Also please join me in saying thank you to Sood K. If you don't want your name to be used, just put a note. Chapter 40. You are such a powerful person. Chapter 40. You are such a powerful person. The high-tension battle continued with Stormhouse disciples continually collapsing, but for every disciple that collapsed, Kaiyang gained a new injury. With his constant battling, Kaiyang's robes had long since been dyed red with blood. Gasping out for breath, the veins on his neck protruded out distinctly. With bloodshot eyes, his entire being seemed to have turned into one of a bloodthirsty beast. Unbearingly, Sumu lay on the ground in pain as he stared blankly at Kaiyang's mind-shaking battle. Each time he knocked down an enemy, another would rise, leaving an inexplicable feeling within Sumu's heart. Today's affair was caused by him, and Kaiyang was also his enemy, yet he had still come to help him avoid certain death. Although he was determined to help, his strength had been exhausted due to beating he had received from Cheng Xiaofeng. Hang! It sounded out. Another Stormhouse disciple was sent flying to the ground. When he landed, he howled in immense pain. The energy produced from the true Yan tactics had entered his body, causing him feel a scorching heat and painful aching. Kaiyang's bloodshot eyes glanced over to the stunned Cheng Xiaofeng. On his face was a cold and mysterious smile. Cheng Xiaofeng's heart was in turmoil, for Kaiyang's savagery made him fearful. Now that his gaze was towards him, his entire body was frozen to the ground. Humair's laugh full of scorn sounded out. This laugh made Cheng Xiaofeng feel embarrassed. He straightened himself up and looked at Kaiyang coldly. Calmly he said, I couldn't tell that you actually had that much skill. Step by step, Kaiyang just walked over, his steps steady, his skinny body emitting a crazy torrent of pressure. Cheng Xiaofeng's breathing slowly became ragged, his expression changing. He suddenly called out, You are courting death, so do not blame me. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out a saber from his belt. When he was dealing with Sumu and the others, he didn't use his weapon at all because he didn't want there to be any casualties. The stone was only used because blood had rushed to his head and he wasn't thinking clearly. But now if he didn't have a weapon in hand, Cheng Xiaofeng held no confidence. This blood-covered Sky Tower Pavilion disciple was extremely fierce. You be careful, for this person has already reached the Kaiyuan stage. Sumu begrudgingly informed Kai Yang, albeit unclearly. Yuan stage, muttering. Kai Yang stopped in his tracks. Cheng Xiao's face became pleased, immediately gaining arrogance. He bellowed out, "Brat, you are only at the tempered body level, so how are you my match? Since you have used such a large amount of your world Kai, you would need at least a few months before being able to recover it all. If you continue to battle, it will affect your foundations, and don't even think about breaking through anymore. Now be a good child, and kneel for forgiveness." Yang had already rapidly charged over. Cheng Xiaofeng was greatly alarmed. Is this person an idiot? He already knew he was at the Kai Yuan stage, yet he still dared to charge over. Although he was astonished, Cheng Xiaofeng didn't dare to be negligent. Gripping the saber, he stabbed towards Kai Yang. In response to this direct attack, Kai Yang did something that no one would have imagined. He opened up his palm and motioned to catch it. Although this saber was only an ordinary ranked weapon, it was still a sharp weapon. How could a corporeal human body possibly withstand such a weapon? Cheng Xiaofeng's expression was pleased, thinking that he was walking down the path to his own demise. Increasing the speed of his long saber, he went to greet Kai Yang's open palm. It seemed to go exactly how everyone imagined it would go, with the saber impaling Kai Yang's hand and blood spurting out everywhere. Ers was startled when she had seen Kai Yang's confidence and how he welcomed it with grandeur and power. She thought he had some unimaginable and amazing method. But now when she saw that he was so easily injured by Cheng Xiaofeng, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. In the end, the person didn't amount to much and only had foolishness. Before Er's thoughts were finished, they changed by 180 degrees. Even though Kai Yang's hand had been pierced, he didn't stop and still closed in towards Cheng Xiaofeng. In a blink of an eye, the two people were within reach of each other, while the sound of flesh on the saber made others cringe. It sounded. Kai Yang's skewered hand went to grip onto Cheng Xiaofeng's sword hand and the handle. With the frenzied Kai Yang in front of him, Cheng Xiaofeng could no longer hide his fear. As he tried to pull back his saber, the opponent held on firmly for dear life. Laughing maliciously, Kai Yang's pair of bloodshot eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty luster, while he threw a bloody fist towards Cheng Xiaofeng's face. Frantically, Cheng Xiaofeng raised his arm to block, while also hastily using his world Kai to assist in his defense. But Cheng Xiaofeng had only just entered the Kai Yuan stage. How much world Kai did he have within him? Ruthlessly, Kai Yang's fist smashed into his face, dislodging one of his teeth, and his cheek immediately started to swell. The scalding that he felt afterwards was like boiling water was constantly being poured onto his face. Such tyrannical world Kai. Cheng Xiaofeng was finally frightened. He discovered that even though he was at the Kai Yuan stage, the world Kai inside of him could not block this fiery invasion. In a few moments he was burnt into dizziness. Distracted, Kai Yang's second fist arrived, causing Cheng Xiaofeng's mind to become unclear. Another fist caused his entire body to become limp, causing him to kneel in front of Kai Yang with his head bent and a dazed expression. Moving his leg back, Kai Yang kicked out and sent him flying away. In the midst of the ensuing silence, was shocked beyond belief. It seemed that this person wasn't foolish. The reason why he went to grab that long saber was because he had something planned. Only once he caught the saber would Cheng Xiao be unable to move or properly attack. The dozens of Stormhouse disciples, even the Kai Yuan stage Cheng Xiaofeng, were completely wiped out. Turning his head, Kai Yang looked over to Focusing his blood-red eyes on her, unconsciously shivered. She had never met such a savage person at only the tempered body stage. After all, it was bloody battles that shaped the younger fighters. She had never really experienced such things before. Kai, the noise of people's aching teeth rang out. Meanwhile, Kai Yang just calmly took out the saber that had pierced his hand, letting a river of warm blood flow out. Throughout the entire process, not even his eyebrows had creased in pain. And after he threw the saber to the side, he unhurriedly walked over to This flirtatious to the bone girl shuddered on the spot and swallowed panikedly, while forcing out a hollow laugh. As she smiled, Kai Yang had already reached her and had her slender, white neck within his bloody grip. As her feet were lifted off the ground, she let out a muffled cry. From within Er's throat came a fiery cry, and a groan that seemed to be lost in her daydreams. Leaning over, Kai Yang looked at all the while laughing coldly. Nervously, Er's heart thumped, and quickly she went attempted to explain. "I'm not together with them, for I am from the blood group. I also have not raised my hand against the Sky Tower Pavilion's people." "Really?" Kai Yang smiled meaningfully. And when saw that she could still talk with this person, her heart calmed down. Although she was female, she was stronger than Cheng Xiaofeng, but she had no real dominance, like powerful aura. That was because of the physique. "You are such a powerful person." Picking up her courage, extended one green, white, jade-like hand and placed it on Kai Yang's stomach. Shortly, a few drops of blood landed on her hand, and she didn't go to wipe them away. She unexpectedly put her finger in her mouth and sucked on it. In that moment, those ruby red lips appeared thrilling and alluring to touch. Her mesmerizing erotic eyes flashed with a mysterious light. P.S. This was a very chapter. I mean, it was great and questionable. The end was very but enjoy it. I'm getting wide to bias too. Chapter 41. Tempered Body 8th Stage. Chapter 41. Tempered Body 8th Stage. I don't know. Are you this powerful in other places too? Humeir's sharp and watery eyes looked at Kai Yang mysteriously, her words explicitly clear. This type of open and brazen enticement, as long as it was a male, then I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to resist. Not to mention Humeir, because she was also quite attractive, her figure was not bad. So many people were already thinking about it. A series of sounds came from all directions, the sound of people simultaneously swallowing their saliva. Sumu's group of people were already weak in body. Now with this type of stimulation, their blood rushed to their heads, their lower parts stuck up, while some fainted on scene. Blood rushed to my head too, man. Qiyang also felt a burning sensation rise upwards, his Adam's apple bobbed a bit, his breathing became rough, and his grip on Humeir's neck involuntarily increased in strength. Humeir delicately gasped, her body squirmed a bit before angrily speaking. Why do you still not let go? Well, she said that. She also reached out a tender hand to gently prise open Qiyang's hand. It's unknown whether it was an accident, or if it was on purpose. All in all, she had moved Qiyang's hand and placed it on her plump and well-rounded chest. An astonishing amount of elasticity and warmth passed on through his hand, and Qiyang clearly felt a defined peak from the palm of his hand. This type of stimulation caused the blood flowing from his wounds to increase a bit. Qiyang's face was somewhat red. He had never imagined that his woman would be licentious to this degree. She really was. She most definitely possessed some ulterior move with this flirtatious behavior today. When she saw Qiyang's embarrassment, Humeir unexpectedly started to laugh. Exhaling, she said, "What do you want to do?" As Qiyang looked down at Humeir, he felt like a dog that had bit a hedgehog. Thinking back to the start of the battle, this Humeir really didn't attack any of the Sky Tower Pavilion disciples, so Qiyang naturally couldn't hit her. The only reason he wanted to give this woman a lesson was because she had been constantly fanning the flames during the battle. But because he was this easily toyed with by her, Qiyang was somewhat annoyed. Qiyang, after all, was still a man. How could he be so easily played around with by her? As he thought over it, Qiyang's hand, that was covering Humeir's hand, suddenly squeezed tighter. Titian, Humeir's expression changed as she moaned out. Looking at that handsome face, hers turned red. Angrily she glared at Qiyang, for she would never have imagined he would harbor such feelings towards females. Old man Meng's teachings are coming in. Laughing out loudly, Qiyang stood up and said to Humeir, "You can go." Humeir stared blankly ahead, before looking dazedly at Qiyang. She would have never expected that her seductions would have almost no effect. Her body, it was unknown how many people wished to have a taste. On ordinary days, there were numerous rivals that she didn't even pay attention to. But today, when there was finally a male that she held some interest in, when she had tried to seduce him, she was actually disregarded by him. Is he still a man? After standing there for a few moments, she started to laugh. With a multitudinous array of movements, she got up from the ground. Towards Qiyang, she nibbled her red lips. Walking over to Qiyang's side, she gently blew into his ear and whispered, "You are very interesting." Once she finished speaking, she chuckled and turned around to leave, not forgetting to use her thousand-way swaying of the hips technique. From afar, Sumu's lot were watching stupidly, their eyes full of jealousy and envy. They didn't think that Qiyang would actually refuse this type of good luck. They were all thinking that if it was them who were in that situation, what would they do? They would have probably pounced. No, they would have definitely pounced. The good luck of meat pastries dropping from the sky, why would they refuse it? In any case, they wouldn't have lost anything. After Humeir left, everybody then turned their heads back to Qiyang, feeling both sad and embarrassed. Any size rang out. Qiyang squatted down and went to rip a few strips of cloth off the bodies of the fainted disciples from Stormhouse. Then he went to roll the cloth strips around his own hands a few times. Looking at Sumu's group, these junior disciples all had faces full of embarrassment. "Do you still have the strength to walk?" Qiyang asked. They nodded their heads slightly. "Then walk." The entire group had bloody noses and swollen faces, as they returned to Sky Tower Pavilion with great difficulty before dispersing to find their own medicines and seek out treatment. Although they had fought a great battle today, it was only a battles between juniors, and the three powers would often have such fights between each other, so there was nothing special about it. Also, long as nobody important died, the respective elders of each faction would turn a blind eye and ask no questions. Only through battles would one improve, and every faction elder wished for this kind of tempering to occur so as to allow for improvement in the strength of their juniors. Qiyang returned to his little wooden hut as he had planned to take out that remaining blood-clotting cream. But after thinking it over, he discarded the idea. During today's events, the only serious injury he received was the one on his hand that had been pierced by the long saber. The rest were nothing really. Although the wound on his hand looked really serious at first, when you looked more carefully, you could see it wasn't that major. When he went to catch Chang Xiaofeng's saber, Kaiyang purposefully avoided allowing it to pierce his bones or meridians. So although there was an extra hole in his palm, it was only a simple flesh wound. It was literally the same type of wound that he had received from that flower-patterned spider. It had taken him roughly 3-4 days to basically recover, so should be the same this time too. In addition, in just this short amount of time, Kaiyang's wound had already healed by quite a lot, and his stamina had also recovered by a bit. Without sensing his body condition, he wouldn't have guessed that the warmth emitted by the golden body also contained healing properties, and that the true Yang tactics, Yang Kai, also contained a small amount of healing properties. With the assistance of these two, his injuries recovered quickly. After he learnt that the true Yang tactics Yang Kai contained healing properties, Kaiyang quickly drifted over to Coiling Dragon Stream to absorb the Yang Kai. Although in the battle today, he didn't use a single bit of that drop of Yang energy, he had used up quite a bit of his body's Yang Kai. He urgently needed to replenish it. Just as he was absorbing the Yang Kai, Yang felt a drumming from within his body. Uncontrollably, the outside Yang Kai surged into his body, and within a moment, the amount he had absorbed was equal to 1 or 2 days' worth at his previous speed. Not only was his Yang Kai replenished from today's fight, it was also even richer than before, and his meridians and channels had also strengthened and expanded by a fair amount. Tempered Body 8 stage? Turning his body around, Kaiyang's face held a happy expression. He had reached the Tempered Body 8 stage in such a short amount of time, it came as no small surprise to him. He had originally estimated that it would take at least another 7 to 8 days before he would break through. For such a thing to occur, it was clearly related to Kaiyang's battle today. As expected, battling with others really helped you improve quickly. His heart happy, Kaiyang began to cultivate his true Yang tactics even more diligently than before. After he had broken through a level, the speed at which he absorbed the Yang Kai had clearly increased by a lot, and furthermore overall his abilities were strengthened. At nighttime, Kaiyang returned to his wooden hut to rest. In the end, he had still received several injuries today, so it wasn't the right time to pull an all-nighter in order to cultivate. Over the next couple of days, apart from eating and sleeping, Kaiyang spent all his time near Coiling Dragon Stream in order to cultivate. On the other hand, Sumu's group, not a single one of them had popped out. It was probably because they were all still nursing their injuries. Early in the morning, a few days later, just as Kaiyang was sweeping the grounds, he saw Sumu leading Lai Yuntian and the others over towards him. All those who had participated in the battle that day, not a single one was missing. They were all valiant and full of vigor, following behind Sumu. Although they had recuperated well over these past few days, their appearances were still a bit miserable. Their eyes were bruised, mouths were swollen, and overall they appeared very. Looking over, Kaiyang couldn't help but say, "Junior Su, is your skin itching again?" "Tilen, this is similar to saying, are you itching for a beating again?" "Lol ps. Heyo again." Well, this chapter was another hurdle to TLP. Really, who may starting to remind both Ben and I of a certain lady in TTG with her persistence and usage of her sex appeal. Just read all your comments and whoa, all those about berserk and blood-sucking. Unfortunately, as you just read, that doesn't happen. Though, as a spoiler, here's the title. Chapter 42, That Day, you touched right? I wonder what happens here. Chapter 42, That Day, you touched right? Chapter 42, That Day, you touched right? Sumu's face reddened, looking at Kaiyang fiercely, and then he went to stand in front of him determinedly, all the while coldly looking at him. Of course, his gaze was somewhat complicated. It contained admiration, unwillingness, vexation, and relief. "Give me the items," Sumu suddenly said while putting his hand out, and Lai Yuntian immediately carried over 2 wine jugs over and gave them to Sumu. Leaving one for himself, Sumu gave one to Kaiyang. Without saying anything, Sumu went to open the jug and started to drink from it. A group of Sky Tower Pavilion disciples that had walked by were staring in a daze and looking at Sumu distractedly. They didn't know what sly plans Sumu was up to now, for he was actually drinking wine early in the morning here. Smiling faintly, Kaiyang also went to open the jug up and drank in large mouthfuls. "Good," Lai Yuntian shouted out loudly from behind Sumu. "Good." The others also started to shout. Su, the two people sounded out, and at the same time, both Kaiyang and Sumu smashed their wine jugs and ended up with wine drenching them. Drinking in broad daylight, corrupting the Sky Tower's principles, name your prime offenders. 5 contribution points will be deducted from you each. Next, it won't be as lenient as this. A dark-haired disciple appeared from the sidelines, as he coldly informed Kaiyang and Sumu. Deduct it, Kai Yang was indifferent, but if this was a month earlier he would be bleeding. Now, he was indifferent. Since Kai Yang didn't care, how could the second-generation young master Sumu possibly care? For he has a very powerful Patreon, so contribution points to him were not worth that much. Jiao Hu, help senior brother Kai finish his sweeping, Sumu said as he waved his hand at Jiao Hu. Okay. Jiao Hu, who had been punched senseless previously by Kai Yang, hurriedly rushed over and took the broom away from Kai Yang's hands. This isn't appropriate. Glancing at the male Dark Hall disciple, Kai Yang said before that disciple snorted coldly and walked away. Let's go to your small home, for I have some things I need to discuss with you, Sumu said. Next to the small hut, Kai Yang and Sumu squatted in front of the pond while a small group of people bustled around behind them, patching up the holes in the roof. It looked like after the events from that day, Sumu's group of people had completely put away their past nitties with Kai Yang. Not only had they put them away, they even wanted to make up for it. Why did you come and save us? After a period of silence, Sumu finally opened his mouth to ask this question. Why, Kai Yang's eyebrows wrinkled. You guys call me senior brother, so naturally, I must act like a senior brother. I should think this is the reason. Though the most important thing was that Sumu's inner character wasn't really that vile. Turning his head, Sumu went to ask Kai Yang seriously. Really? Laughing a bit, Kai Yang replied. Then why did you think I saved you? Sumu became silent. His heart was quite upset, and after a while he answered, Since you regard us as junior brothers, then we will also regard you as our senior brother. In regards to the silly past issues, this junior brother is sorry. I never really took it seriously, Kai Yang replied. Looking in each other's eyes, they started to laugh out loud. Laughing will enable enemies to reconcile and repay one's debt of gratitude. It probably speaks about these types of things. With their gratitudes and grudges settled, Sumu no longer felt embarrassed or reserved. He really started to treat Kai Yang as his senior brother. After speaking out some unimportant things, Sumu suddenly licked his lips and his face became red. He softly asked, Senior brother, I want to ask you a question. What? Kai Yang looked at him oddly. That day, Ki, you touched, right? Sumu didn't dare to look at Kai Yang directly when he asked. Touched what? Kai Yang didn't understand. Is that that? Sumu became depressed, steeling his heart and clenching his teeth. He said, It's that who may errs. As he said this, his heart started to squeeze a bit, moving others. Kai Yang laughed involuntarily. Youngsters really were full of vigorous curiosity. Didn't you all witness the scene? We didn't see clearly, so did you really touch it? Sumu's mouth was opened really wide. If I touched it, what is the matter? Kai Yang grinned mischievously. She voluntarily placed my hand on her, and I merely gave her a lesson only. Gudon things falling down, and Sumu swallowed down a mouthful of saliva. His face full of expectations, he asked, What did it feel like? Junior brother has never experienced it? Kai Yang asked in doubt, while looking at Sumu and thinking, was the second-generation young master still a pure virgin? Sumu shook his head like and suspiciously asked, Senior brother, you previously have already experienced it? Kai Yang revealed a pondering expression, and then showed an angry but happy reminiscing look. Sighing out, let's not talk about past things. Sumu looked on blankly, while giving a knowing smile. He couldn't help but curl up his lips. You talk big. 3 years ago, senior brother, you came to pay your respects to the main gate, and in these 3 years, you didn't go and make any friends with others, so how could you have an opportunity? If so, then it would have to be before you entered. 3 years ago, how old were you? 3 years ago, 12 years old. 12 years old, and a beauty felt no shame to actually come at him. If it wasn't because she was only 15, and if it wasn't because they were both naive and innocent, then something would have really occurred. Thinking about that beauty again, Kai Yang's heart felt sorrowful. He didn't know how her life was currently. Anyway, senior brother, you should be careful. Hume-er is quite arrogant, and since you brushed away her face, she definitely won't let it go. Sumu went to remind him. She wants to deal with me? Kai Yang's expression turned icy. Laughing loudly, Sumu said mysteriously, and to deal with you in bed. You wait and see. She definitely will use 1,000 different techniques to try and seduce you. As long as she doesn't obtain her goal, she won't give up. Senior brother, your luck with women isn't bad or shallow. Those types of people I disdain. Kai Yang didn't take this issue too seriously, and said to Sumu, You said that you have something to talk to me about, and it's actually this. Of course not. Widening his eyes, Sumu said, Senior brother, this time when you were dealing with Cheng Shao and his people, you used up quite a lot of your precious world Kai. I just want to compensate you. Compensate me? Sumu nodded his head, and then from within his clothes, he took out a bottle, and said to Kai Yang, This is a bottle of small returning pellets. Senior brother, take these to help you recover, and you should be able to recover all of your lost world Kai. Small returning pellets, Kai Yang had actually heard of them. Although these types of medicinal pellets effects weren't that strong, they were very gentle because they were most suited to practitioners like Kaiyan who were around the tempered body 7th stage. From the tempered body 7th stage to the 9th stage, although martial practitioners started to produce world Kai, you could also increase it by cultivating martial skills. But because you couldn't recover world Kai swiftly until you reached the Kai Yuan stage, it was considered extremely precious. Once you used it, one must pay a great price to recover it. However, with the help of the small returning pellets, one was able to greatly reduce the time needed. To practitioners of the tempered body 7th to 9th stages, this was most suited for them, but they were also quite expensive. Though for Kai Yuan stage practitioners and up, it wasn't the slightest bit useful. It was just Kai Yang's situation was slightly different other people's. The true Yang tactics that he cultivated allowed for one to not worry about world Kai. If the world Kai within him was used up, then there was still the Yang liquid. So this bottle of small returning pellets had little value. Just as he was about to refuse, Sumu seemed to look through his thoughts and sternly said, "I don't want to owe others anything." "Fine then, I shall accept it." Yang didn't act politely anymore. Smiling, Sumu said, "Senior brother, wait for me here and I will take you to a good place." "What good place?" Yang asked doubtfully. Sumu only laughed without answering, telling him to wait and that he definitely wouldn't be disappointed. Chapter 43. The Gate's Secret. Inside Black Wind Forest, there was a line of Sky Tower disciples walking into the depths. Yang would never have thought that the good place that Sumu wanted to take him to was actually located in the Black Wind Mountains. Walking in the forest, Yang saw a distinct path. In this type of dense forest, if humans did not frequent it, then a clear path would not appear. Do a lot of people come and go in the Black Wind Mountains? Pondering over it, it seemed that it was true, for in the distance, there were some faint figures advancing in a similar fashion to his group. "Senior brother, do you know why that day we met up with Cheng Xiaofeng and his people near Black Wind Forest?" Walking in front of Yang, Sumu went to ask Yang. Yang's expression changed. While he had a faint idea, could it be that Cheng Xiaofeng and them also wanted to come to Black Wind Forest? "That's right. We the Sky Tower Pavilion, Storm House and Blood Group aren't that far away from each other. The distance from Black Wind Forest to each of the three places is about the same, so if any disciples from these factions want to enter here, they would need to pass by the four-way intersection." "What type of people attracting places here? Otherwise, why would you all come over here?" "Hee." Sumu laughed out proudly. "Senior brother, now this you may not know. Inside Black Wind Forest, there is an underground market. We disciples from the three factions and even martial practitioners from all of the Black Plum Village area come over here. Disciples are able to exchange useless data and skills that they don't need for more useful things or for gold and silver. This Black Wind trade area is bustling, so senior brother should definitely come here and look." Lai Yuntan added, "That's right, senior brother. You can often find some good things over here. Last time young Master Su used 20 or so sliver to obtain some Tanyuan fruit." "Tanyuan fruit?" Kian's expression changed. Earth grade lower level spirit fruit." The seller didn't recognize what he was selling, allowing me to benefit greatly. Talking about that matter, Sumu became proud. Earth grade lower level spirit fruit, if you wanted to convert it to a monetary value, it would be valued at around 2,000 silvers at the least. It was actually brought by Sui Mu for a mere 20 silver coins. Isn't this a great deal? That Black Wind trade area, Kai Yang really didn't hear about it before at all, in the entirety of the time that he had been in Sky Tower. Since he hadn't socialized with a single person, they naturally wouldn't tell him such news. It looked like Sumu's group often came over here to browse, and each one was fairly familiar with the layout. From their conversation, Yang heard many interesting things, and he started to have some anticipation for this place. Since he cultivated the true Yang tactics, then he would be able to find some Yang attributed elixirs for him to use, but it was just that he didn't have a lot of money on hand. Then he remembered that small bottle of small returning pellets. Yang gained some confidence. Black Wind Trade was a fair distance away, so the group of people chatted to each other while walking over. Yang suddenly asked, "Junior brother Su, does our Sky Tower Pavilion have an 11th elder?" He had remembered that old man he had met beside the coiling dragon stream, and that old man was a complete mystery. It caused others to be unable to forget him. 11th elder? Sumu was stunned. When did Sky Tower Pavilion suddenly have an 11th elder? I just wanted to ask. Yang understood now. That time when the old man had said he was some 11th elder, he was already suspicious. Now it looked like his status was truly a lie. It was just that old man was calm and friendly. Since he held no malice or evil intentions to him, Yan didn't want to investigate further and risk provoking his disgust. Lai Yuntian laughed out. "Senior brother Kai, since you are always cultivating naturally, you wouldn't know too much about our Sky Tower Pavilion affairs. We only have 5 elders, there really isn't some 11th elder. This group of people all knew about Kai Yang's previous tragic history of being bullied, so out of the goodness of their hearts, they went to inform him of the various things happening in Sky Tower to prevent him from asking another awkward question in the future. An elder was Sumu's backer, so his understanding of Sky Tower affairs was better than anyone else's. So as they were talking, they drifted to the topic of Sky Tower Pavilion's head. Lowering his voice, Sumu said, "Listening to my old devil speak, I heard him say that our head is a peak existence. Nowadays, it is said that he has reached the peak of the Shenyu boundary, and is just a step away from breaking through to the next stage. Within a 1,000-mile radius, he is the #1 expert." Peak of the Shenyu boundary. He Yang was shocked in amazement. For a martial practitioner's grade started from the tempered body level, followed by the Kai Yuan stage, Kai Dong stage, Lai He boundary, Hien Yuan boundary, Shenyu boundary, and each level was then divided into a further 9 ranks. As your strength increased, it became harder to break through. You couldn't see many Shen boundary level experts, and one would never have imagined that the Sky Tower head had actually reached the Shenyu level. If he were to break through, then he would become a true peak expert. The Blood Group head, Human, and the Stormhouse head, Zhao Ruo, were only around the Shenyu boundary 6th or 7th stages and are incomparable to our head. As Sumu said this, his face showed a proud expression. After all, a school head's strength is also a source of pride for the school's disciples. How much longer will our head need to break through? Lai Yuntan enthusiastically asked. If the head were to suddenly break through, then in a 1,000-mile radius, Sky Tower Pavilion would become the leading faction. Who would dare to come provoke them then? Sumu's face darkened, and he slowly shook his head. What's the matter? Seeing Sumu like that, Lai Yuntan asked worriedly. The old devil said that it has already been 10 or so years since the head reached the Shenyu peak. Then why hasn't he broken through up until now? Everybody asked. 10 years, even if cultivating was difficult, you should be able to break through. Sumu continued to shake his head. I don't dare say. Young Master Su, how could you do this? Invoking our curiosities, but refusing to talk further. Isn't this equivalent to taking most of a beauty's clothes off but not all? This is too brutal. You who complained relentlessly, and the rest all joined in enthusiastically encouraging Sumu. Okay then, but you must all remember you mustn't tell anyone else or there will be great troubles. Sumu said with grandeur, then looking around he lowered his voice and said, 10 years ago, our Sky Tower had a big situation. It was because of this that our head's cultivation has yet to rise. What situation? Everybody asked while swallowing. Our head has no wife nor children, so he accepted 2 disciples and the situation originated from these 2 disciples. Of these 2 disciples, the elder disciple was hardworking while the younger disciple was intelligent. Both were shocking geniuses, and the head used all of his heart to teach them without the slightest bit of reservation. These 2 were also hardworking. Their strengths were neck and neck, and no one was worse than the other. It was just because these 2 people's natures were different, so the head's teaching style was different for each one. The older disciple received greater amounts of praise, while the younger disciple was treated harsher, and the head was stricter with him. Due to this, the younger disciple gradually drifted further away from his senior brother and also became more and more frustrated. So he went to find a forbidden and sinister technique to cultivate. Ah! Everyone cried out in fear. Sumu continued to speak and captured everyone's attention again. You couldn't tell, but Sumu was born with an eloquent tongue. The way he narrated made the story flow very well, and he succinctly expressed how the grudges between these 2 fellow disciples had started to his audience. Kayang only listened in silence, and didn't interrupt, for he thought that this affair was most likely true, but Sumu would have also added some extra details to exaggerate the situation. Yes. Hi Tilda, how are your days so far? Thanks for always coming to read my translations and enjoy this chapter. What did you think about the little backstory on the SD head? Somehow it was a bit typical, but still interesting. But when I saw the big chunk of backstory, I had to TL, my face turned white. When I finished, I saw how long it was and shook my head. See you soon. Chapter 44. Su Yan. Chapter 44. Su Yan. After he learnt this skill, the second disciple's temperament changed completely and his strength also suddenly increased by a large amount. The older disciple unexpectedly was no longer his opponent. With his newfound strength, the second disciple thought that the head would praise him more, but the fact that he had cultivated a sinister skill was finally discovered by the head. But this discovery caused the second disciple to be fully engulfed and fall into the darkness. That night 10 years ago, rivers of blood flowed within Sky Tower Pavilion. The elder disciple died tragically that night, and the second disciple escaped from his punishment. Speaking up to that point, Sumu paused for a moment, and swiveled his head around to see everyone holding their breath in rapt attention with their ears attentive. Highly satisfied, he continued, in one night, the head lowered his head, his depression. The 2 disciples he was most proud of, one had died, and the other had succumbed to the dark ways. The impact that it had on him, well, as you can imagine, it was very great. From that moment onwards, the head went into seclusion and few people were even able to see a trace of him. Most people thought that he had become broken and passed away, but they would have never imagined that a few years later he would come out again, even stronger than before, to go and personally capture his second disciple and seal him in coiling dragon stream. Taeyong's heart suddenly shook as he remembered that mysterious 11th Elder's last words. I did not come here for treasure, I am here to meet someone. Meet who? There was no doubt in Taeyong's mind it was the person sealed in coiling dragon stream. Could it be that this 11th Elder was? Sumu continued to speak, but because of these events, the head was unable to break through the Shenyu boundary and could only stop at this stage. If this knot is not untied, then he will be unable to advance any further in this life. With the story finished, everyone released large sighs as they could breathe once more. They felt pity for the Sky Tower head's predicament, while also scolding that ungrateful second disciple who had fallen to sinister and forbidden ways. Taeyong's mood was also in disarray. In the end, was the 11th Elder him? If what Sumu had said was true, then there was a high chance that that old man was who he suspected him to be. Just at that moment, the bustling and noise from up ahead transmitted over. Taeyong lifted up his head to look, and saw that there was a large clearing in this dense forest. And in that clearing was a buzz of voices, like a great marketplace. The three schools' disciples were all gathered here with big and small stalls, all lined up with their glittering wares, with all types of products on display. It was a feast for the eyes. There were also 10 or so wooden houses on the perimeter, with the construction being somewhat simple. There were large ones and smaller ones. The smaller ones were probably for living in, while the larger ones were for people to shelter from the rain, as they could house a large amount of people. Because it was currently very sunny, the disciples from the three factions had set up their booths outside under the sun. Black Wind Trade was like a completely different world in and of itself. Well then, we have arrived. Sumu's main goal this time was to bring Kai Yang over here, ensuring that he knew there were these type of places present here. So if there were things he needed in the future, he could come over here to trade for them. This place isn't bad. Looking at the bustling crowd doing trade in the clearing, his face revealed his excitement. Laughing, Sumu said, of course, for this place has the things that we low-leveled martial practitioners need. Furthermore, you don't need to worry about safety, for each of the three factions have some of their experts stationed here to oversee and maintain public order. Do you see that small wooden house? That is the home of our Sky Tower overseer, and my older sister is in there. Your older sister? Taeyong looked towards him, and remembered how last time Sumu had come looking for trouble and said that his older sister was a core disciple. Core disciples, they were the future hope of Sky Tower. Sumu suddenly became alert. I will warn you first, don't have any ideas with my sister. Taeyong couldn't help but laugh. Sumu said again, but even if you did have an interest in her, I'm afraid you won't have the ability to reach her. Your older sister is very powerful? Of course. Yen Yuan Boundary Third Layer, not many of the younger generation are qualified to become her opponents. Taeyong was slightly moved. For a younger generation disciple to cultivate to the Genyu boundary was already too rare. For the next stage was the Shenyu boundary, in other words the stage at which the head was currently at. Since your older sister is that talented, why are you only at the tempered body stage? Taeyong asked Sumu, puzzled. Like he was being repeatedly poked in a sore spot, Sumu's immediately became embarrassed. After being at a loss for a while he replied, it's not good, but don't worry, for I will work harder to cultivate. After all, I can't allow you, a trial disciple, to surpass me. Nodding his head a bit, for it seemed that the previous few days' sufferings at Kai Yang's hands had ignited Sumu's competitive spirit. Let's go, I'll first take you to meet my older sister. With her protection, then in this Black Wind Trade, it will be easier to do what we need to do. Since they said they were going to meet Sumu's elder sister, everybody's expression immediately became serious. Even Sumu himself went to tidy up his clothes, and brush all of the dust from his clothes. You could see clearly that Sumu was really afraid of his sister, or even worshipped her. What is Sumu's older sister called? Hai, Yan asked Lai Yuntian in a low voice. Su Yan. Her name wasn't bad, he just didn't know what type of person she was. Soon they had arrived at a wooden house. Kai Yang went to observe the house, and the surrounding wooden houses, and saw that each of them had hung a plaque saying Sky Tower Pavilion. It looked like these few houses were the residences of high-leveled Sky Tower members. Sumu was a bit nervous, and lightly breathed a few breaths before cautiously walking up the steps. Then he elegantly lifted up his hand, and lightly tapped the door a couple of times, and then spoke out in a strange kitten-like voice, Elder sister, I have come to visit you. While Lai Yuntian and the others used all their might to suppress their laughter, their shoulders started shaking. Taeyong also couldn't help but laugh. Sumu knew the reactions of the people behind him, and really wanted to turn around and glare at them. Enter. A light and cold voice sounded out from inside. It was like a clear mountain spring, new to their ears. Sumu beckoned to the others, and them walked inside. Once they entered, Kaiyang secretly looked around and saw that this house was even more simple than his own wooden hut. There was nothing inside, but once they entered, the outside noise was unexpectedly filtered out, causing the house to become peaceful. This wooden house should have some sort of secret, otherwise it wouldn't have this type of effect. Just as he was observing the house, Sumu suddenly let out a blood-curdling screech. Kaiyang swiveled his eyes over and saw Sumu crouched on the floor covering his head. Not far away in front of him was a woman dressed in snow-white clothes with a frosty expression. This woman had luscious and beautiful black hair, crescent-shaped eyebrows, a pair of bright and slender eyes, a small and cute nose with peach-pink cheeks, a pair of delicate cherry lips, and glistening pale jade-like skin, accompanied by a dainty, graceful and slender physique, indescribably enchanting. It was just her temperament was exceptionally icy, cold, and even made the room's overall temperature plummet. Currently, that woman was sitting cross-legged looking at Sumu. Without saying anything, you knew this was Su-Yan. "Do you know why you were hit?" Su-Yan asked. Sumu shook his head and saw a monious glint in his sister's eyes, and quickly nodded his head. "Then say it." Su-Yan's voice was extremely light, while carrying something which didn't allow one to rebel against. Kaiyang guessed the reason why Sumu was so afraid of his sister now. Whoever got such a sister, no one would be able to bear, even though she was a great beauty. Yes. So hey there again. Double release today, because it is a sponsored chapter by the Novels Now team. Well, we all expected Su-Yan to be a beauty, didn't we? My day was quite good, played a bit of LOL in the afternoon. Though towards the evening, I had a headache but after eating dinner it got better and I could finish this chapter. Thanks for asking. 123 Ismi and Odine. We'll try to release the next sponsored one soon, so see you soon. Chapter 45. If you follow me any longer, I won't be polite. It's because I was beaten by someone. Confronted by his sister's inquiries, Sumu didn't dare to refuse to answer. As he answered, he also secretly went to measure up Su-Yan. The latter's face was still unempathetic. "Why did you get beaten by them?" "My skill wasn't up to par." Sumu lowered his head a bit more. "Why wasn't your skill enough?" Su-Yan continued to question, in order to get to the root of the problem. Sumu could only honestly answer her. "I didn't practice diligently enough." Su-Yan nodded her head lightly. "You still have a bit of intelligence. Then you know what to do in the future." "I know. Remember your words today, so if later in the future you want to go and play around, then it will not be someone else who will beat you. Instead, I will do it personally." Sumu's face paled as he repeatedly swore he would diligently practice and cultivate so as to meet his elder sister's expectations. After she finished lecturing Sumu, Su-Yan finally lifted up her head to look at the people behind him. Sweeping across them, her gaze landed on Kaiyang, and a trace of astonishment flashed across her eyes. She asked, "It's you who defeated Cheng Xiaofeng?" Kaiyang thought that the senior sister's information network was quite fast. Although she trained here, she was still able to receive information regarding matters occurring outside in a timely fashion. He nodded his head. "Yes. You're a bit better than Sumu." Su-Yan was indifferent, and Kaiyang looked like he wasn't that old, about 15, 16. He was only at the tempered body 8th stage. His natural talent shouldn't be that good, so he was naturally unworthy in her eyes. The only reason why she spoke to Kaiyang was because he had saved Sumu. "I'll give you a word of advice." "Please say it, senior sister." Kaiyang's expression remained impassive. "Stay away from Sumu. If you continue to stay close to him, then your cultivation will stop and stagnate around this level." Kaiyang smiled slightly, but didn't bother to reply. She could belittle Sumu, but Kaiyang couldn't. Sumu was smiling, but his face fell quickly when he heard this, but even he didn't dare say anything. "Leave now, I want to train." As soon as Su-Yan finished speaking, she closed her eyes. The group of people quietly exited and closed the door behind them. Looking at each other, they all simultaneously let out a breath of relief. Pressure inside was all too great, and although she was a beauty, and as such pleasing to the eye, if they had stayed any longer inside, then they felt that both their bodies and hearts would be frozen. "I'm going to look at the refined pills that everyone was talking a couple of days ago," Lei Yun-Tian announced before taking his leave. "I'll also go." A couple of people called out immediately. Not long after, everyone had dispersed, each going to do their own business, leaving Sumu and Kaiyang behind. Kaiyang saw that Sumu looked like he had some things to do, so he said, "Junior brother, you look like you have some things to do, so go complete them." "I'll just go around and browse." Sumu nodded his head as he spoke. "Okay, and if you find anything you like, tell me and I'll keep a lookout for you." Although the majority of people here are not bad, they are still treacherous people and love to trick and swindle others. After he separated from Sumu, Kaiyang leisurely strolled around the Black Wind Trade area. Here, disciples from the 3 schools were causally situated everywhere, with their booths set up to present the things which they wanted to sell or putting up signs saying what they wanted to purchase. Each booth was different, Each stall resident was calling out in a loud voice, much making it appear similar to a busy food market, full of warmth and enthusiasm, with everyone busily promoting their wares. Some were arrogant, portraying an if you want to buy, then buy attitude. Some were acting indifferent in a bid to attract customers. Some appeared bored, and were cultivating, unafraid that others would steal their goods. There were numerous styles of attracting customers, each strong in their own way. After walking around, Kai Yang found out that it wasn't just buying and selling. There were also some booths which were for the making of immortality pills to aid in cultivation, a service they did without charging a single penny. He thought that they were doing something akin to a good deed, but in reality they were just using others in order to perfect and refine their techniques. That was because these receptariers didn't have enough experience. 8 out of 10 pills they made were bad, so their booth fronts were deserted. However, this type of stall wasn't common at all. After all, receptarier masters were few and far between. Yan was paying careful attention to Yang-attributed products. Before he even entered the trade area, the origin of Yang in his chest had started to react wildly, showing that there were numerous Yang-attributed treasures. But after his little stroll, the things which he came across, their ranks were all rather low. The Yang-type herbs he saw couldn't even match up to the Yang emitted by the coiling dragon stream, so he naturally wouldn't pay any attention to them. He had found a couple of things that interested him, but after he asked about the price, he could only shake his head and sigh. Those prices were far too high, and not something his current self could afford. You should ask her buddy Ling Dong for some money advice. Not Chu Feng though, he's a true beast when it comes to spending money. I'm pretty sure he has already spent like a couple $1 trillion. All stolen money though, so it doesn't really count. Still, it's still dollar. After walking around for about another half hour, he was finally clear about the true price of the small returning pellets. Since the small returning pellets were only applicable to those at the tempered body 7th to 9th stages, this type of immortality pill was only worth around 52 taels. The bottle that Sumu gave him held 10 of these pills, so all up they were worth about 500 taels. 500 taels, it really wasn't enough to do anything with. In the middle of one booth, there was a fiery colored stone from which Kai Yang could feel a blistering amount of Yang Kai, and he couldn't determine exactly how many times more dense the Yang Kai it emitted was compared to the Yang Kai from the coiling dragon stream. Kai Yang was certain that if he absorbed the energy within that stone, then he would be able to condense at least 2-3 drops of Yang liquid. This was equivalent to many days of hard cultivation if he relied on just the Yang Kai from coiling dragon stream. Even though he knew this booth owner was not easy to get along with, and would certainly not sell it at a low price, Kai Yang was unwilling to give up and squatted down. The booth owner's cold face looked like someone owed him money. He only took one glance at Kai Yang, and then proceeded to ignore him. Kai Yang picked up some other things feigning great interest, and asked for their prices. The owner, with gold glinting in his eyes, casually said some prices, and Kai Yang then inadvertently asked the price of that red stone. "How much is this?" The booth owner laughed out loud, and said a couple more words. "That is this booth's most expensive item, 3,000 taels." Kai Yang was completely out of ideas, for this was a truly sky-high price. This was far and away from Kai Yang's upper limit, so how was he supposed to haggle for it? Just as he put it down and prepared to leave, Kai Yang's shoulder was tapped by someone. He turned his head around and saw a cute and lovable smile directed towards him. "It really is you," Hu said somewhat unexpectedly. "You need something?" Yan's eyebrows creased, and to tell the truth, he didn't have a good impression towards this morally loose woman, although she was currently dressed properly. But her wanton actions that day had already left a bad impression in Kai Yang's mind. Sensing Kai Yang's indifference, Hu-Mei's eyes displayed her displeasure, and she cutely declared, "Nothing, I only came over to greet you. That's all, and goodbye." Yang softly replied before turning around to leave. "Kai Yang, you da man. Thumbs up." "Hi," Hu-Mei called out as she closely followed behind him. Whether it was unintentional or intentional, her body stuck closely to Kai Yang, and as she walked, she also went to observe Kai Yang's reaction. Her walking around for the time it talks to burn an incense stick, Kai Yang became a bit gloomy. He didn't know what to do about this woman's flirtatious behavior. Her skin was really thick, for he already clearly showed that he was not interested in her, yet she still persisted and stuck close to him. "Why are you following me?" asked Kai Yang as he stopped in his steps, clearly unhappy. "I'm not following you, for in Black Wind trade, I am only strolling around leisurely." "What, do you care for me?" Hu-Mei smiled adorably, non-stop. "Don't follow me any longer, be careful, or I won't be polite to you anymore," Kai Yang said angrily. Not only was Hu-Mei unafraid, on the contrary, she looked eager to try his patience. "How will you not be polite? Will it be like last time?" "P.S. Okay, what was with that goddamn ending? DMR, do you still think is she smart?" I call that plain shameless now. I mean, even her name means enchantress, charmer. I get a headache from that girl. Ben can't even remember her name, shakes head. Anyway, just a heads up, since it's my holidays, my sleep pattern will be very irregular, so posting times may be all over the place. Regarding the martial rank names, I was lazy and only put the Pinean up. I will go back and name them in English, so don't worry. As for the currency change, silvers tails, the author hasn't put any sort of conversions like 10 silvers equals 1 gold, so I will use this more now. It's less confusing and makes sense. Until they put up some other than one monetary value, it will be tails. Good night, for I shall go to sleep now. He says, haha, thanks for the compliment, Zero, and you all other readers. I'm happy that you enjoy the chapters. Chapter 46. Bringing one to a place without people. Chapter 46. Bringing one to a place without people. In response to this woman's troublesome behavior, Kaiyang didn't have any good methods to deal with her. He could only ignore her. Huma could see Kaiyang's indifference. Although she dared to provoke him further, she chose not to. Rather, she only wanted to follow him around. Following the pull of his origin of yang, after walking a short while, Kaiyang stopped in front of a booth. Looking over it, Kaiyang's eyes brightened. The items presented at this booth were quite good, with a majority satisfying his needs. Those pieces of infant fist-sized round rocks, dispersed rich and blistering hot yongkai, even stronger than that other booth's stone. They were just a bit small. Their prices won't be as expensive as that other stone, right? Kaiyang hesitated, while the booth owner warmly welcomed him. Little brother, what are you thinking about? My items are good and cheap. As you walk past, you mustn't miss this opportunity. It doesn't matter if you are buying for your own use or to sell them later for a profit. All transactions will be fair. Summoning up the courage, Kaiyang asked, these stones, how much are they? The store owner lowered his head to look and replied, you're talking about the bright yang stone. They're not expensive, only 500 taels for one. Kaiyang's expression darkened. Although he knew that this price was just, he still shook his head and said, it's a bit expensive. From head to toe, he only had about 500 taels, his entire fortune. The booth owner shook his head as he smiled. Little brother, you are telling some good jokes, for the items here are clearly labeled and definitely aren't an open lion's mouth. If you go to other booths and observe their prices, then you will know how worthwhile my price are. This sentence was correct. Kaiyang's journey here, although he didn't buy anything, he had inquired a lot about the prices. This person's prices weren't really that high, but if you wanted to buy something, you needed to bargain. Helpless, Kaiyang could only start a war of words with this booth owner, and make the opponent lower the price. But the owner firmly shook his head, until in the end the owner became very gloomy. With no alternative, he said, little brother, these items of mine don't belong to me. I am only helping someone else sell them. As for the price, I can only increase it, not decrease it, or I'll have to make up for the losses myself. Please don't make things difficult for me anymore. Helping someone? Staring blankly, Kaiyang turned around to the standing Huma. In the surrounding area, there was only one faction, the blood group. Huma sweetly said, yes, this is my family's booth. You want these stones? Kaiyang nodded his head. If you promise to abide by one of my conditions, I will give you these 10 or so stones. Humair's eyes rotated. Miss, that booth owner's face changed greatly. If this stock of items were to be lost from his hands, then his future troubles would be great. Don't worry, I will tell my father. Humair assured him. Just as that owner was about to speak, he shut his mouth. How about it? You only need to promise me one thing. Humair smiled radiantly. For you men, it is a very simple task. Don't even think about. Kaiyang resolutely refused. Even if he used his toe to think, he would be able to figure out what Humair meant. Humair was fuming while she glared at Kaiyang. Her expression was one that made it almost look like she had the desire to eat someone. When you actually think about it, her interest in Kaiyang wasn't that big. It was just that day, when her attempts at seducing failed, it had made Humair gloomy. Not only this, she also ate a small loss. There is no man that can escape her enticement. Humair was convinced of this. That was why she wanted Kaiyang to surrender to her. When the time comes and he surrenders, she would leave him and watch how much of a joke it will be. If Humair wanted a man, a single beckoning from her finger would lure a whole pile of them over. If it was for another goal, why would she feel wronged? She is flirtatious and wanton in her behavior, but that was only an image, an appearance to confuse others. I don't believe that I can't conquer you. Humair's heart resolute, her eyeballs rotating, Humair said to that booth owner, sell it to him at a cheaper price. The booth owner scowled miserably. That isn't good. I said sell it to him at a cheaper price. Humair lightly clenched her teeth, her charming eyes emitting a bit of frostiness. Just as the booth owner was about to nod his head, Kaiyang waved his hands and said, no need, leave it 500 taels. Sell it at 500 taels. He wouldn't make a profit, but he also wouldn't suffer a loss. It was the set market price. As he spoke, he also went to take out that bottle of small returning pellets. Can I exchange it using these pills? This trade also had its own set of rules regarding this. Complete immortal pills are also valid currency to exchange for products. You can. The booth owner nodded his head. This bottle of small returning pellets contains 10 of such pills, so it's about 500 taels. You can count it. Hyang then went to throw that bottle over to him. Then from the booth he picked one bright yang stone. As he held the stone in his hand, a surge of powerful yang energy came out. His heart satisfied, Kai Yang knew that the transaction was worthwhile. Hume-er regretted it so much she started gnashing her teeth. Kai Yang's actions were clearly showing that he didn't want to owe her any debts, meaning that her goodwill went down the drain. The booth owner observed their actions. He was afraid that his no-good young lady was having ideas regarding Kai Yang. Although the transaction was just, he knew that his young lady was a bit upset. Thinking for a moment, the booth owner picked up a seed from his booth and said, "Little brother, if you don't mind, I'll give you this seed, since I can't sell it for much anyway." "What type of seed?" Kayan took it, and unexpectedly felt some yang kai from within that seed, though it was a bit weak. "It's the seed of the Three Suns fruit. We found it when we were mining for the bright yang stones." The booth owner told him, "This fruit tree's fruit is a earth-grade lower-level spirit fruit. It's just the growth period is a bit long." Kai Yang laughed involuntarily, thinking, what will he do with a single seed? If you planted it, you would need to wait at least 10 years for it bear it fruit. But it was someone's goodwill, so Kai Yang couldn't refuse. In any case, this seed's value wasn't very high, so even if he accepted it, it wasn't a big deal. "Giel, make it a super OP spirit fruit with Opop Black Book Kayang." "Lindy, thanks." Standing up, Kayang put both the bright yang stone and the seed within his clothes. His only bottle of small returning pellets was already gone, and Kayang didn't feel like staying here anymore. But he couldn't locate Sumu or his group after another stroll around, so Kai Yang walked out of Black Wind Forest alone. From behind, Hume-er continued to follow him, sticking to him like a tail. However, her expression displayed a hint of annoyance. He must think of a way to lose her, otherwise if she followed him back to Sky Tower, he worried how others will view him. This woman's reputation wasn't that good. As he looked around, Kayon suddenly thought of a good idea, and started to walk into the depths of Black Wind Forest. As he walked, he constantly turned back to Hume-er to he laughed at her. It goes without saying it conveyed. A sinister type of feeling was emitted with each glance. Hume-er laughed out. However, she was actually a bit terrified, and as she saw Kai Yang walk into the depths of Black Wind Forest, she hesitated for a bit. Thinking about it, she wasn't that familiar with Kai Yang. If she really went in and something happened, what would she be able to do? That day, she had personally witnessed Kai Yang's strength and knew she wasn't his opponent. If he was just a bit brutal, then she would have scars all over her body. Hesitating for a good while, Hume-er suddenly stamped her foot, and while swaying her hips, she followed after him. She was 80% certain that Kai Yang was only trying to scare her. Seeing Hume-er really follow after him, Kai Yang became really angry. The reason why he acted in such a way was to scare away Hume-er. He didn't expect that this woman's courage wasn't small, turning his plans to dust. This moment of anger caused his heart and mind to twist, while thinking, just wait until we arrive at an area devoid of people area, then I'll show you my might. Tempered body stage right, arrow tempered body stage. Chapter 47. You think I'm dirty? Chapter 47. You think I'm dirty? As Kai Yang and Hume-er's figures, one in front, one behind, walked into Black Wind Forest, two figures stepped out from behind some trees. One of the people wore a mask of extreme hatred. As he looked at Kai Yang's receding figure, there was also a light purple color on his charming face. At one glance, you could tell that he had suffered a beating in these last couple of days, while the other person's expression was truly malicious. Staring at Hume-er's swaying hips, a lustful glint flashed through his eyes. "Junior brother Cheng, you were beaten by those types of people?" The cold and strict face of that youth looked over at Cheng Xiaofeng. "Although you have just entered into the initial element stage, and as such are somewhat weak, you aren't weak enough to not be his match. That guy looks like he's only in the tempered body stage." Cheng Xiaofeng began to defend himself. "I was a bit careless then, and that guy is really strange, for when he started to fight, he disregarded his life completely. As I thrust my saber out, he actually used his palm to block it, and as the saber pierced through his hand, he didn't even cry out. Not only did he stop my saber, he also immobilized one of my arms, and it was because of this that I lost." "Oh, this is a bit interesting. Only if we were to compete, who would be the fiercer one?" Cheng Xiaofeng followed him laughing. "Of course it's senior brother Nu Tao who's stronger. How can he compare to you? Have you fully investigated his status yet?" "We can't provoke or anger any powerful people," Nu Tao asked him carefully. "I have investigated clearly. This guy in Sky Tower is only a trial disciple with no background whatsoever. Even if you killed someone like this, no one would care." "Haha, trial disciple? According to my knowledge, Sky Tower only has about 10 trial disciples, right? He's one of those? New Tao kept on laughing like he had heard some extremely good news, for as soon as he heard the two words, trial disciple, all his worries flew away. These people were Sky Tower's disgrace. For him to lay a hand on one or even eliminate one would be him doing Sky Tower Pavilion a favor. Before I was afraid that people would come here, so I couldn't carelessly attack. Who would have thought that this guy would unexpectedly go into the depths of Blackwind Forest with that slut? This makes things much easier. New Tao laughed, incomparably obscenely. It looks like not only can Junior Brother obtain his revenge, he also has some luck with women. This is really killing two birds with one stone. Cheng Xiaofeng also started to laugh. Senior Brother, saying those types of words, you are a helper, I have called over. So if there are good things, how can this Junior Brother enjoy them alone? Later, once Senior Brother has had his fun, then Junior Brother will partake. Who may err that although she is loose in her morals, she is young, and her body will definitely be fine. Kill. Okay, someone come and kill these tards. Junior Brother is indeed generous. New Tao was a bit impatient to get started and said, let's go, there's no time to lose. Let's quickly catch up to them, and find a good opportunity to strike. To these two people, killing Qiyang was a simple task. While in broad daylight, with the sky as their bed, together they could who may err. This was the thing they looked forward to the most. As for when the time came, whether or not who may err retaliated, they didn't need to consider it. This person, as long as they made her feel pleasure, she would happily want more. So how would she dare to retaliate? In most likelihood, she would only immerse herself in that feeling of forceful and insulting pleasure and stop thinking about anything else. These two people were not novices, and often spent their time away in Black Plum Village's red light district. Naturally, they would know how to satisfy women like Hu Mei-er. Deep in Blackwind Forest, Kai Yang still was walking and turning around to coldly laugh. Hu Mei-er was still a bit apprehensive. But after seeing Kai Yang repeatedly acting like this, she was no longer scared. Not only was she no longer afraid, she had matched Kai Yang's pace. Intimately she pulled on Kai Yang's arm, and covered his arm with her full and soft chest. Kai Yang became distracted, but when he remembered this woman's style, his aroused feelings immediately dissipated. What trouble do you want to cause? Kai Yang was annoyed. Accompany me once. In the future, I will no longer bother you. In all four directions, there was no sign of any humans, and Hu Mei-er didn't bother to mask the intent behind her words in the slightest. She even dared to say these shameful things. Go and dream. Am I not beautiful? Hu Mei-er's charming eyes were like silk. Is my figure not good? Are you not even the slightest bit moved? A woman is defined by her outside and inside traits. Your outside isn't bad, and you are justified in being proud of it, but your inside is unbearable to look at. Kai Yang looked at her coldly. These words were a bit heavy. Hu Mei-er asked, her face down. You think I'm dirty? Yes. Kai Yang replied straightforwardly. Hu Mei-er's charming face trembled, and she sneered. You are nothing but a trial disciple in Sky Tower. Although my strength isn't as high as yours, I am the blood group head's daughter. The fact that I can take a fancy to you is your good fortune, and yet you unexpectedly can't see your own good fortune when it's in front of you. Do you know how many men are outside having ideas about me? TL, yeah, at least 2 despicable ones. Then, your Royal Highness can go find those men. Why is there any need to nag me? Kai Yang indifferently replied. Kai Yang, don't be shameless when others are giving you face. If I return and inform my father that I was humiliated here, even if you are a Sky Tower disciple, you still wouldn't be able to see tomorrow's sun. Hu Mei-er hissed out as cutely as possible. Kai Yang's attitude had completely infuriated her, making her face hit rock bottom. After all, her status wasn't low. How could she have suffered this type of humiliation before? Kai Yang also coldly laughed. I dare to ask your Royal Highness, if I were to kill you right here right now, will you have the opportunity to return and complain? Hu Mei-er looked distracted. Her rage had made her forget that she was deep in Blackwind Forest, and if Kai Yang really attacked her, she definitely would have no hope of returning alive. Also, this was the ideal place to murder someone. In other words, if she really died here, she would have died in vain. When she thought about this, Hu Mei-er became alert. Looking at Kai Yang, she urgently retreated a few steps. A trill in her voice, she said, You're joking, right? There is a limit to my patience. Kai Yang indifferently replied. Hu Mei-er rigidly looked at him, her eyes containing her humiliation and fury, but she didn't dare do anything. She wasn't sure whether Kai Yang's words were a joke or not. While Hu Mei-er was in confusion, Kai Yang suddenly became vigilant and looked over in a certain direction. Intentionally or not, Kai Yang moved in front of Hu Mei-er. Looking at a large tree, he said, Come out. Hu Mei-er was surprised, but the next moment she understood what was going on. 2 people suddenly came out from behind the tree, and walked over while smilingly coldly. Their laughs were sinister and strange. One looked at Kai Yang without rest, and the other at Hu Mei-er. TL, reveal. Ah, Cheng Xiaofeng fancies Kaiyang. Cheng Xiaofeng, Nu Tao? Hu Mei clearly recognized them and cried out their names in suspicion, but in a blink of an eye, she knew the reason why these two people showed themselves here. This time, it looked like Kaiyang was in some real danger. Being stared at unrestrainedly by Nu Tao's obscene gaze caused Hu Mei's entire body to feel uncomfortable, and she creased her eyebrows. She moved to further hide behind Kaiyang's body. Elder Sister Mei, come over here. We only want that guy's life. Move to the side, so you don't accidentally get injured. Cheng Xiaofeng called out from about 5 to 10 feet in front of Kaiyang. As he warned her, he slowly drew the saber hanging at his side. Nu Tao also spoke up, laughing. He said, "That's right, if you were to get injured my heart would ache." P.S. Sponsored by Karen, and so please thank her well. P.S. Aren't I good? Double release again, so enjoy the chapters. I have nothing else to really say, and it's become a habit to write something at the end of each chapter. I'm okay then. You don't have to, but if you have UWNet ask about me, ask away. How old I am and so on. If I can answer them I will. I don't expect you to ask any questions, it's just a filler. But if you want to you can. Have a good evening and see you all tomorrow. Chapter 48. Prominent Power. Cheng Xiaofeng and Nu Tao had already stated their purpose in coming here, causing Kaiyang to be startled. He never thought that these two people would be so ruthless and heartless. They actually wanted to kill him over a single dispute. As he vigilantly watched the pair, Hu Mei secretly whispered in Kaiyang's ear, "Kaiyang, if you don't want to die, then obey my words." Half a month ago, that Nu Tao advanced to the initial element 5th stage, and is not comparable to Cheng Xiaofeng. Not to mention there are two people you definitely aren't their match. You have a method to deal with them? Heian asked unconvinced. I can't deal with them, but they definitely won't have the guts to kill me. As long as you agree to my condition, I can promise you that you won't die. Hu Mei's status was clearly displayed, so if she really wanted to protect Kaiyang, Cheng Xiaofeng and Nu Tao wouldn't be able to ignore her and not give her face. Thus at most they would beat up Kaiyang to vent their anger. No need. Kaiyang slowly shook his head. You are that unwilling to the point you would rather die? Hu Mei looked at Kaiyang like she was looking at a retard, disbelief in her eyes. I'm sorry to say, I am slightly misophobic. What's more, who will die or live will only be determined once fists are exchanged. Kaiyang calmly looked over the two people opposite him. Receiving this answer, Hu Mei's face changed irregularly. After a while, she sneered out coldly, biting down with her ivory teeth, bitterly saying, "Since you've chosen this way, then follow it through to the end." After this was said, she retreated about 10 feet back and crossed her arms to watch. Cheng Xiaofeng laughed out loudly. Elder Sister Hu is really obedient. I just knew that Elder Sister Hu wouldn't cause us any inconvenience. Hu Mei squeezed out an extremely ugly face, and no one knew what she was thinking in her heart. Nu Tao he strangely laughed, and sized up Kaiyang from head to toe. Nu Tao cracked his knuckles, and slowly shook his head. You are called Kaiyang, right? When you reach the netherworld, you must not blame me, for you should blame yourself for meddling in others' business. Would you like to end it yourself, or shall I do it for you? This question was extremely savage, but Kaiyang just smiled. If you want my life, then use your ability to come and take it. As he said this, he secretly started to activate the True Yang tactics. Just as the True Yang tactics were about to activate, Kaiyang already felt a violent feeling from his chest, as well as blistering hot energy getting sucked in via his acupuncture points. Within this blistering hot energy was large amounts of Yang Kai. In that moment, Kaiyang's meridians were painfully hot. It was so hot smoke started to emit from his chest, roasting the skin until it turned black. Kaiyang was greatly alarmed, and before he could respond, his meridians which were experiencing searing pain adapted, and the large amount of Yang Kai continued flowing into his meridians. It took literally the blink of an eye. His meridians became packed to the brim with Yang World Kai, swelling non-stop. Drip drip, it was like movement from the depths of his soul, and within his dantian, there unexpectedly was one more Yang liquid drop. A short while later, another drip sound was heard. In the span of 3 breaths, 2 drops of Yang liquid were formed. Just what was the matter with that third drop, for as soon as it condensed, it disappeared. Only after that moment did the violent surge of Yang Kai stop. Bright Yang Stone. Thinking about it, Kaiyang took out that bright Yang Stone which had cost him the bottle of small returning pellets. But how could this stone, which was previously filled to the brim with Yang energy, manage to retain its former glory? Inside, not even a trickle of energy remained. It had actually been fully absorbed by him in that short period of time. In the end, it only condensed 2 drops of Yang liquid. It was only that one of these drops had disappeared, confusing Kaiyang. Including the original drop within his dantian, there were only 2 drops. This absorption rate, isn't it a bit too fast? It was basically force-feeding, not even allowing him to have any reaction. Taeyong's transformation was seen by Cheng Xiaofeng and Nu Tao. Taeyong's change within his chest area caused them to become at a bit of a loss, but with Nu Tao's battle experience, he immediately waved his hand and said, "Junior brother Cheng, follow me in advance. I'm afraid things have changed." Okay. The earlier Taeyong died, the better was how Cheng Xiaofeng felt. With no hesitation, he carried his long saber and rushed forward, his face a cruel mask. Two people, side by side, they were like a storm, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Taeyong. Nu Tao's strength really was higher by a level, so his speed was also faster. His fist flew forward covered in World Kai, suddenly charging straight for Taeyong's face. Initial element 5th stage, they would have already amassed quite a decent amount of World Kai. A martial practitioner's battle prowess could not be underestimated. The fist that Nu Tao threw out caused a faint whistling sound, clearly displaying the fact that he was using some sort of martial skill. Taeyong didn't dodge and also threw out a fist. Ping, it sounded out, and Taeyong's wrist bone rang from the impact, while his fist felt like it was cut up by hundreds of razors. In a second, numerous cuts appeared, and he couldn't help but retreat a few steps, though Nu Tao cried out oddly, for he felt that he had struck a blazing hot piece of iron. His skin and flesh were all burned painfully, and he screamed out, "Such hot World Kai!" With his initial element 5th stage strength, he was unable to defend against a martial practitioner who was at the tempered body stage's attack. This was really a bit strange. When these two people traded fists, each one had retreated a few steps. Holding his saber, Cheng Xiaofeng joined the fray, his desire for vengeance raging, as he thrust towards Taeyong, determined to cut him down then and there. After experiencing Nu Tao's attack, all of Taeyong's blood had started to boil, and from his bones, a warm feeling started to seep out. It felt like he had an inexhaustible supply of power. As his eyes slowly turned red, his original gentle-looking face became malevolent and berserk. Facing Cheng Xiaofeng's saber, Taeyong used one hand to catch it. Cheng Xiaofeng sneered, "I have already learned from last time. Do you really think that this young master would really trip over in the same place twice?" As he said this, he swept his saber to cut off Taeyong's fingers. Taeyong's reaction wasn't slow. Sensing that the opponent's blade was changing directions, he changed his hand into a grabbing hold. The long saber still managed to chop off one of Taeyong's fingers, causing Cheng Xiaofeng's face to blossom in elation. Mei covered her mouth, extremely disturbed, but when she remembered Taeyong's attitude to her, she thought that he should be hacked into pieces. How could this be? Cheng Xiaofeng cried out in fear, for he realized that he hadn't actually severed Taeyong's fingers. Although it wasn't an immortal weapon, it was still a sharp weapon. Could a tempered body stage martial practitioner's body be this strong? Even if it were someone at the initial element stage, their fingers would be severed. Taeyong laughed maliciously, revealing his row of eerily white teeth, and looked at him with his blood-colored eyes. Cheng Xiaofeng was feeling somewhat panicky now, so while he hurriedly retreated, he also shouted out loudly, "Senior brother Nu, save me." Before the words had left his mouth, Taeyong had already pursued him, and a drop of yang liquid within his danshan started to move through his will, into his fingertips. Pointing out, he went straight for the middle of Cheng Xiaofeng's head. Cheng Xiaofeng opened his mouth widely and ceased to breathe, falling to the ground. On his forehead there was a hole about the size of a chopstick penetrating through his skull. The hole was very smooth and slick, in fact not even a drop of blood flowed out. Eyes wide open, his dying expression was one without any trace of his previous grievance. Two cries of alarm simultaneously rang out. They originated from Nu Tao, and Mei, who had witnessed the startling scene. P.S. So your first regular release of the week. I didn't expect that many questions to be asked, but since I promised answers, I'll answer them. Nub Q, are you a girl? A. Yes. Horos and 0Q, how old are you? A. 16.5 years. Yes, really, I am that old. 0Q, do Urza stand for Urza Scarlet from Fairy Tale? What made you TL Chinese novels? What is the best wuxia Xiangxia novel you read so far? A. Yes, Urza does stand for Urza Scarlet from Fairy Tale. Urza is just too badass and powerful. What started me was when I first started to help edit the chapters. Then with the help of some online Chinese English, I realized I could translate them. I mean, I can speak and listen to it. It was just that I never really learned how to read and write, but if I'm given the Pinyin, I can understand it perfectly. Hee. And what is the best wuxia Xiangxia novel you read so far? That's a hard question because it was previously C, but that ending. Though if I were to pick, it would be MPJKS. It's actually TDG, as much how bastard Why Nilai is right now. The concepts are very interesting and exciting. Though my favorite character would definitely be Duan Jian, like the guy from the moment he appeared. And my Facebook? Here. Haha. Now, how old are you? 0. And what's your favorite wuxia Xiangxia novel you read so far? All you other readers please comment, and share your opinions too. Now it's getting late for me so I'm off to bed. 12 Visham. Chapter 49, Victory. Chapter 49. Victory. Cheng Xiaofeng died. With no warning, he died just like that under Kai Yang's hand. Last time when Kai Yang had fought with the Stormhouse disciples, Hu Mei had watched from start to finish. So although she knew that Kai Yang's power was great, she hadn't thought that he would be as strong as this just a few days after the previous fight. After Initial Element First Stage Cheng Xiaofeng, he had only faced Kai Yang for a few moments and died from a single poke to the head. What martial skill was that? How could there be such a powerful martial skill? The hole in Cheng Xiaofeng's forehead alluded to the fact the skill utilized a strong yang attributed Kai in some manner to burn through the skull. At this point, Hu Mei's heart was in a state of panic, for when she learned of Kai Yang's thunder-like murder methods, she finally knew that Kai Yang's previous words were no joke. He really dared to kill others, whilst also having the ability to do so. Nu Tao was also very shocked, for he had just exchanged one fist with Kai Yang, and before he could commence his second attack, his junior brother had died in front of him. This unforeseen accident really made him flabbergasted. "You actually killed junior brother Cheng?" Nu Tao shrieked. "What method did you use?" Kiel, "Well, you did threaten to kill him." "I vote self-defense." That single finger's power was far too tyrannical. It was definitely some extremely rare martial skill. Nu Tao was a bit afraid that even he would unable to resist the technique. "You also need to die." He Yang knew that to destroy the branch, he must destroy the root. The reason why these two people followed him here was because they wanted to kill him. To these types of enemies, how could Kai Yang possibly lenient? The circumstances now were different to before. Last time it was a group fight, so Kai Yang's hand would naturally be more lenient. But currently, these two people wanted his life. To these enemies he mustn't be merciful, otherwise he was just asking to die later. Seeing Kai Yang hurriedly charge over, Nu Tao suddenly laughed out maliciously. "Don't bluff, come and get it." As he shouted, he threw out two fists to greet Kai Yang. The opponent was only at the tempered body stage, so how much world Kai could they possibly store inside them? The martial attack just then was extremely powerful, so it should have used quite a lot of his world Kai. In other words, he couldn't possibly use the type of method again. That's why Nu Tao had nothing to fear. When those fists collided, Nu Tao knew that he had made a mistake. This Kai Yang could still use his world Kai, and every time they collided, he could feel a blistering hot energy seeping out from Kai Yang's fist. This energy caused Nu Tao to shrivel up. Although he was at a higher stage of cultivation than Kai Yang, he was unable to suppress him. Nu Tao came up with many countermeasures, jumping from left to right. He didn't dare confront Kai Yang straight up. He only wanted to prolong the fight until Kai Yang used up all of his world Kai, and at that moment, it would be like Kai Yang was a fish on a chopping board. Nu Tao's tactics and thoughts weren't wrong. To deal with ordinary tempered body stage disciples, this method was the most effective, allowing one to suffer the least in return for taking down the opponent. But Kai Yang was different, for he had just fully absorbed all of the bright Yang stone's Yang Kai, and his meridians were brimming with energy. If things really continued, it would possibly be Nu Tao who ran out of strength first. Very soon, the fight became unfavorable for Nu Tao. At the beginning, Kai Yang truly acted like a typical martial practitioner at the tempered body stage. Regardless of his fists or power, although they were stronger than a typical tempered body stage practitioner, the strength he displayed didn't go past that of a tempered body stage practitioner. But as time went on, as various types of wounds started to appear on his body, Kai Yang's strength started to climb up bit by bit. Each fist was faster than the last. His strength also grew stronger and stronger. But the most fearsome aspect wasn't either of these, but rather that the blistering hot energy his fists released was growing stronger and more abundant. It appeared that as the fight drew on, Kai Yang's strength rapidly grew in relation to the passing of time and the injuries he sustained. What was going on? When a martial practitioner battled, as time went on and the more world Kai they used, a martial practitioner would only become weaker and weaker. How could it possibly be the complete opposite? In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, it became harder and harder for Nu Tao to dodge and escape Kai Yang's attacks. With one failed dodge, he was punched in the stomach by Kai Yang. This fist caused Nu Tao to be unable to breathe, and the fiery energy that invaded his body was also quite ferocious as it wreaked havoc. Looking at the blood-red-eyed Kai Yang, Nu Tao began to consider retreat. With a faint move, Nu Tao retreated and sped far away, and while he gasped for breath, he howled out, "Kai Yang, since you have killed junior brother Cheng, you are doomed." Initial Element 5th Stage. Even if they couldn't defeat the enemy, if they wanted to escape, their opponent couldn't do anything. And of this, Nu Tao was highly confident, because in the previous battle he had discovered that Kai Yang didn't cultivate any bodily martial skill. If Nu Tao wanted to run, Kai Yang couldn't block him and could only helplessly watch as he ran away. But suddenly Kai Yang thought of an idea. and the last drop of yang liquid within his stanchion winked out and zoomed to his fingertips. Shortly after, Kai Yang reached out with his other hand and pulled on his fingers, and a sensational scene appeared. This drop of yang liquid, in the blink of an eye, morphed into a blood-red blade as thin as cicada wing. Just as the blade was formed, under Kai Yang's urgings, it flew out. "Su," it sounded. A graceful red color pierced the air and embedded itself into Nu Tao's back. Nu Tao's running figure immediately became rigid, and with a putong he fell to the ground. The silence of the forest was broken by a songbird's cry. Meanwhile, Kai Yang gasped for breath, his whole body battered and exhausted. Hu Mui-er's pair of legs trembled, her entire body ice cold. Even her heart was cold. She had never left, waiting for the moment when Kai Yang couldn't take it anymore and had to ask for her help, and then she would be able to achieve her own goal. But no matter what, she would have never imagined that those two Stormhouse disciples who had come to kill Kai Yang would be killed by Kai Yang instead. These two people were both at the initial element stage, one at the first stage and the other at the fifth stage. Together they battled against a tempered body stage practitioner, Kai Yang, and in the end, not only did they lose, they also paid with their lives. All of this seemed too unreal, too mind-baffling. Suddenly, Hu Mei-er's face became startled. She saw Kai Yang turn his head over to face her with an expression that looked like he wanted to eat her. Within his eyes glinted a deep and murderous light. Hu Mei-er unconsciously retreated a few steps. "If you dare move, then die." Kai Yang's icy, cold voice traveled over. "I won't move." Within Hu Mei-er's voice was sounds of sobbing. A warm wet patch appeared on her lower abdomen. In that moment she had forgotten all her manners. She really was scared, and she wasn't certain whether or not Kai Yang really wanted to kill her. In life or death, what could she, a young lady, do? Kai Yang no longer paid her any attention, but went to Cheng Xiaofeng and Nu Tao's side to take their possessions. In a moment, Kai Yang had found some tails and 2 bottles of immortality pills. 2 bottles of immortality pills couldn't be considered a lot, but they were still worth something. It wasn't a loss. It was just a shame, for he had been forced to expend those hard-earned drops of yang liquid, leaving his stanchion empty. After this great battle, the yang world Kai within his meridians had been consumed to such a degree that just a bit less than half remained. "Are you short of money?" As Hu Mei-er saw Kai Yang looting the 2 corpses, she mustered up her courage to speak out. "I can give you money, as long as you don't kill me." Looking at Hu Mei-er, who still dared to flirt, is she showing off her beauty? Even when she spoke, it was cautiously and carefully. Kai Yang enthusiastically looked at her. "It's not like I am a bandit. What will I do with your money? If I lack money, I will earn it myself. P.S. I really enjoyed all your comments and strike zone. Ahaha, Uncle, Brother Zero, you are too funny. Rogue, you're welcome for the TL comments." Chapter 50. Disposing the Corpse. Chapter 50. Disposing the Corpse. Hu Mei-er didn't dare to continue speaking. Too many words may result in losses. Afraid to offend Kai Yang. "You come over here." Kai Yang suddenly beckoned her over. Hu Mei-er delicately trembled, her tears threatening to spill. Tightly she bit her lip, begging Kai Yang with all her heart, and didn't dare to move a single step. "What are you afraid of? I told you to come over, so come over." Kai Yang called out impatiently. Helpless and left without a choice, Hu Mei-er could only walk to Kai Yang. Slowly she walked over to him, and stopped when she was around 5 steps away from him, looking at him alarmingly. Sensing her fear, Kai Yang found it ridiculous, but he still kept his face the same. "Be obedient, and I won't hurt you." His indifferent tone carried an overbearing feeling. Hu Mei-er used all her strength to nod her head. "I will listen." And only then was Kai Yang satisfied. Bending down, he carried Nu Tao's corpse over his shoulder and looked over to Cheng Xiaofeng's body. "You bring him." Although she felt nauseous, Hu Mei-er didn't dare disobey his order. Kneeling down as if she was wronged, she went to pick up Cheng Xiaofeng's corpse. Although she was a female, she was after all a martial practitioner, and carrying 100 jin or so wasn't really a burden. 10. Jin is about half a kilogram. 0.5 k. To follow me. Looking in a certain direction, Kai Yang went to walk deeper into Blackwind Forest. Hu Mei-er didn't know what he wanted to do, nor did she dare to ask, and thus she could only blindly follow him. Kai Yang wanted to dispose of the corpses. This place was already quite desolate, but he didn't know which cheating couple might have a bit of courage and rendezvous with another here. The causes of death for Cheng Xiaofeng and Nu Tao were very special. They were both killed by a boiling hot energy that had directly pierced through their vitals. If Stormhouse investigated their deaths utilizing this information as a basis, perhaps it might lead them to him. So Kai Yang must throw the corpses far away, making sure that Stormhouse's people would never find them. 2 people, one in front and the other behind, walked deeper in the forest. Hu Mei-er hesitated many times, but in the end decided not to speak out. After a while, a lake suddenly appeared in front of them. Kai Yang's eyes shined, and he decided, "It shall be here." Kai Yang signaled to Hu Mei-er to put down the corpses, and Kai Yang went to search for 2 big stones. When he returned, He tied these stones to Cheng Xiaofeng and Nu Tao's corpses and threw them into the lake. Brushing his hands, Kai Yang muttered for a while. You can now be considered my accomplice, and you should know how to act right. Finished, he turned around to look at her dismissively. With that said, Huma was not surprised and repeatedly nodded her head. I know. The fact that Kai Yang could say these words meant that he had no evil intentions regarding her, guaranteeing her life. Huma's heart and mind relaxed, and she involuntarily gasped. Smart young girls will always be liked by others. Kai Yang laughed out lightly. Now that he thought about it, Kai Yang really didn't know how to deal with Huma because if he didn't kill her, she would always be a dangerous element. Today's events were all witnessed by her, however, if he killed her, he just wasn't able to do it. From start to finish, Huma did not injure him at all. She only stood to the side and watched. It couldn't be because of this he had to kill her. That was a bit too unreasonable. After walking for such a long time, Kai Yang had thought it through. This entire affair was completely spurred on by Cheng Xiaofeng and Nu Tao, and if he didn't kill them, then he would be just sitting and waiting for his own death. So even if Huma spread news regarding this event, Kai Yang wasn't the least bit afraid. Have you killed a lot of people? Huma was much more courageous now. She thought her life was safe. Kai Yang shook his head. It's my first time killing someone. But I saw that your strikes were very experienced, and when you killed them, you didn't even crease your brows. It did not look like it was your first time. Huma said, unconvinced. With that said, Kai Yang wrinkled his forehead. That was true, it was his first time killing someone. Why wasn't he the least bit afraid? Although he didn't feel any excitement, he definitely felt no fear. Back then, he was only focused on the battle, and his brain only thought about killing them. Now when he thought about it, it was all a bit inconceivable. Whether or not you believe me is up to you. Kai Yang didn't bother explaining any further. Circling around the lake, he walked to the place furthest away from the location he had dropped the corpses. There, Kai Yang stopped in his steps and dived headfirst into the lake. During the course of this battle, Kai Yang had received no small amount of wounds. He needed to at least wash himself clean before returning. Huma stood at the lakeside waiting, while thinking about going in too. If it was before, she would definitely have gone in to provoke Kai Yang, but now, she didn't have the guts. Waiting until he finished his bath and came back up, Huma finally spoke. Wait for me a bit, I also want to go wash. Having carried that dead body for such a long journey, Huma felt uncomfortable all over. Women would always love cleanliness. Okay, Kai Yang replied while wringing dry his clothes, before going to lie on a stone to bask under the sun and recover his strength. Not daring to undress, Huma directly dove into the lake, and her body, as graceful as a fish in water, was completely visible. From time to time, she would secretly look back to see if Kai Yang was looking at her, but he didn't even have to look at her. This was a great blow to Huma. He wasn't the least bit moved. After a good half an hour, Huma had finally washed herself clean and came ashore, clothes stuck closely to her body. Her exquisite and alluring figure was fully revealed. Forthrightly, she walked over to Kai Yang's side with her cheeks bright red and sat down to bask in the sun with him. Kai Yang opened his eyes to look at her, his gaze sweeping all over her. Huma kept her head lowered. Figure is really good, Kai Yang mumbled, nodding his head. Huma nibbled her dark red lips, her expression incomprehensible. Actually, I haven't really done those types of things with a man to the point that the only man that has touched my body is you alone. These past few years, the only reason why I act like I do is 1, to help the group recruit a couple more talented people, and 2, to strain the relationship between the Sky Tower and Stormhouse disciples. Tanag had also become one of my motives. Hearing this, Kai Yang stared blankly at her before looking deeply at her. You don't believe? Huma's cheeks were very red. This secret she had never told anyone before. Outside, people truly thought she playing away each night, exhausting men. On the outside, calling her princess, my lady, but behind her back they called her slut. I believe. Kai Yang nodded his head. But how is this related to me? Huma's face darkened as she forced a smile. In the future, I will no longer come to pester you. This afternoon's event, the impact it had on her was a bit too big. Hearing her say this, Kai Yang couldn't help but feel his heart relax, for he had finally gotten rid of this inconvenience. Waiting until Huma's clothes had dried, only then did the two leave the lakeside. To avoid others' eyes and ears, Kai Yang and Huma parted ways early on, each returning their own sect. After he returned to his wooden hut, he rested for a while before going to Coiling Dragon Stream. This great battle had exhausted his hard-earned yang liquid. Naturally, he must quickly replenish his yang world Kai, otherwise when he experiences this type of situations again, he would have no way to deal with it. Not only did he consume 2 drops, the power roused Kai Yang's determination greatly, for he would never have imagined that the yang liquids would be so formidable. He was only at the tempered body 8 stage. If his cultivation was higher, wouldn't the yang liquids might be even more powerful? No matter the reason, Kaiyang was itching to begin his training again. Yes, turns out today ended up being another double release, a treat for you readers, and we have reached chapter 50. But who would have expected, who may err to just confess like that? Oh, do you want the name of the? Huh? Totally, chapter 51 xxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxThose who want it. PSS please Joseph G. in sponsoring this chapter for us, all tilde.